All right, attempt number 2 here. Welcome to the Hawks Nest, a live stream show. We've got game day today. Hopefully the mic issues are fixed. We're having a little bit of issue on the prior setup with that, so I apologize for that. We'll now be live and good to go here. Looks like we're good there. Boom, boom. Okay, so we are a couple minutes out here from the start of the game, and we will get everything kind of prepped up. Sorry about the technical difficulties. That's the fun part about this, is you got to be kind of a technical wizard with stuff and then also good with other stuff. It's a lot. It's a lot sometimes. Let's go on through here the opening scores, though, of the game as we're 5 minutes out. We got the Cardinals looking like they're maybe going to fall to the Bills. They got a little bit of a last desperation chance here, and they are driving down in the territory right now. Titans down 17-24. They have the ball with 1:56 to go in the fourth quarter. Texans are ahead by 2 points against the Colts, and they have the ball with 2 minutes to go there. Tied up with the Jaguars and the Dolphins. And the Panthers have fallen heavily to the Saints today, 47-10. Not fixed. Mike sucks. Still fucked. Okay. Whoa. Okay. Okay, let's try something. Microphone check. Check, check, check. Check. How about now? It's fixed. It's fixed. Can I get a confirmation it's fixed, please? Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. Don't know what happened, man. Opening game of the season. We're all working out the kinks, I guess. All right. Sorry about that. Weird. Everything's working fine. I tested everything out prior, you know? And then you get live and it's like, no, not going to work. All right. So we're good here. Good to hear. So I don't know if we all heard that on the opening part here. We got 26 seconds to go. Looks like the Bills are going to take down the Cardinals here on the early slate of games. The Bears are up on the Titans by 7 points to the ball. Looks like they got that win as well. Texans with 2 minutes to go, up 29-27. Jaguars, Dolphins tied with 34 seconds to go, 17-17, and the Panthers getting absolutely drubbed 47-10 to the Saints. Thank you for hanging in with me on the mic stuff, guys. I don't know what happened. Not sure what's going on sometimes with this thing. All right, let's go to Gamecast. Put that on up right there. Should be good. William Letter, thank you for the still have distorted audio. I think they said it's been fixed now, so hopefully should be good. Hopefully should be good. Yeah, we'll get Kitty up here at some point. It is it's really hot here in Southern California right now, so my cat is draped out on the floor, and I don't know if she's going to go high ground here for me. Maybe once she hears me start talking, she'll come over here, but she's definitely over on the floor just like, why is it so hot? Why do I have so much fur? And boy, you can tell Mike Macdonald sure looks hyped up there. They showed a minute or two of that before they went to commercial, and he looks raring to go. Yours is pretty damn hot up here in Pacific Northwest too, Brandon. I hear some forest fires out east. Sometimes it can be oddly this time of year, one of the hotter times of year in the summer. But we've been actually having a really low key, not too bad summer down here. And then like the past week, it was just God turned up the temperature. It's good to see y'all in the chat. All my peeps in here, by the way. Loving seeing the names in here. Bam Bam Cam raising the flag. Hell to the yes on that. Randall McDaniel with a $20 donation. Thank you for that, Randall. Great to see you in the house too, brother. He says, let's have it go. I've been waiting on this day all year. Go Hawks. Go Hawks Nest. catch you on the flip side. Well, we'll catch you on the flip side too as well, Randall. Thank you for that $20 donation. You're always as kind on that side as ever, brother. I really, really do appreciate you for that. Hope the family, wife and kids are doing great today. Looks like your son's been dropping bombs there on the baseball field. Man, double deck, we'll call him the second deck. Is that maybe the first, nickname we'll throw out there for him, Randall? I'm just saying, if he's going to hit him that deep, It's good to see you in the house, though. I am hyped up as well. We got game day, baby. Nothing better than game day. We're actually playing games that matter. So let's go. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, they gave us the leftover announcers again. Well, that's why you got me here, man. That's why I'm here. I take care of you. I take care of you better than them. I'm going to be mean to you like them other mean announcers. I'm going to tell it to you true. I'm going to tell it to you right. Megan with a $5 donation. Thank you, Megan, with the $5. Says, morning, B. Got the Pete throwback on. Took the day off work to be with you. To quote Deadpool, let's effing go. Let's effing go. Let's go, Megan. Love it, man. Throwbacks, some sweet jerseys. Whew. It looks so nice on that field. So nice. I'm so hyped up here. Let's go. Get a little nervous. We got the opening kickoff. Seahawks are going to receive here to start this action off. Thank you, Megan, for that $5 donation. You guys are always just tremendously kind. So here's the opening kick. We'll be doing the play-by-play here today for you folks. Let's see if Denver actually pushes it in here and gives our guy a chance or not. And this kick will go about a yard deep in the end zone. We'll be brought back out there by Laviska. Laviska rocking the 1 jersey. Takes it up to the 31-yard line where he's cut down there. And the Seahawks will take over. William Leonard with a $2 donation. Says the DJ Dallas Revenge Tour. Laughing out loud. How about DJ Dallas housing a kickoff today? The wind was swirling out there and it pushed up a little bit and allowed him to be able to return it. Short kind of kick because of the wind in Buffalo. Let's go, DJ. Shotgun look here for Gino Smith in shotgun. 3 wide. Walker to his right. He's going to throw first play. Looking, and he's going down on a sack first play of the game. Gino had time in the pocket there. He surveyed around and just could not find anybody open. The Seahawks are going to go hurry up here. 2nd and 17. Gino, recognizing something at the line of scrimmage, will change the play. Play action pass. Gino hit again as he throws, and he will throw an interception out the gate here. Whew. Dubious start for the Seattle Seahawks here. A sack to start out on the opening play, and then Gino throws a pick right out the gate here. Almost seems like Grubb was trying to attack down the field there right from the jump. I don't know. Kind of give him some easy throws here. Brutal. 1st and 10. Broncos will take over at the 20-yard line in Seahawks territory. Man goes in motion under center as Bo Nix. Hand off inside to Javonte Williams. Big hold. Javonte finally brought down after about a 9-yard, 10-yard gain. Second and 1. It will be 9 yards there. Back under center is Nix. 2 tight end look for him here. Seahawks in a 3-4 look. Come back with another run. Javonte Williams will trip at the line of scrimmage, slide down, and it'll be about a negative gain of 1 on the play. This will bring up 3rd and 2. Three-four look here from the Seahawks again. Play action pass. He's going to roll outside. Mafe has Nix initially hemmed up, jumps off his feet. Ball will be incomplete, and a nice stop there. Witherspoon in coverage. Receiver wanted a PI there on the play on Witherspoon. Witherspoon hyped up. Boy, him off there, leaped off his feet, and you typically wouldn't tell the defender to leap off his foot there because he's not then, he's allowing the quarterback to stay up and keep running. But I think he was taking away a bit of the flat route there. That's usually that easy throw that's opened up on those kind of play action throws to the strong side like that. So Will Lutz will come out now. He was 30 of 34 last year on field goal attempts. This will be a pretty short one at that, but the defense did a very good job of keeping. Oh, they're going to go for a tush push here. That was a weird looking play by the Denver Broncos, who took a flag there of delay a game for some weird, odd reason, I guess. That was odd. Not sure what they were doing. Like they lined up in the victory formation or something there. It's a bit premature. Here's the field goal attempt by the Broncos now. Up and right through the uprights. That'll be good, so they will take a 3-point lead here on the Seahawks. So, boy, tough opening drive there for the Hawks. Sack and interception. I think what Grubb's going to learn with Gino at times when he comes out in games is that he can be a bit jumpy to start games a bit at times. Sometimes he's locked in. Sometimes he can be a little bit jumpy. Give him some early throws early on, a little bit on the run. Set it up a little bit earlier just to, on a couple nice, let's not try to take everything out. I know Grubb's going to want to be aggressive, but you can see on those plays they were trying to strike a little bit deeper on the plays, trying to hit it. Thank you again for all the donations, you guys. Appreciate it. It was hard to tell exactly on the sacks who was the one that allowed it. I think that Fan had the second one on him. Well, he had the second. I think so. I couldn't tell for sure. Hard to say. And I'm sure it's just you got opening game jitters there, and so it's always nice if you're an offensive coordinator, though. That's why I say it's give him a little quick throw out, 3 or 4 yard completion, even just something to get a quick little throw, kind of start to get into that bit of rhythm within the game. You drop back on the 5-7 step drop, and okay, go through a 3 read look, And the Broncos had it covered up, it seems, as well, because nobody was open. Yeah, no big deal. I mean, you don't like to see it, but defense made it hold up, stick up. We just come back now, get this back under control a little bit. But let's reverse this to the other side now if I'm Grubb. Get your quarterback. If you're going to throw the ball here, if it's not going to be a start to a run, you're going to go to a pass, play action pass. Give him something easy out in space. Make it a nice, simple little completion there. Start to get the rhythm going. Quarterbacks, just like pitchers in baseball, are rhythm-based. And just like you'll get with pitchers in baseball, sometimes they'll start out a little bit out of sorts, even the really good ones. Need some time to kind of figure out what's what. Oh, that's a stunning shot right there they got. Holy mackerel. Safety Northwest is pretty. He's real pretty. Jeez. Stuff they can get with drones. Stuff they can get with drones. Shake it off, Gino. Shake it off. Shake it off. All right, here comes the kickoff now for the second time. Laviska, 2 yards deep in his end zone. He's like, F it, I'm taking this out. He's going to bounce his way around to about the 27-yard line or so. The boys will take over. I got an eyelash in my eye. Lord have mercy. All right, Gino under center here now. 3 wide again for the Seahawks. Oof, we're going to get a penalty on the Hawks. Rough, fucking. Jeez. Whew. Okay. 2 men moving at the snap there. Little out of sorts offensively, so to speak. Come on, guys. Lock this in here a little bit. Maybe nerves, opening game nerves here a little bit. I don't know. Things are just a little tight to begin things off here offensively. Grub just needs to run a ball up the middle and try to get a successful play here. 1st and 15. Laviska goes in motion. Hand off to Walker. Walker, outside zone run, keeps his legs running well. Pushes his way up to the 31-yard line there. Nice run by Walker. Yeah, Cody Barton struggled to bring down Walker there, and about an extra additional 5-6 yards. Walker was able to push past on that one. Connor Williams getting the start, by the way, at center for the Seahawks. Fant over at right tackle for you today. 2nd down and 7 for the Seahawks. 12 minutes to go in the first quarter. They're going to widen things out here with an empty look. Broncos are going to counter with a stacked box. Gino's going to set his protections, communicating to his wide receivers. 1 second on the play clock. He's going to let it go. Gets it out to George Fant. Fant gets it for a bubble screen 2-yard gain. Broncos did a good job of covering that up. It's a good counter by Gino. You get the stack box there out of empty, and then you throw it to the tight end. You think there's probably a couple more yards there to be had if you're adjusting that play. 3rd down and 6 for the Seahawks. 4-man look here front from the Broncos this time. Trips to the far side of the field. Gino back to throw. He's going deep over the top. Going to DK. DK gets the ball knocked away there by Surtain as he's trying to reel it in. Looked like he might have the catch there for a moment. And Surtain got his hand in there and was able, it looks like, to dig it out. I think DK just dropped it. That's just a flat drop there by DK. You got to catch those, I think. That hit you in your hands. You got to kind of catch that. That's got to be reeled in. Here's the punt by Dixon. Nice return by Mims. About 8 or 9 yards there. 1st and 10. The Broncos will take over from that. Yeah, DK couldn't get his hands on it. I'd like more on those kind of throws from a Gino standpoint, too, is if you're going to do it, let DK's speed take into the effect there. Like, Patrick Surtain's not an undersized corner, so put the ball out in front there and let DK run up underneath it. Let him try to outdistance Surtain with the ball in the air, maybe even. And he kind of put that just a hair back on DK a bit. But DK also had an opportunity with 2 hands there to make the catch. It's not a full-on Gino's fault there, Ricardo. I mean, that's one of the things they say. If it hits you in both your hands, you should reel it in. And it'd been one thing if he had caught it and was starting to reel it in, and then Surtain rips the ball out. But he just kind of, it hits his hands and then bounces off his hands. But I think, as Bomber's saying, that you've got to put the ball out in front on that sort of situation. You have a 4-3 receiver on Surtain. Surtain's 6'1", I think, or something like that, so with pretty good length. So putting him in a trust situation is not going to give DK the same kind of advantage that he would have against other cornerbacks. Put it out in front under the throw there. Put it out up over the top. Do that old thing where, you give your man a chance to get it or no one go get it. And let's see if DK can open up the throttle there and outpace Surtain, because I think he can outrun him in a foot race there down the field, especially if there's no safety help over the top. But Gino put a little bit on him. I try to work Walker a little bit more here. Grub standpoint. I know he wants to come out and throw, and that's the third throw now where you're trying to go take deep shots down the field on stuff, but it's a little hyper aggressive out the gate to start the season. $10:54 to go in the first quarter. Broncos up 3-0. They will take over offensively and pretty good field position at the 35-yard line. Bo Nix will be in shotgun. Throw to the flat. Seahawks close up on it and bring him down the ground there. Dodson and Baker combine for the tackle. It'll be a short 2-yard gain. Second down and 7. Drug down the backfield by Julian Love. Negative 2-yard gain. So bring up third down. Nice play by Love there. Reacting in space quickly. Bo Nix is going to run hurry up here on third down. 3 wide look. Shotgun. Seahawks just running the 4-man front here to begin things. No real pressure there. Throw. Caught underneath. There we go. Rashawn Jenkins with a nice stop on third down. Seahawks, as we saw in the preseason, after a catch, something that's maybe missing times in past recent history is just reacting quickly to catch, getting up there and making the tackle quickly. There's no yak to be had. You might make the grab. You're being brought down, and especially when you throw in front of the sticks like that. That's what you want to see your players to come up and do there. Very nice play by Jenkins, the free agent out of Jacksonville, making a nice play there. Good tackling by the Seahawks to begin things. Nice job by the defense to begin things here. So the punt will be kicked away. Fair caught there by D. Williams at about the 21-yard line for the Seahawks, where they'll take over with 9:04 to go here. Let's go. Now, offense will come out for its third drive. Now, I think Grubb standpoint, there's a couple things that you can kind of fit into here to start to try to do, I think, a little bit more as a pivot, as an adjustment. Walker has the one run and 9 yards on the run here through the first 2 drives. Let's get it. Let's feature him a little bit. Doesn't even need to be a run. Throw it out to him in the flat. And that'd be even great. Get him start working up a little bit and get Gino a little bit into the rhythm. And I know that they seem to have a little bit of an onus here, it seems like, on the forefront of trying to push deep on this Denver defense out the gate. But there's other mismatches to attack as well other than the DK Surtain mismatch, which I don't mind. Go after DK. You know, I understand the feature him stuff, but also let's find Riley Moss in the football field. Let's go attack Cody Barton. Thank you, Mark Harbercorn, for reminding me of that. Please do, folks, if you could for me, hit that like button. Maybe sub on up if you get the chance. Helps this channel, helps me grow, helps all that good stuff happen to folks like me on these YouTube channels, and I would appreciate it. So we got over 500 people here in the chat. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay, here we go. Canine on a wheel. I'm with that. I'm totally with that. Short, easy completions for Gino here, too. Right? Rhythm. Let's get him into rhythm. Everything's looking a little hard offensively and passing right now. Uma? Jim says, where's the energy? Where's the energy? My energy? I'm feeling energized. I'm feeling good. Been a bit of a little tough start. Just catching my grip with that bit, but we're all right. R. Levis, thank you for the $5 donation. Sorry, first 2 drives were my fault. I was grilling before the game and forgot my lucky jersey back on. Damn it, Levis, come on, man. Get the jersey on. You should be good going forward. All right, well, all's forgiven. Plenty of time for this to get right, Levis. Get it. It's all good. Gino back under center here now. He's going to hand off to Walker. Walker, nice hole again, right there off of the B gap. And we've got a late flag flying into play here. What's this going to be? Yikes. Going to Denver's sideline. Holding on the offense. Boy. Disjointed, out of sorts here to begin things off. I thought it was helmet to helmet there too, King. They're going to call that on Bradford on the play. Macdonald does not like the call. First and 17 for the Seahawks. Hand off to Walker. Still on his feet, breaks the first tackle. Almost breaks another tackle before he's pulled down there. Nice job on the tackle by Moss to hold on there for Walker. Early penetration in the backfield. Gino in shotgun. 8:10 to go here in the first quarter. He's going to align things up here. Spread him out a little wider. Dropping back to throw. It's Fant. Fant still on his feet, falling forward to the 20-yard line, right around the original line of scrimmage. So bring up a 3rd and 10. 11, 10 and a half. Third down and 11. 3 wide. Gino in shotgun. Boy, another play just completely out of sorts. Gino thought something was going to happen and what Charbonnet was going to do. And Charbonnet chipped instead of getting out into his route. It looked like that's what Gino was expecting him to do. Instead, he got stuck up on a block. Lake and Tomlinson got whooped right off the snap there at left guard with Zach Allen. I mean, he just got completely dusted. Zach blew right past him. Three drives, no first downs for your Seattle Seahawks to begin things off in this first quarter. Another deep drive by Dixon, but some more room to work here for Mims. Good job by the unit of the special teams unit here by the Seahawks to close down and cover this thing on up. Schnikes. Thank you again, Levis, for that donation. Ronald Cornelius, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you for doing that. Yeah, I don't know if Lincoln's going to last very long out there at left guard if he's going to give up pressure like that. Zach Allen's a handful, no doubt about that, but you got to do a little bit better to stay in front of your guy for a little half a second longer there on those kind of plays. Oh, this isn't a glass of milk. This is my Hawks Nest water mug. Get your Hawks Nest water mug today at the Hawks Nest store. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation, Jeffrey. Great to see you in the house too, brother. I don't like our OC in the booth. It makes communication hard. Why every team that's tried it ends up putting them back on the field. Very well may be the case. You know, it's always that fun back and forth game. You know, I'm down in the field because I found that it's better for me in the field. And then the other guys will go, I went to the booth because it's better for me in the booth. And we'll see if that might be the case here a little bit. You know, Grubb's definitely had that past history of being up in the booth, so he's used to it, just comfortable with it. But maybe a different game at the pro level and needing to be down there in that communication aspect of it. I've seen it work kind of every way. You know, I have. But I think even beyond the communication front here, you know, and again, the pressure this year is just like, the pressure is all over the place. And something that was supposed to be what we're getting with Grubb is a little bit more of, you're getting the ball out of Gino's hand quick and just getting that, like, it's a little, lot of, and like 3rd and 10 there, you had to hold the ball a little bit to let the routes develop. But it's a little bit of early on, a common staple has been just trying to either push the ball right up the field or there's not really the quick kind of throws in there. So I don't know. It's more of, I guess, from my outlook, a little bit of the play calling has been a little troublesome to start things. Jaleel with the run outside here. He'll take it for a gain of about 3 yards. Just Grubb just doesn't feel in rhythm either. The other DC feels a little ahead of what he's doing. It's kind of how it feels at the moment. And maybe kind of flows. This is an ebb and flow thing over the course of a game, I think. But it's been a rough start to begin things. He's got to get the ball back again. Quick, easy completions to Gino and start working Walker in here as well. And kind of just lean on that and see if you can find some rhythm, I think, within that. 3 wide receiver. Look here. Pitch outside to Javonte Williams. Williams bounce off the first. Oh, no, sorry, that's Jaleel again. Jaleel does a nice job breaking the first tackle, spins out of it, and gets drugged down. He'll be short of the third. He'll be short of the first down by about 2.5, 3 yards. 6:13 to go in the first quarter. Both these teams 0 for 2 on 3rd down conversions so far. 3 wide, shotgun look. Seahawks showing stack box, drop out, 4-man front. Throw is dropped. He had his man, did Nix, and it was just dropped there. Dodson in coverage. Little Humphrey. He right there open in the zone. Nix found him. Just stonehand that thing. Opening game of the season. Everybody's got a little bit of jitters going. Great stand, though, by the Seahawks defense nonetheless. I'll take the drop, and this will bring up another punt as they have held the line all these possessions as well. Fair count here at the 22 by Williams, where Gino and the boys will take over, hoping to find some footing and rhythm. Yeah, that's a big drop there. Good job by the defense, though. They've not made it easier on the Broncos, and you're put on a short field to start things off. Held up on that end of it. They're rallying the ball really well. We have not allowed a first down yet, Misfit. No. Wasn't it a little Humphrey? Maybe I'm missing. That might be my own thing. maybe that was just my nickname. I thought he was called Little Humphrey by somebody. We're getting a first down here. We're getting a first here. Pumpkin, I need my rally cat. Pumpkin. We need rally cat. Yeah. Rally cat. Come on. I need rally cat over here. You're dropping the ball. It's game day. You predicted this win. Your salmon predictions predicted this. Is Lil Humphrey? Okay, that wasn't just my thing. Okay, good. Yeah, well, I like running the ball here. I like running the ball here. A lot of commercial breaks, DJ. A lot of commercial breaks. That's for sure. Okay, guys. Refresh, restart, reset. Clean slate. Nothing's happened before this moment. It's like, here we go. We're beginning the game again. Charbonnet in the game here on this drive. You have to ignore some more power looks here. And Savin sent, this could be so much worse. You're right. You watch two again, early games, slate of games here today. Look at the Bills. I think they went down by 14 points or something like that to the Cardinals to start things off. 10, 14 points. That was at home, 10 a.m. game. Trying to feel things out week one. Gino under center, 1st and 10. 3 wide. Hand off to Charbonnet. He'll lower his head down and get about 4 or 5 yards. There we go. I like that. Off tackle run. There to Charbonnet. Gino's going to run a little bit of hurry up. They'll give him 4. Gino going shotgun now. Drops back to throw. Looking. Finds Jackson Smith. Nice job by Jackson Smith. Change direction, reroute a little bit there. Keep his feet and able to extend the play to get a first down after the catch. Just a little stopper out there. Sit down and then kind of a little almost zipper out there out to the outside. 1st and 10 now. We're going to get a false start here by Fant. He's claiming he was pulled offsides. I don't think the officials are buying it. They're going to have a little discussion. Oh, it is. He was drawn offsides. Let's go, George. Big George. He was enticed. He was enticed. 1st and 5 now. So I know Grubb here on 1st and 5 is thinking, let's go be aggressive. I think just go, let's back downhill on it with Charbonnet. Let's just start, let's bang him again here. From the 40-yard line, Seahawks territory, play action pass. Quick throw out to Jackson Smith. Nice job there to Jackson. A little short catch. Good job being physical after the catch there. And that'll be another first down, Seahawks. Nice short rhythm throws here by Gino. Nice job by Grubb on this drive. A couple of these throws. Purposefully just get him in that nice little area there. Just quick and easy. Let's get them all back into rhythm here. Settle it down. 4:16 to go in the first quarter. First and 10, shotgun look, 4 wide. Gino's going to change the play at the line of scrimmage. He's got a 3-man front. I'm guessing he's changing this to a run play. Broncos bringing a blitz. I think thinking there's a run coming. Gino, good time in the pocket there. Can't find anybody. We're going to get a flag, and DK's kind of happy over there. He's like, yeah, I got held. That's why that ball's got thrown there, where I was getting pulled and held there. Nice job by the pass pro there to hold up for Gino to go through a couple different reads there. Came back over to DK there, and the ball was nowhere close, but nowhere close maybe because there was a holding, probably. And we've got George Fant coming off the field very gingerly right now, being helped off the field by 2 trainers. So we have a personal foul penalty on the Broncos, which will push this far, far up here as George Fant is slowly, gingerly walking off the field. DK Metcalf got just pulled around the head there. And what happened with Fant? Oh. He just pushed off his knee and it just went Dunsky on him. Stone Forsythe now out at right tackle in George Fant's place. Quick throw out to Jackson Smith. Laviska on a bubble screen. He will be drugged right down to the ground by McMillan, the slot cornerback for the Broncos. 2nd down and 10. Yeah, it might be the MCL, not the ACL, because he was able, at least, I don't know. He can put a lot of, it's always hard to say on those kind of things. Didn't look good, that's for sure. 2nd down and 10, Gino and shotgun. Handoff. Walker. He pushes up inside, not much to be had there. Able to maybe gain about 3 yards on the play. So bring up 3rd and long, 3:08 to go in the first quarter. Seahawks are in Broncos territory after that personal foul penalty. Right on the edge of Jason Myers' field goal range. Gino and shotgun. 4 wide. Broncos showing the house coming. The house is coming. Get rid of it. He does get rid of it. Wayward throw to Derek Young. Nowhere close. Don't think Gino was aware of the fact that the blitz was... I think he was looking for maybe Derek. He's kind of looking over at Derek. Oh, no. He was hoping for a penalty there on Derek. Not entirely sure there if Gino really saw the blitz coming on that play or not. Jason Myers out now for a field goal attempt here. Myers last season 35 of 42. The hold is down. The kick is up. The kick is through. All right, let's go. 3-3. I'll take it. 2:41 to go here in the first quarter. Got a little bit of some juice on that drive. A little bit of something. And we do need Abraham Lucas back ASAP. Now, I know many of you don't like Stone out there and that he is beat up on pretty good by somebody out there in that, and I get it, and I don't think he's great, but he is a fairly seasoned backup here. And he should at least not be a revolving door. So I'm not saying he's going to go out there and mow people down, but he won't be that. And we got maybe it's Dr. Jekyll year for Myers. That's all world Myers when it's Dr. Jekyll. Beast mode, massaging Mike Macdonald's shoulders on the sideline. Oh my God. No, I'm not kidding you. That they're literally showing, he's whispering in his ear. I love Marshawn. Oh my God. Marshawn's great. All right, so here's the kickoff. It'll go to about the 2-yard line here where he'll down it there. And Slobby One says, why did not audible Fant to run a delay route there? I think that's why I'm also thinking that maybe Gino didn't quite see the blitz coming on the play, which is weird because they were, as I said before the snap, they're sending the house. They're showing the house. Their hand was right there. And the route that they ran with Derek was a little bit more, and maybe he thought that Derek was held and the route was supposed to be, by the timing of it, he would have been opened if not held. But whatever the reason, you know. 1st and 10 here from the 30-yard line. Bo Nix will set up under center with a little bit of almost a sub-I formation look here. Fake pitch play to the right. Comes back over here to find Cortland Sutton, who's tackled and ripped down to the ground by Boye Mafe. A lot of that so far early on here with Nix using his legs, play action, get him to the edge, simplify his looks. So far, Sean Payton's doing a good job of just trying to keep him out of not having to do too much of the processing in the pocket stuff, I think, here early on, which is, of course, something that we wanted to try to draw to Nix today, is make him process in that pocket, make him think, make him go through reads. Shotgun look, 3 wide receivers, Nix and shotgun. He's going to throw a little bubble screen here out wide. Great job on the tackle by Julian Love. Second time in this game, he has rallied up and made the play. Nice job, Julian. Josh Reynolds made the catch there on the bubble screen, and Love cut it down quickly. Seahawks have tackled well to begin things here. 3rd down and 3. 1:37 to go in the first quarter. Come on, 12s. Come on, 12s. Seahawks. Off coverage look here, 3rd and 3. Nix is running it. He's going to get the first here. Yeah. He just keeps running over that edge there and attacking up on that edge of things. You're dropping Boye Mafe off that edge that time into coverage, which means there's nobody on that right side then. You're blitzing Baker off the other edge, so you're just kind of giving him that whole opening. And it's going to be 4th and 1 now. They gave him a spot short there, so the official's a little bit rough on that spot there. Nix kind of slid sideways. I don't know if they're saying he kind of gave himself up there, quasi. I guess kind of, yeah, they are. He sort of did sort of a half sort of forward slide thing, and they're saying, no, we're calling it a slide. That's a benefit to the Hawks there on that kind of that spot and call. You got to make a stand here now, potentially the 4th down. So here we go. We're going to get a little tush push here. A little brotherly shove. They're going to measure it just to make sure. And indeed, it is about a ball length short. Okay, come on, 12s. This is where you shine. This is where you shine. Get loud. Get loud. Payton doesn't like the mark. And Denver's going to challenge the spot. Okay. Yeah, the thing about this, I think, that's going to make it hard to challenge is if the official's saying he gave himself up, then it's where he begins to give himself up. And that's why the whole point of the call is where it is in the first place. The official knows where his arm lands. There's no question on that, I think, from the official's perspective. But he's saying that the Nix is giving himself up here, I would believe. Now, you could argue that he wasn't giving himself up, and it was he fell forward, and that certainly is, you'd convince me on that. I wouldn't push back on that part of it. But I think that's why the official put it there. I don't know if I would have marked it there if I was the official saying he gave himself up. That, come back to it. We'll see. It can go either way. Yeah, it's where you start to give yourself up. That's the key with that play too. Is it's one that protects the quarterback, but then penalizes the quarterback if they rule that he's giving himself up, because you're taking back a couple of yards on the play basically from where you start your slide. So it is very, very extreme how much it will pull the ball back if it is indeed the case that you gave yourself up. It looks like they're going to give him the first down here. So weird call by the officials there, because you got to take that into account as you're looking at the review, and he definitely gave himself up right where the spot was at, but is what it is. First down for the Denver Broncos. They'll add some time back on the clock. 1:16 to go here in the first quarter. That's the first down for the Broncos here. A lot of Bronco jerseys in that stadium. One minute to go here in the first quarter. 4-man look front from the Seahawks. Nix dropping back to throw. That ball is wildly overthrown there. Looked like Seahawks could have had a chance on it. I don't think they were expecting it to be that overthrown. Looked like multiple Hawk defenders, if they were just looking up there and not locked on the man, might have had a chance on that one. I'm a little behind on my donos. Sorry, guys. 1 second here. Cheyenne Love, thank you for subscribing. Sean, appreciate it. Second down and 10. 51 seconds here in the first quarter. Still a four-man front here from the Seahawks. Oh, bringing Witherspoon on the blitz late. Bubble screen. Throw out wide. Broken tackle. Almost a first down there. Nice job by Vele, the rookie there out of Utah, to break the first tackle after the bubble screen catch, and great timing on the call there. They caught Hawks pants down a little bit there with Witherspoon blitzing off the edge from that very same side of the field that they attacked on the bubble screen. Julian Love has made a couple tackles today. Couldn't quite bring him down there in open space on that first attempt. Third down and 1. Broncos right at midfield. This is looking tush-push. Nix is killing it as a call. He's going to try to get the Hawks to jump off sides. Pitch play outside. Javonte Williams will pick it up and be cut down, but not before he gets a 4 or 5 yard gain and a first down for the Broncos. Snale, thank you for the $2 donation, and that will be the end of the first quarter on that play. He says, I just got back from my ride. How bad is Grubb? I don't know if it's not been good. I think if I put the fault at the feet here, it's the pass protection's not been great, but also I think the play calling has not done the pass protection any favors. I think that they've gone a little bit, at times, to me, it feels like almost a bit too pass happy with the 2-to-1 pass to run rate. I know they haven't run the ball sensationally, but I would have liked to try to attack more in this Denver defense on that run play, make them show me that they can thoroughly stop the run. But pass pro's been a part of it too. Just haven't found the rhythm yet. As an offensive play caller, I don't think fully in this game. Started to find a couple first downs in the last drive, Snale, so there are some signs of life here. But I think that would be an accurate way to put it on this one. Megan, thank you for the $2 donation. Love to love. Love. Thank you, Megan, for the $2 donation. Love is indeed, he can play. He's a good player. 4 tackles already here, a tackle for loss through just 1 quarter. Robert Jimenez, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Marshawn Lynch is an American treasure. There's no doubt about that. And the line, your sideline is all, it will, whether he's in uniform or not, your sideline is incrementally more tougher with Marshawn Lynch is just standing on your sidelines. I'll say that as well, Robert. Believer in that. Thank you, man. I appreciate the $2 dono. Gardner with the $2 dono as well. Says, Lynch has had a little Hennessy, I see. Love it. Hey, that's just how he does, you know. Game days, you know, 2 shots, 2.5 shots, just to get the belly warm. That's the way he does it, you know. That's how he runs over people. That's his beast mode fuel. And who are we to question the beast mode fuel? Carmela Carver, thank you for subscribing to the channel. Carmela, thank you. Really, really do appreciate it, folks. Please do join Carmela, Shaun, Jessica Mitchell, Ronald Cornelius, who are so kind as to sub up the channel here today. Helps this channel out tremendously with these subs, with you guys hitting the like button. I know I ask a lot, but it is something that does help this channel out a lot. So thank you for all those folks that do that. I really do appreciate it. So the Broncos will start out here just onto the Seahawks side of the football field. 1st and 10, 42 total yards on 15 plays for the Broncos in that first quarter. 38 yards on 15 plays for the Seahawks in that first quarter. So not an offensive juggernaut of a showing on either side of the ball to begin things here. 15 minutes to go in the second quarter. Under center is Nix here with a little bit of an I formation kind of look. Run up the middle, big old hole. Biggest hole of the game so far. It's a fumble. But the ball bounces right over to Troutman, who was able to fall on it. Javonte Williams with a 12, 13-yard gain there. He hurdled up and got the ball knocked out, but best run of the day for the Broncos by far. I think that was Julian Love that knocked the ball out. Nice hit by Love. Under center again, here's Nix. Handoff, inside. Drugged down there, but not before a gain of about another 4 yards. And indeed, we're not getting a lot of pass rush right now. Some of these are the short throw angle of it. You know, when they're getting the balls out on these bubble screens, and I think some of it is you throw so many of these bubbles and whatnot, you're going to cause defense to be a little hesitant in getting upfield too. But indeed, we're not getting much as far as pressure here. I haven't seen Macdonald try to dial up a lot of blitzes either. I would have suspected a little bit more of the stacked boxes and stuff. He's staying more four-man front here on the Broncos. Pitch play out wide here to Jaleel. He'll get out in space with another nice gain. Cut down there finally by Julian Love, but not before he gets a first down. Broncos driving. 13:20 to go here in the second quarter. Nine-play drive here for the Broncos. Nix back in shotgun, 3 wide to the far side of the field. Play action pass. Another little kind of bubble screen out to wide. So it's just run, bubble screen, run, bubble screen. All right, Mike, you got what they're trying to do here. There's no real pushing the ball up the field. It's either run, bubble screen, or play action, and then move Nix to the strong side of the field and give him a read or two to throw or let him use his legs. It's kind of the Broncos' offense right now in full. It's working on this drive, but also gives something here for maybe Macdonald to kind of pinpoint onto him what they're doing. 2nd down and 7. Nixon shotgun, 3 wide. Seahawks get some pressure. They do hit Nix. He dumps it off. He'll be drugged down the ground quickly, though, by Baker. Couldn't see exactly who had backside pressure on that play, but they did make contact. You're just a hair away from causing a fumble there almost. Boy, there's a lot of orange in that stadium. Seahawks fans. Bro. 3rd down and 9. Four-man pressure look here from the Seahawks. They do get home there. Intercepted! Ball's going to be picked off down there by Jordan Love, who's playing a whale of a game at the 1-yard line. Leonard Williams supplying the pass rush, able to hit Bo Nix as he threw. And Jordan Love jumped the route up in front of it and able to make the pick. We'll see if he got his feet down. Nice job by Love to get the feet down, by the way, make the catch secured and get him down if he did. Leonard Williams bearing down on Nix. He had Nix kind of falling away on the throw there. Great angle, camera crew. It's a great angle. Shot the pile. Then they go to commercial. But great job. Great job by Williams on that play. You can see Nix on that pressure. Williams is coming at him, and Nix is kind of flailing away on the throw. That takes something off the throw because you're not stepping up to it. Ball's got a little bit of wobble there on that. Love, though. Hell of a game here. 6 tackles. Tackle for loss. Pass defense. Interception. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Stale, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, if Grubb busts, you Huskies won't hear the end of it. I bet not, especially from the Wazoo brethren out there, I would guess, on that, Snail, huh? Maybe most especially from them. Thank you, though, Snail. Appreciate you. We'll give him some time. Garth, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, Brando, I got here late, so give me your opinion on Dak getting the Brinks truck backing up into his garage. Dak is good, but not Super Bowl winning good. I would agree with you. I wouldn't pay Dak, but then I wouldn't pay a lot of the quarterbacks in this league the money that they're getting paid. I would trust my chances in another direction. And the Cowboys have been a pretty unimaginative franchise for a great many years. And they're very, kind of just, I would say they're a bit stagnant in their approach at times. There's some things that work in their approach, like making the offensive line a point of development and keeping it, well up to snuff. But there's other places where you look at them and you go, okay. And so, they're going to pay him. I'm shocked that they are, if that's where this has gone. But, at the same point in time, it does Garth fit to the Jerry Jones model to do it. I had thought that they were going to maybe try to softly kind of pedal off of it and go a different direction next year, kind of a change our ways, do something else, try a different application. But this would be more of the same, I would say, if they continue to do it, Garth, and I wouldn't do that as well. All right, we got Gino in the shadow of his own end zone here on 1st and 10. He's going to roll to the right. Got to get rid of it, Gino. And then you've got a freaking holding call in the end zone, and that's going to be a safety. Isn't it a safety if it's a holding in the end zone? Am I off on that? The grub play calling has been miserable here to begin things. It's been, you're running a sprint option left with Gino, and Gino's got to again sit here and look for a throw, and that's going to be a safety. The play calling has been effing weird as hell from Grubb. I don't get that sprint. I don't remember the last time I've watched a team in their own end zone running a sprint option to the left side on a right-handed quarterback. And then Gino's got to get rid of the ball. You're running the sprint option, you got to be aware that he's holding the ball and tippy-tapping the ball. That's the thing about that too, is that you get the ball out because the guys are going to have a holding call back there. It's a safety. Holy crap, dude. What a brutal opening offensive look of this team that is way too talented to be looking this bad. This is not a good Bronco defense necessarily. And right now, the play calling from Grubb to start things off is... Oh, man. I don't know what he's doing today. Everything that I said in the keys of what you want to do offensively from a Grubb perspective walking into this game, everything that I said, he's gone the opposite direction from in his approach here from an offensive play calling standpoint. You've watched all of training camp. Scramble here by Nix for 5 yards. 1st and 10. Second down and 6. Play action pass. Throw away. Nice job by Derek Hall to supply the pressure there. Didn't take the bait on the play action and got right on top of Bo Nix, who threw it away for an incompletion. 3rd down and 6. Good job defensively here. Come on, D. See if you can hold this up. Derek Hall. Nice job there. 3rd and 6. Seahawks bringing a blitz. Witherspoon not able to get there. A little overthrow. Nice job on the overthrow. Cortland Sutton couldn't bring it in. Great job defensively. Like dialing up a pressure there. Does feel like when he dials up the pressure, Nix does feel it. Like he senses it's coming and he's like, ooh, to get this thing out. And he's kind of falls away a little bit. He doesn't exactly step strong into it if he feels the pressure's there. You know, he's kind of flailing a little bit to the side when he does throw it in those kind of moments. And that affects your accuracy at that point, of course, along with velocity. So here's a punt now. Very nice punt. This will be fumbled. Fall on it. And they will get the ball back. I got to see one more damn player drop a ball after a punt and then sit there and patty cake his ass around with the effing ball like, what are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? You dropped it on the punt. Fall on the ball. What are you going to pick it up in that moment and juke your way around and spin around and twist? 1st and goal from the 9-yard line. God, we just dumb players every year on punt returns. Like, it's just so hard. Just fair catch the ball. You're on the roster because you can't play corner and your only job is to be a punt returner. That's the only reason you made this effing roster. That's it. You have no more value to this team than that. Catch the ball. And if you don't catch it, then get on top of it. I can understand dropping it. Drops happen. Don't compound the decision with a dumbass mistake on top of it where you start patty caking up the ball. Jump on the thing. God, I've seen players do it. DJ Dallas did it last year. Like, what are the coaches telling them? Don't you have a special teams coach to tell them for this? 1st and goal, tackle in the backfield, 14-yard line. Be 2nd goal from the 14. God, what do these coaches do? Like, what do you do? Like, what do you do? There's no moment where you have a moment, you sit with the guy as a punt returner and say, if this occurs, here is what you are going to do in that moment. I want you to drop it, but if you drop it, fall on the ball. Fall on the ball. I've seen enough of the Williams experience. We can get another guy in here on that. That's like one of those plays. 1st and 2nd, 14. Seahawks defense rallying up here, doing a nice job, making the tackle here for a 3rd down and goal. Good job on their part. They continue to play strong and do what they can. Holy crap. Third and goal from the 11-yard line. Nix back in shotgun, trips to the far side of the field. Seahawks showing a 4-man front. Ball being knocked away there. Looks like Tariq Woolen was in coverage. Nice job by Tariq Woolen. This will be a field goal attempt here by the Broncos. Will Lutz comes out for a field goal attempt now. Another short one for him here. He's going to pipe this one right down the middle. Broncos will take the increasing lead of now 8-3. Ran the cut. Thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate for that. Ran says picked off Jordan Love. was it Julian Love? Jordan Love. Julian Love. Thank you, Rand. Great play by Julian. Mumbles has been a member for 22 months of the Hawks Nest. Thank you for that. So some things never change, eh? O-line. Eh? O-line. Yeah. I mean, the play with the Bradford play to me is one where I'm not even going on Bradford with that one, quite frankly. There's two other people there that I'm going to pinpoint on that play. There's been other spots where there's been some pressure too. Tomlinson. I don't know what's the coaching staff has seen in him to believe that he should be the guy out there right now above Haynes. I trust that it's the right spot from their standpoint, but he certainly doesn't do a whole lot for you out there. Maybe he's done a little bit as far as a run blocker in this game, I guess. But O-line's been a problem. The thing with this, though, as well, is that this is supposed to be a spread system that gets the ball out of the quarterback's hand. You know, the big thing with this is that there are those big plays from the Huskies last year where indeed Michael Penix is hitting shot plays down the field and he's taking these big old plays and whatnot, but there's a lot of other plays mixed in there where the ball is just getting out of the quarterback's hands, where there's an emphasis and an onus upon, I'm going to have something dialed up here quickly to get this ball out of my QB's hands. Less of the overall attempts over the course of the game where that quarterback's sitting there patty caking the ball, holding onto the ball. I've seen a lot of patty caking from Gino Smith today. He's patty caking more than 2 6-year-old girls in out playing intramural. And that's indicative of trying to hit routes to me that are a little bit deeper down the field, unless Denver's just eating up all of the short stuff. So it's a little bit on the line, but it's a little bit to the play calling is on this as well, where I didn't expect walking into this game against Denver. You said, okay, we're going to take a bunch of 7-step drops here with Gino. We're going to have a lot of plays of slow developing routes with Gino, and then like that'll open up deep. We can attack the Bronco defense that way. I would have thought there would have been a little bit more, rhythm-based stuff. And right now, this offense has got no rhythm to it. It's the white guy in the club who can't dance. But yet he's out on the center of the dance floor, Doing his little Carlton dance. William Leonard, thank you for the $2 donation. This game has echoes of last year's opener. A little bit. I mean, I would say certainly offensively speaking, that would be the case. I think last year's opener, though, you could kind of say both sides of the ball felt like they were out of sorts. I think the defense is doing, thank you, take fair catches that one, I think, or downs that one, sorry. I think the defense is doing all they can. They've been put on 2 short fields here in this football game, and they've given up 8 points. I look at the defense in this and I said, last year's defensive effort was nowhere near this. But offensively speaking, it's not been there. That D. Williams play is going to piss me off to the nth degree, I'll tell you what. I don't mind if you drop it as a punter. That happens, punt returner. It's hard to catch sometimes. Conditions, all that, I get that. You have the opportunity to then fall on the ball. You fall on the ball. And you're trained this, by the way, at a very early age in football. That's why I'm so mad about this, is it's something that you would train peewee players. Gino under center. 1st and 10. Hand off here to Walker. Outside zone run. Walker trying to run strong. He'll get about 2 or 3 yards. Not much daylight there to be had in the ground game. But that's why I get so mad about it, is because this is something you're taught at a rudimentary level as far as football. It's one of the first things they'll teach you. Don't pick it up and try to go do something with it. Fall on the ball. It's slippery. It's hard to grab. It's not as easy to pick up as it looks when you're trying to run full speed. Fall on the ball. But we'll let it go. Shamel, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you for doing that, Shamel. William Leonard, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, we are finally set up for a 43-8 now. There we go. 2nd and 7. Yeah, Gino and shotgun here. He'll drop back to throw. Whips this out to DK Metcalf. We're going to get a flag on the play. Surtain getting a little bit too grabby, I guess. Pass interference on Surtain. Thank you, William, for the $2 dono. Appreciate you for that. Mr. Mubbles, $2 donation, says, damn, Brando, calling my moves out. Ouch. Hey, it's okay. As long as you're feeling it, it's all right. Don't mean it's looking good, but 1st and 10 here now for the Hawks at the 39-yard line, their own territory. Gino back under center, 3 wide. Broncos, a lot of men around the line of scrimmage expecting run here. And Walker's got nowhere to go. He flips a man over his back, but doesn't do any good. Still going to lose a couple yards there. Broncos seem to see that play coming from a mile away. They had everybody up around the line of scrimmage on that play. Holy mackerel. Second and 14, 4-yard loss on the play. That's the third negative play for your Seahawks in this game. On top of that, safety. Play action pass. Gino lets it rip to DK Metcalf. Metcalf makes his first catch of the game here with 7:06 to go in the second quarter. So bring up a 3rd and short. Third and 2. Be exact. Gino in shotgun. 4-man look front here from the Broncos. Drops back to pass. He's looking. Hits his man, Tyler Lockett, who makes the catch, holding on very strong against Riley Moss there. There's the attacking of Riley Moss I was hoping we were going to see, and we got it there. Nice job on a contested catch kind of situation there from Tyler Lockett. Keeps his hands off and then back shoulder throw. Very good. First down. See if that gives Gino a little bit of confidence here. Very nice throw on his part. First and 10. Seahawks on the 34-yard line, Broncos territory. They're going to bring blitz. Gino, got to get rid of it. Run, Gino. Run. Run, Gino. Gino in the open field, and he's loose. Gino's loose in the open field, and he's brought down for a touchdown. Seahawks. Gino said, I'll put you on my back on this one. The blitz was bearing down around Gino. Looked like he was about to get taken by the tidal wave. He stepped up, climbed the pocket, kept his eyes up the field to keep the defenders pushed back, and then he turned on those jets. Hit up at 19 miles an hour this past offseason, the fastest in offseason training period for your Seahawks, and you saw why there on the drive. He's got some wheels when he's going forward. Broncos just got pulled out of it. Nice little juke there. Little subtle open juke in the open field there by Gino. Touchdown, Seahawks. And the Hawks are going to go for 2 here. Aggro Mike in the house. Aggro Mike in the house. Seahawks trips to the far side of the field. What a weird offensive lineman look here. Holy, I've never seen this before. Gino dropping back to throw. And they're trying to back shoulder it there to DK Metcalf. Can't quite make it work. And Gino taps his chest, says, DK, that was on me on that throw. But Gino Smith gives the Seahawks the lead here with 5:55 to go in the second quarter and what has been a weird first half. But I will take it. I will take it. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. He says if the offensive coordinator wanted to fix this fast, he can't from the box. We'll see. I think he's going to be hard-pressed to be pulled from that box. I think it's going to take a couple of these performances to yank him down there, man. But as you say with it, you know, that tends to be always an adjustment you'll see OCs make when things aren't looking like they should. So it's certainly a possibility they maybe eventually go down that road with him on it. For sure. Thank you, though, Jeffrey. All your support and donations, man, as well as being a member of the channel. Noah Conley has subscribed to the channel. Noah, I appreciate that from the bottom of my heart, man. Thank you for that. Banana Nana Nana has also subscribed to the channel. Thank you, Banana Nana Nana Nana. I appreciate you for doing that. Folks, please do join them. Hit that like button. Sub on up if you get the chance today. I would really appreciate it. Helps this channel grow. Helps me get bigger. We're trying to get over 20,000 this year. We'd love to get that mark. You can help us get that mark now if you hit that sub button. So please do so. And thank you to guys for hearing that, heeding that call, and subbing on up. Mumbles, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, I guess we just don't trust Myers with extra points. Huh. That's the thing. That's the deal with the devil you make on a Dr. Jekyll season for Jason Myers Mumbles, which is that he'll hit all the field goals. He'll hit them from 55, 57, 58 out. Okay. But too many extra points. There's going to be a few extra point misses. It's what you get. We're not getting the dark. We're not getting the Jekyll. So we got to be just happy with that. But this year, that is the off. That's the trade-off, I guess. We got to deal with their Mumbles. That's that trade-off. It's a give and take, my man. Wu-Tang Financial. Thank you for the $10 donation, Wu-Tang. Very kind of you, too. God, you guys are amazing on the support on this channel. I really, really do appreciate you. It says, Gino Vic, don't doubt. Offense takes a while to gel, and the defense is flying. Well said, Wu-Tang. Very, very well said. And thank you for the $10 donation drop. Really appreciate that as well. And Gino, how about that? Like I said, open field Gino. He's got some speed to him. You know, I'm not going to say he's this great improviser in the pocket and he's all bouncy back there like your Kyler Murray, Lamar types, but you get him out in the open field and he can cook it up. And hey, he gave that guy a little sauce. He gave him a little bit of Worcester. He gave him a little of that, Nice job there by Gino. Let's go. And yeah, the defense is looking good. Defense has been put on some short fields. Defense has been put into some predicaments in this game. This could be so much worse in our positioning and where we're sitting in this game and the work that we would have to do than it is. And that's on the back largely in part of how this defense has held the line until this offense can potentially find itself. And you're right, Wu-Tang. Offense got time to find itself. Opening game this season, there's going to be some rust. I was referencing the Bills game earlier today where the Bills started out in that game behind the Cardinals, looked completely out of sorts, looked like they almost were like partially broken, and then they snapped it into place and locked it, and they were good to go, and they were flying by the end of that game. So maybe our offense can do more of that same kind of thing here, hopefully. Please, God. All right. After it is down to the end zone, the Broncos are going to take it out here at the 30-yard line. 1 minute to go, 5:55 to go in this second quarter. Seahawks up 9-8. Nix under center, 2 tight end look here, play action pass. He's looking to take a shot deep. He's going to come back down to a second read here. Nice job on the play by Devin Witherspoon, jumping up in front of that route, knocking that ball away. Another half step away from potentially grabbing a pick on that play there. And he shakes his head and says, don't you test me. Don't you test me. Nice job by the Seahawks keeping it clean deep there. You could see on that deep drop by Nix, that was a place where I think Payton, who's been very patient in his play calling, wanted there to try to hit something a little bit deeper down the field with Nix. Seahawks took that away and then still had the tight coverage underneath with Devin Witherspoon. 5:49 to go. Shotgun look here for Nix. 3 wide. It's going to be a little throw play out to the flat. And he's going to be taken down nicely by Tyrell Dodson. Great play by Dodson, getting off the block and then getting an arm on the leg of McLaughlin, and tearing him down to the ground. 3rd down and 10. Big play potentially here right now in this game. The Hawks can start to shift some of this momentum fully back into their favor. The 12th man up on their feet, roaring. Nix in shotgun. 3rd and 10, dropping back. And it looks like we've got either a timeout or a penalty flag here. It looks like the Seahawks called timeout on the play. Macdonald did not like what he was seeing. First timeout taken by the Seattle Seahawks here in this half. Duquan Quack, thank you for the $2 donation. Appreciate you for that, Duquan. Says, Jukebox Hero. Let's go. Thank you for the domino, man. Mom in the house. Everyone say hi to Mom. Thank you for the $10 dono, Mom. This is Aloha. Go Hawks. Hope you're having a good time out there. Out west. Love you, Mom. Thank you for watching. Appreciate you. Love you. All right, so what does Macdonald do here? 3rd and 10, you go 4-man front. Do you run the stack boxes up here and then drop out of it? Do you run a blitz? Don't let them get the time to get to those long developing plays that you need, the routes that need to long develop to get down the field to that stick marker at 10 yards. Looks like just a 4-man front here to start things off on this side. 3 seconds on the play clock, winding down. Nix dropping back to pass. Seahawks bringing some pressure. It's complete. Rallies up. Reshon Jenkins rallies right up and makes the tackle. Seahawks have been all over the short stuff today, defensively speaking. Broncos, it's a lot of the pop gun attack a bit by their offense in the throw game. Even there, we're going to throw it in front of the sticks. You're not seeing Bo Nix trying to push the ball down the football field. And so the Seahawks reacting to that well, where, okay, you get 4 yards on the catch. That's 6 yards in front of the sticks. I'm bringing you down right here. Nowhere else to go. D. Williams back now here, waving for a fair catch. And this ball again will be down at the 1 yard line. Boy, I'm done with D. Williams. Okay? I'm done with D. Williams. It took a bad hop. I mean, the thing took a brutal hop too, but boy, oh boy. Williams is kind of... Hawks are going to have to take over from about the half-yard line here. Unbelievable. Just fair catch it at the 6, man. Don't put him back in the shadow again. That Bronco punter is insane. I got to check what he's done today, but he has been off the hook. 65-yard long today. These punters are just getting better and better and better. I'll tell you what. 1st and 10. Seahawks in the shadow of their own end zone. Handoff inside here. And they might have another safety. They have another safety. Whew. This game is emotionally going to wreck me, I can already tell. 2 safeties in one game from the Denver Broncos. That's why you've got to catch the ball at the 6, fair catching it. Don't let it bounce. Boy, I'm ready for Tyler Lockett back here right now, the rest of this game, fielding punts. I'll take my chances with Tyler Lockett at this point. Completely garbage rep by Laken Tomlinson, who got whooped off of the line of scrimmage instantaneously by Zach Allen. The Broncos, again, as the defense has been at times throughout the course of this game, just knowing where everything's going prior to the snap. You can see they're running right to where they know the play is going to go. There's no misdirection. There's no unaccounting of where things are at. And wow, what a wild punt there by that punter to be able to drive that 65 yards, because they weren't on necessarily a short field on that punt. Drives it all the way down. How huge that looms over the top of this. Jeez. Williams has got to go, though. This is going to be a problem going through the season at this point. He's supposed to be a guy brought in to be specifically your punt returner. He's not catching the ball. He's fumbling the ball. The point of him being here and taking up a roster spot's null and void at this point. What a weird game. All right, here's the kickoff at the 10-yard line. Broncos will run it out from there. Nice return out to the 36-yard line. Yeah, this is a brutal first game, Leon. This has been a brutal first game. And I'm at Laken Tomlinson. William, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Turnstile Tomlinson. I mean, you're in your end zone. You've got to make contact with the guy. You don't have to win the block. You can't whiff on the block at the goal line. I mean, he completely whiffed. Allen almost was untouched as a defensive lineman busting into the backfield and hitting Charbonnet. And I still don't wonder I still trying to figure out Laken Tomlinson, what the draw there was with them to continue to run him out there. Again, another guy where you're like, didn't make sense in the offseason with it, and you watch it in the game now and you go, it still don't make a lot of sense here. He looks kind of a bit old and not out of I don't know. Handoff inside. Taken down to the ground. Nice job defensively on that by Byron Murphy, making the tackle there on the inside. Why can't Chenault return punts? I don't know. I'm with that. They kept this Williams guy because he's supposed to be the specialty guy. That's his whole thing where he's really great at it. So we're going to hold the whole roster spot because this guy's so awesome at just returning punts. But you can't feel that you're not awesome at it. Great tackle by Dotson on the screenplay there. He shot up, Broncos had something looking like they were going to set it up. He does a good job of getting off blocks. He's slippery. And he's got such a nice little bit of quickness to him where he just gets past the block before the blocker really can get in the right position to get him etched out of the play. So 3rd and 8. Seahawks are going to try to hold this up here again defensively if they can. They've given up only 6 collective points in this half. The offense has almost given up more points than your defense has in this half. 3 minutes to go, second quarter. Nixon shotgun. They're setting up protections here, and we're going to get a timeout from the Broncos as the play clock was winding down. Richard Stewardson, thank you for the $2 donation. Richard, I didn't have anything in there for a comment on your donation, but he actually did 2 donations, Richard, back to back. So I'm sorry, a little late to acknowledge on both those. I get into the play calling, and it kind of gets me caught up. But thank you for the back-to-back $2 donations from you, Richard. I hope you're having a good one where you're at, Mr. Stewardson. And I appreciate you watching. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, quarterback sneak for the love of God. I would have gone with something like that. Not the worst way to go. Just give yourself some breathing room. You're right. Yeah. Much better way to go there on that one than the other way. Off tackle run there. Whew. Jeffrey Thistle with the $2 dono. It says, feels like Pete never left. Heart attack football. I guess it's just a thing we're going to have to deal with no matter who's the coach. All right, Nixon shotgun, 3rd and 8, dropping back to throw out a shotgun. He's going to run up and try to get it here, and he's got a completion to Cortland Sutton, who's wide open in the middle of the field. No one around him there. He'll fall down after the catch. First down for the Broncos. Broncos on the 45-yard line in Seahawks territory. 2 minutes and 12 seconds to go. Handoff inside to Jaleel. He'll run hard, pushing his way forward for a 3 or 4 yard gain. Thank you, Jeffrey, again for another dono. And it does look like we're going to be having heart attacks today, one way or the other. Silas McDonald, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, we cut Eskridge to keep this guy? What the F? Yeah, I don't much get it either on that one. Admittedly, when I was thinking and looking at this in training camp, I was kind of thinking with Williams as they did it. Well, okay, you got a guy that you really think is trusty and he can do the job really well. And if you want to hold a roster spot for a guy that can do that job well, and by punt return, if that's your job and you have to do it well, then that means you have to do all that. I don't even need you to do the part where you're returning back a lot of yards. Punt returning in the modern age has gone away largely. Just doesn't happen real much. You get some punt returns here and there, but it's basically out of the game. So what you need from your punt returner is to field the ball and not allow turnovers and not have your team getting pinned back at the 2 yard line. And he's failed on every account today, has Williams. He has failed all the way around as a punt returner today, and that's your speciality as a job. Not all on his fault, but that's a huge part of this game right now. You can't allow yourself as a punt returner to have that big of a factor in a negative way on your team like that, and he has. And this is a yearly problem for us. We just cannot seem to figure it out in off season. We go through guys every year and we just can't find a guy that's able to do it. But in watching in training camp, I will say there just wasn't a lot of guys that were comfortable back there doing it. I guess it's really hard to field punts. You can't practice it. You can't get good at it. It can't get second nature. I mean, back in my day, the punt returners could trick on you with it. They could do the William Mays catch. They could do the one-hander. They got so good at it, they could set themselves up to run forward and catch the ball as the ball was coming down. Guys had a sense with it. Now it just seems like these guys don't ever do it in the offseason, and they get to training camp and they're like, okay, I'm going to start doing punt returns now. Start hitting the jugs with me on it. And I don't get it. It's like, that's your one job. I'm over it. Hopefully it doesn't cost us any more today. Stanley, thank you for the $2 donations. He says, I'm having flashbacks to the 92 season, B. Yeah, this offense has kind of been looking like that so far today. His first half has been brutal. 7 of 11 for 61 yards from Gino. He's got your one good run. You've got 13 yards rushing otherwise of that. I don't know what we've been trying to do offensively today, really. I mean, the goal line stuff is going to be weird play calling wise, but for anybody, so that's not. But I'm not sure exactly what the whole point on what they were trying to do in attacking the Broncos is today. I don't see what they're offensively speaking. What was your approach, Grubb, coming into this? All right, 2nd down and 7, empty look here for Nix. Back in shotgun, trips to the far side of the field. He'll drop back to throw, let it rip, and almost intercepted. Dotson had it in his hands, and he just couldn't reel it in. Nix threw a fastball there, and Dotson standing right there in the right spot. He's played a really good game. Just couldn't quite reel that one in. Oh, it hit him right in the face. 3rd down and 7. Seahawks showing a stacked box here for Nix. Nix changing things up at the line. A little bit of chess match going on between the Hawks and Nix as he's trying to change things and get it just right. Seahawks bringing a full house blitz here. Devin Witherspoon had him. Nix ran away from him and was able to clear the pocket. Good job by Boye Mafe, though, in pursuit. He's able to bring him down to the ground, clean it up there for Witherspoon. Witherspoon had a chance there for a sack, and he let Nix off the hook. Seahawks bringing a full house blitz there. Everybody's coming off that right side. That's what they call a casino blitz. And that will bring another 4th down up. So Seahawks defense today, tip of the cap, tip of the nod. Macdonald's defense has been legit day one here. It's a rookie quarterback, but very good opening performance from them. And he lets it land again. Williams lets it land again, and that ball, if that took a bad hop, would have done the same damn thing again. Oh my God. Get Lockett in the game or somebody else. Why would he let that drop behind him? Oh, God. This guy's going to make me nervous all year. I can tell. All right. 141. Seahawks, 2 timeouts. So plenty of time here. We've seen Gino and the boys operate with this time before. We've seen Gino at his best at times in 2-minute drills. See how it goes here. Hawks from the 10-yard line in their own territory. 4-man front from the Broncos. Gino dropping back to throw. Slides a little bit. He's going to be sacked. Stone Forsythe giving up the sack. Offensive line continues to be trash. Wow, I did not expect the offense to be this bad today. This is as bad as I've seen an offense look, and that's saying something, I think, in quite a bit of time. They have no plan, and the defense is all over everything. Like they're set up in shotgun, the defense just anticipating pass all the way. Guys are pinning their ears back. And now we're back in our own end zone again here. Broncos called the timeout. They have 1 remaining. Throw out to Walker. Bubble screen to Walker. I don't know if he dropped it, I thought. No, I guess he caught it. Ooh. Seahawks offense doing a good job of going backwards here. Hopefully they don't hand Denver another 2 points here. 3rd and 18, hand off to Walker. Walker will bust this outside a little bit, keep his feet, and give the Hawks some breathing room for a punt. Boy, a brutal half of offensive football. Dixon will line up to punt, and the Hawks are going to have to take a timeout, I think, here because they were at why are you taking a timeout there? You can't get the punting unit out on the field in time? Okay. Stuff. Mumbles, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Mumbles, he says, hey, I thought we got rid of Eskridge. Did we just change his name because he got such a bad rap? I don't know, man. I when it comes to this Williams guy, I don't know. I don't know what the team saw in him. I don't know what it is that he does not look comfortable back there fielding punts. I just saw it again on the last punt with it, where he's not tracking the ball well in that stadium. He does not see where it's coming at. He's letting it drop behind his back. Like those kind of balls, you got to not let it drop. Fair catch it. And I don't know if he just lost his confidence of catching it after the fumble. It's a big punt by Dixon back at the 45-yard line where he'll be run out of bounds there with 31 seconds to go in this first half. They took their time to drain the clock. My bad on that. Okay. My bad on the timeout then. Thank you for letting me know on that, Snail. I thought Denver had another timeout, so I was anticipating Denver was calling that final timeout there. First and 10, 31 seconds to go from the 47-yard line here. Nix rolling out, looking, and he's finally going to walk out of bounds for not any gain. But thank you again, Mumbles. I think with Eskridge, too, he carried the $3 million, which is part of, I think, his cost this year they didn't want to pay. I think that was a little bit of it. Why they didn't keep him. Denver will receive the second half kick. Chance for them to steal a possession here from the Seahawks. 2nd down and 9. 4 wide. Shotgun look here for Nix. Play clock winding down. Pressure. Nice job in coverage there by Tariq Woolen. Very well done. He breaks the ball away. He's had a very good half as Woolen, and he was right there tight in coverage once again. Nicely done. Third down and 9. Timeout by the Seahawks. They'll call their final one here. Joshua Carlisle, thank you for the $10 donation, Joshua. I really appreciate you for that. It's really kind. I love John, but I'm so tired of him undervaluing the guard position. At this point, the entire offensive line is so bad, I'm worried about wasting valuable years of rookie contracts. So frustrating. Indeed, it has been frustrating with John on the guard situation. I think he's in a bit of a pickle with it because of how hard it is at times to find good guards, and that it's unlike many other positions. There's just not a plethora of options always out there, and sometimes the options are like spending $20 million on Hunt last year by the Carolina Panthers in free agency, and we'll see if this can solidify down. I think the Let's see, 3rd and 9 here, stacked box again from a 5-man look here. They drop out of it to a 4-man. Nix is looking deep down the field, and he's got Trey Brown gives up the completion on 3rd and 9 to Josh Reynolds. Just a trust throw up to Josh Reynolds on the smaller 5'9" Trey Brown, and he's just able to go up and go get it. Trey. Reynolds got a couple inches on Trey there. 13 seconds remaining here. Broncos in field goal range. Three-man front from the Seahawks. They're protecting deep here from Nix. Nix is going to try to roll out here and buy himself some time, and he'll get ran out of bounds with 7 seconds to go. Looks like Sean Payton's going to go with the field goal attempt here. So I'm with you, Joshua, in that I think, part of this was that you 3 years ago had to basically rebuild everything because everything had been completely kind of neglected. And what that meant is that there was a lot of work to be done, and there was a lot that you were going to have to clean up, both from a front side and a depth side. This field goal's up and it's good, so the Broncos will take a 13-9 lead here, and we got 2 seconds remaining before we can get to half. This has been almost a 2-hour first half. This game's going to be maybe 5.5 hours long before it's all said and done today. But I get I'm with you on the frustration, Joshua, so I don't want to seem like I'm pushing back against it. I think John is in a bit of a pickle with the position because of the fact that it is so hard to find good guys. It's part of why I did like the Haynes pick, and I think long-term Haynes is a guy that will develop there. But you are waiting on guys to develop through that you've had to now kind of fill all these holes up over the past couple of years. Because you had to start from scratch. You have guys in varying states of development. You have guys like an Abraham Lucas that's still not back. Haynes that you're waiting on him to come forward with. You're waiting on the young guys to start to fill that thing in that was such a hole and a problem. But I think some of your tiredness with it too is that this isn't just a today problem. This was a today problem that you ran into a couple of years ago when you started that rebuild that you've been neglecting for all of those years. And I don't often understand why with John, when he does so many smart things, that the one place he sometimes does seem to forget is the offensive line. He's done a better job the past couple of years, but it is a little bit weird at times that there's not a little bit more onus placed upon it. And the Laken Tomlinson signing remained an odd one this offseason. It remained an odd one from every pundit and analyst that was looking at the Seahawks team, and it still does remain an odd one today. And that kick will go deep. Laviska Shenault will slide down there, and that will take us to halftime. Brutal half for your Seahawks, but could have been much worse. They find themselves down 13-9, and the offense played about a poorer football game, I think, in the first half as you possibly can. Absent of about a 40-yard Gino scramble and a couple throws from him, that was pretty poor on that side of it. So Joshua, I'm with you on it. I would like to see more put onto it. I think that if Lincoln is not going to be able to give you out there the steady hand as that veteran as left guard in this game, like it looked like he was unable to do in that first half, then go for the youth and allow the youth to start to at least develop, to see what you have in Haynes, to see if he's capable of playing the left guard. Because we don't need to be throwing Laken out there playing at league worst left guard rate and just running that out because he's a vet. That doesn't make any sense either on that side of it. So I share your frustration. I get where you're coming from, and I felt that same way for years and wanting to see them, get into this a little bit more. I mean, this is why I've got my video on my channel with, wanting that Creed Humphrey thing when you passed on him, and just for years wanting to see them build the lineup. Let's turn it into a strength. What happens if we actually turn our offensive line into strength? What would that bring? Richard Stewartson, thank you for another $2 donation, Richardson. Stewart, yeah, I just combined your name, Richard. Thank you for that $2 donation, but all of your donos today. I know it's your third one on that. I really appreciate it. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that too, right, Mark? Very kind of you guys. I just can't even keep up on the donos. You guys are so amazing on this. It says, just because we're wearing the throwbacks doesn't mean we need to play like those teams. Doesn't mean we, let me say just because we're wearing the throwbacks doesn't mean we need to play like those teams. Great D, really bad O. Yeah, it's definitely, as I think Snail or someone else was saying there below there, it's shades of sort of 92 with these uniforms a bit, because that's how this is how it used to look back then in the early 90s with the offense and how I'd play, and then the defense, how they'd play on the other side of it. And yeah, well, while you can definitely bang around the offense for completely being out of it in that first half for a large period of what we watched, the defense was really good. And they did all they could here, I think, to hold the line in this game to give this offense a chance in the second half to come back. They've got to make it stand and stick now at the start of the second half of that first possession. But they've done yeoman's work here in this game, just keeping this thing adrift, because it's been brutal on offense. And it's been brutal all the way around, by the way. Like, the offensive line's been bad, yes, but I would offer that Ryan Grubb has been just as bad, if not worse. His play calling is not helping this offensive line out either. He has Stone Forsythe, a backup in there, basically your third string in there when you think about Abraham Lucas being out. And are you giving him protections? Are you getting... No, not really. So I would offer it's been kind of all the way around bad, where it's hard to find a lot of good play in that first half from anybody on that offensive side of the ball. And Grubb, too, who's obviously kind of learning some ropes here in his first stop with it. But yeah, Mark, well said. Shades of those old Hawk teams, and hopefully maybe in the second half they can start to find a little bit of their footing and feel, and just opening game jitters maybe, and we start to get a little bit more certain in our approach here. Richard Stewartson with another $5 donation. Richard, I appreciate the quad drop dono, man. That is you're very, very kind of you. I really, really appreciate it, man. This is what allows me to do this job and be able to do this full time. I love doing the play-by-play for you guys. Even when I get frustrated, I love doing this. And thank you for the donations and support on that side of it, Richard. I really do appreciate it. Very, very kind of you, man. Tezakaku, thank you for the $7 donation. Says, worst part about it is the offensive line are people we drafted. Indeed. You got Bradford there who had the one holding call. Again, though, on this is where to me, go to the nuanced part of it, where the holding call is not the bad part of it there. The bad part of it is the play call. The bad part of it is Gino Smith holding onto the ball in his own end zone, understanding that a holding call will get you a safety. The ball's got to be out of your hand. You've got to throw with anticipation on those throws, or throw it away. But don't hold on to the ball. That's why your sprint optioning left there is that you're getting outside the tackle box, so that if you have to just throw it away, if the quick throw isn't there, just toss it away. But that's where I can't put that on Bradford as much, because you're trying to run that kind of play in a sprint option to get the ball out of the quarterback's hand quickly. But yeah, we'll see if this gets better with the O-line. But that was god-awful O-line. That was every bit the worst look of an O-line, I think, as we saw last year. And we saw some bad offensive line play last year, Tezakaku. That's for sure. Some bad play. Howard, DLEEPV. Thank you for subscribing, Howard. Appreciate you for that. Dom H has been a member for 26 months. Thank you for 2 years as a member of this channel, Dom. What's going on? I just got here. #GoHawks. Defenses look legit under Mike Macdonald. They've been playing their butts off this first half. They've been put on some short fields. Offense has given up 4 points on their own just due to safeties in this game, and have no rhythm. Don't seem to really have a feel for how they want to attack the Broncos quite even yet. I'm not even understanding that part of it. So it's been a little, it's been a bit up and down, to say the least, and probably more overall down than up. It's good to see you in the house, though, Dom. Long live the king. Thank you for the $5 donation. Very kind of you, too. Says, hello, ladies and gents. Just logging in, but in case everyone missed it, the offensive line might be a teeny weeny tad bit of an issue. Laughing out loud. It could turn out to be that. Very much in how you say it on that, and we'll see. Hopefully Abraham Lucas can come back. Maybe Haynes can develop here. Maybe this is just the rough opening game kind of stuff that you have to deal with on that side of it. But it's been what it's been. It's not been good. Running the ball either or passing. Running the ball here outside of Gino's 34-yard scamper, which wasn't really the offensive line there. You got 9 carries for 22 yards between Charbonnet and Walker. That's not going to get the job done. That's not going to be close to getting the job done on that side of it. 1 second, I got to just be right back, folks. Thank you for the dono, King. And yeah, I think we might have a bit of an issue here if it keeps looking like this. Henry Diesel, Penix was right there for the taking, but y'all drunk the Gino Kool-Aid. Brace yourself for a long season. Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Henry. I do appreciate it. I mean, I don't know if in this game, if Penix would be doing any better at this point in this game than Gino's done necessarily. I mean, the pressure's been so hot back there, Henry, that it's how does any kind of quarterback deal with that? I mean, Washington didn't allow this much pressure when, UW was rocking out there. And as good as Grubb was with the play calling at UW, the play calling has not been the same here today that we've seen from him. And so, I mean, I loved it. I would love Penix. I would have been happy to take Penix. I don't know if I wanted to trade up and package multiple picks to move up to get Penix, like 2 first-rounders or something like that to make that happen. But I would have been perfectly happy to have taken it if he'd been there. But I also think with this, it's, Gino may be a guy that holds us back. You might be right on that part there with this, Henry, throughout the course of this year. Just this particular game with it, I don't know if I'd go to Gino. I think I'd first be going to Grubb. I'd probably secondary be going to the offensive line, and then, we'd probably get into Gino on that, but then we come back to, again, as I always say with this, when your supporting cast isn't there for as a quarterback, it's very hard to then shine as a quarterback. If the play calling's got awful, if your pass protection's got awful, hard to expect any quarterback to really ascend in with those kind of parameters at play. And I think that's a bit of what Gino's had to deal with today. I mean, they start out this game, short, easy completions, get him some short throws, get him into rhythm. Instead, you have him back there on 7-step drops to begin the game. Like, I understand the attack and the want to be aggressive and attack down the field, but not on the first play to start the game. It's kind of just weird. Kind of an odd play calling here all the way around from my perspective on it. But thank you for the $5 dono, and I am right there with you on. I would have jumped all over Penix if he had fallen to us. I think the Hawks might have too if he had actually fallen to them. I think just did you want to pay that extra first-round pick price? You come in, you put Penix in here, and if we do have a bad offensive line this year, and it takes some time to figure this whole system and situation out, you come back, you have a bad year, you just handed the Atlanta Falcons a top 5, top 10 potential pick at that point if it goes sideways like that too. Virus 203, thank you for subscribing. Virus L1887, thank you for also subscribing. I appreciate you guys for jumping aboard the Hawks Nest. It's very, very kind of you for doing that. CJ Kurzman, thank you for the $5 donation. Brandon, any right tackle or offensive line in general still on the market you think we need to consider moving money around for and signing immediately? None that I've seen. None that jump out to me that I've seen. You're to this point of it, and everything's been pulled down as far as it can be pulled, as far as really the availability on that position. You can find other positions, like maybe you can find a corner out there or a wide receiver out there or something like that at this point in time in the season. But to find an offensive lineman, it's like last year with us, CJ, where you got to go get a guy like Jason Peters off the couch. That's pretty much the availability to you at that point. So it would take them probably having to make a move of a trade, and then what team out there is really looking to offer up a decent quality right tackle? Probably not too many of them on that side of it. So I would offer that we're probably stuck there at the moment, CJ, on this side of it, unfortunately. I'll maybe try at some point to, if we get a chance here, take a look at maybe some free agents that may be out there, but just historically speaking, I can tell you that it's tended to be pretty tight. Riley Reef, Billy Turner, Lucas Nuang, Jay Curhan's out there. Not much, man. Not much. Pretty lean. Jacob Taylor, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate you for that, Jacob. Henry Diesel, thank you for another $5 donation. I appreciate the double donation. Very kind of you guys, man. You guys are amazing. You are too as well with that, Henry. Says, we've been trying to build a formidable O-line since Schneider got here. Spend high picks on this position. What makes you think John Schneider will figure it out now? Well, I from my perspective, and again, just it's my perspective, Henry, with this on the outlook on it. I'm not saying that I'm the almighty on this or that I know for, I'm the ultimate power, whatever on it. But from my perspective on it, when John Schneider walked in, the team understood very well that they had to have a good offensive line. They had to put the investment into it. They made a top 10 pick of Russell Okung. They signed Robert Gallery to a huge contract at that point in time. You had Max Unger at that point on I think they signed him to a big money deal when they came in on that. So that's a former second round pick that you're signing to a big deal. You then drafted shortly thereafter that James Carpenter in the first round. Eventually became a left guard for you. So early on, in Russell Wilson's first year, Henry, and Russell Wilson's rookie year, you had the highest paid offensive line in the sport. So there was an onus there on top of those draft picks that I just mentioned in trying to pick. I mean, you had the kid you took out of Wisconsin, I think, in the third round and during that time period as well. And then we got through the teens period, 14 to 20, where the team, Henry, just stopped really drafting high offensive linemen. It was Jermaine Ifedi. It was Ethan Posick. It was maybe a Justin Britt in the third round, but it was very infrequent versus other positions, like the defensive side of the ball, for instance, where you were hammering it during that period. And we got the opening kickoff just due to start out here with Jason Myers. The kick goes down to the 1 yard line. It'll be returned back here. He's going to cut this upfield and be chopped down about the 27 yard line. So then what you try to do from my perspective on this, Henry, from about 14 to 20, 14 to 22, even if you want to drive it out to there, is that you had a lot of picks, but you made a lot of the picks in the back end of the draft, and you didn't spend a lot of money out in free agency on any players to bring them in on the offensive line. You had the Dwayne Brown trade mixed in there, but that was it. And so you weren't putting guys on second contracts. Not one of your offensive linemen drafted during that period were on a second contract. You weren't spending big money on the offensive line, and you weren't drafting high. That was from about 14 to 22. 22, that's where John, changed his path. And Henry, I'll have to get to kind of the commercial break on this one because we're back to the game. So I'll try to, and this might be more of a topic to kind of hit in the post game on this a bit. 1st and 10, pitch outside. Seahawks all over it. Boye Mafe in the backfield and brings him down for a negative 4 yard loss. Let's go, Boye. Bear with me out though, Henry. I'll try. And some of this stuff, it takes a lot on the answer to kind of fully unpack what you're talking about with this. So I can't always, when we're in the game action today, it's hard to get to the expansive, really get to the depths of that answer because I think that there's a lot to that one, in my opinion on it. All right, so the Broncos will come on out here. Seahawks have done a good job here. See if they can hold this up. 41 plays to 24 offensive plays for the Seahawks. Broncos with 41. Empty look here for Nix. Dropping back to throw. He is under pressure. He's going to flick it away and throw it at the feet of his tight end. He was being harassed and hurried. Derek Hall wanted a holding penalty there. Couldn't seem to get it. This will bring up 3rd and 14. Nix in this game, 12 of 23 for 67 yards. Two of 6 today are the Broncos on 3rd down. 3rd and 14. 14-10 to go in the third quarter. Seahawks down 13-9. They're going to show a 3-man look here with Boye Mafe dancing around the A-gap prior to the snap. Empty look here for Nix. And we got a false start. That away 12s. That away 12s. Get loud. Get loud. Third 19. Broncos 6 penalties, 41 yards. Seahawks 3 penalties, 16 yards. Four wide for the Broncos. And in fact, they're going to go empty. Running back will leak out here. Again, 3-man look here from the Seahawks. It's going to be a screen play. Hawks seem to be all over it. And they finally get him down after a lot of dancing there. A lot of dancing. Gonna get you tackled. Well played there by the Seahawks defense, though. That away. Great stand. That's great energy to get the offense the ball back. Might have some of the better field position the offense has had all day long on this one. We'll see what that punter can do. He's kind of a miracle man. Very high punt here. Williams will fair catch it right at about the 39-yard line, Seahawks territory, where they will take over from there. And let's see if they go to commercial. So, Henry, let's just go to 2022 now. So, that 15 to 22 period, you got that spot that I just talked about. Back-end picks, no contracts, not paying anybody outside of Dwayne Brown at that point. What happens 22? To me, you reverse and change some of your ways. You go get Charles Cross. You go get Abraham Lucas in the third round. You get Ola. You come back then the next year after that. You go Anthony Bradford. You went with Olawatimi to continue to reinforce that offensive line. Haynes this past year, Sato Lomea, Michael Jarrell. I mean, 3 offensive line picks, albeit, again, 2 of them are later, but one of them is early. And, you know, if every other year you're going early like that, if you're hammering that way, that seems like a change of ways on how I've seen it by those 3 different, you know, Henry, there's like those 3 different eras in how they've addressed their offensive line here in Seattle under John Schneider. That first era, that second era, that third era. Third era right now is that they're rebuilding the line, but it's still very young. And it's going to take time for this thing to cohesively really come together because it had to be rebuilt from scratch pretty much. There was no stalwart on the line that you could lean on. You were going to have to put it all together kind of at once. And it's been slowed, obviously, by the process of a guy like Abraham Lucas not able to play. But I do feel like there's been more of an investment into it, at least in the last couple of years in that prior 5-6 year period. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation as well. Loving Darnold walking into Jersey and slaying the Giants with precision passing. Darnold is similar to Gino, a guy who needed some time. Indeed, he's a guy that you could probably argue is very, very rough around the edges coming into the league, and that he needed, I think he's like a former linebacker changed to a quarterback. Like he wasn't one of those guys that had been playing quarterback for his whole life. And so, to your point, that Garth needed a little bit of that time to, you know, develop. As you know, I hammer on this all the time that these quarterbacks are in an ever-developing state. It's like a staircase, and it just kind of incrementally keeps getting better. I think with these guys, especially when they come in young and rough and raw, where they're not fully advanced to their final state of things. And what's nice about him there with Minnesota too is he's got a really bright offensive mind there to utilize his skill set to the utmost in Darnold. And so, big win for them. Obviously, that's the Giants. You know, let's see what they can do against an opponent that's maybe a little bit more tougher than that. But don't take anything away from the Vikings nonetheless. It's still a good win for them. Big win for them. Thank you, Garth. Y2K, thank you for the $2 donation. He just says, just find a way to win this game. That's it, man. Just win, baby. We just got to Al Davis this stuff right now. Shotgun look for Gino. Walker in the backfield next to him. Hand off to Walker. Walker will take it up the field here for a gain of about 4 or 5. Nice little run there. Off the left side. I will say when they have run the ball, the best runs have kind of come off that left angle there. Quick snap by Gino. He throws this up to Tyler Lockett on a back shoulder throw. That looked like a broken play at the snap, like Gino snapped it too early. And you caught the Bronco defender maybe just trying to get up the field to depth in his coverage off of press with Tyler. Stone Forsythe completely had pressure off of his edge where his man was untouched. That's an insane throw by Gino. Shotgun again here, 1st and 10. Seahawks on the Broncos side of the field and driving. Gino into Walker. Walker with a nice run. Up the field there for 4 or 5 yards again. I don't know if Gino changed into that, but it was good nonetheless. I'll give him 6 on the play. All right, Grubby. Come on. Second and 4. Two tight end look here for the Seahawks. Another nice run to Walker. Walker still on his feet. Down to the 21-yard line. First down. Nice run there. Crack back, block, post snap with the tight end. Free things up. Seahawks are moving here. Lake and Tomlinson, nice block there, pulling back in space. And we got a penalty flag here. What happened? How did somebody already jump? I'll start. Stone Foresight. Come on, Stone. Both Stone and Bradford were kind of leaning back on that one. 1st and 15. Gino shotgun, 3 wide. Hand off to Walker here. Walker. Not a bad little run there, 3 or 4 yards. I like going back to the run here a little bit here in the second half like this. Just keeping the play calling a little bit more or less predictable. You're getting 4, 5, 6 yards a pop with it. Let it roll. Let it roll. Feel the flow. 11 minutes to go in the third quarter. 2nd down, 11 here for the Seahawks on the Broncos 23-yard line. 3 wide again. They've been in the set the most often. Hand off to Walker again. Walker out in the open field. Walker loose. Walker down the field. He's going to dive going into the touchdown. Let's go. Kenneth Walker. Canine loose in the open field. Touchdown Seahawks. Walker took it 7. Looked like it was not going any much more further than that and able to slippery slide his way out that last block and then hit the acceleration button. Hit that turbo button. Right out of Riley Moss. And then the nice little artistic dive into the end zone for a touchdown. And let's go. That's the way we answer. Touchdown Seahawks. Myers out for the extra point. Snap is down. Kick is up. Kick is good. Seahawks take the lead 16-13 with 10:44 to go in the third quarter. Okay. Momentum. You are a beautiful, sweet woman. Grubb's pumped up. I'm pumped up. Love going to the run there. Walker's a dynamic talent, game-breaking talent. Give him his touches. Give him his attempts. You could feel on that drive, I was talking about it, you could feel it start to, okay, there's some holes here now with this. There's some movement here with this a little bit. Walker's kind of getting a little bit of his feel for what he needs to here a little bit. And Grubb kind of felt that, stayed with it. Good job on his part. I've been hitting him pretty hard today on some of the play calling, but a good job there. And Y2K, your $2 donation, man, stands out here. Just find a way to win that game. Find a way to win. War Chief, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, it'll just make me feel better donating you some money. Let's fix this calamity and come out in the second half. We have to figure this O-line out now. Well, War Chief, I don't know if it was your donation. I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say yes, it was your donation that made that touchdown just happen. I think everyone would agree in the chat on that. So you're the response party there. Well done, man. Your dono made it happen. But let's get the line figured out. This is, and part again is too, the line isn't as bad as it looked. Part of it is too is that play calling and the line. It's a little bit of that, both of those things. It isn't great, but it's a bit of that both stuff. And look better there. Nice drive. That was good. Gino with a hell of a back shoulder throw there to Tyler, by the way. That was a wild play. Where Stone doesn't get his guy blocked. Coming to Gino's, play side, right where Gino's seeing him, it's not blind side. Gino's seeing the pass rusher come. He throws it just back shoulder to Tyler, who's on press coverage off the rip, and just puts it, as he did earlier in this game, to Tyler in just a optimal, absolutely perfect spot. I mean, he almost just kind of threw the catch to Tyler. Tyler just had to kind of put his hands like right here as he turned back, and the ball was right there in his hands. Perfect placement, and that's with the pass rusher bearing in on Gino there, untouched. He's got to throw that ball into the pass rusher with that touch into that spot. Not that the pass rusher's over here, and his field of vision's a little bit cloudy there on making that throw, but it was a good throw. Mumbles, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that. Mumbles, defense still living on the field, but thriving now. They have been living on the field. It's not been their fault this game. 2 safeties and, the 2 safeties and the muffed punt. Holy hell. They've done their part. Defense has held the line this game, and let's see if, now this momentum can shift a little bit here. They've been doing it all this game without that really momentum at their back, where they're just trying to kind of stave off the worst. And maybe now we can operate with a little bit of, not aggressiveness, but just a little extra confidence here, where it's not maybe just as quite so tight. But Mumbles, they're looking good. Defense looked really good in this game. We wondered if it was going to be that the offense would come together fast. Maybe the defense would take a little bit of time. It's been maybe a bit of the opposite here in this opening game. Let's go. 10:44 to go. 1st and 10 for the Broncos and Nix at the 30-yard line. Nix in shotgun. Play action pass. Seahawks bring a late blitz. They pick it up to the Broncos. Chopped down by Julian Love. That's the third time this game he's done that. Throw out in. Looks like he's going to be complete. Go for maybe 5-6 yards. He comes up, cuts it down for only a 2-yard gain. He has been tremendous, showing you why the Seahawks rewarded him with a contract extension here. Great play by Julian Love. Rayshawn Jenkins bringing the pressure with a safety blitz there on the play. 2nd down and 8. Nix back under center. 2 tight end look here for them. Handoff. Javonte Williams. Big hole. Big hole. 1st down. Or McLaughlin, sorry. Sometimes hard to see their jerseys. The Bronco jerseys, the 33 and the 38 look very similar. Big old hole there. Byron Murphy got pushed out on that one. A couple of defensive linemen got shrugged up out their gap there on that one. First and 10, Jaleel McLaughlin, 7 carries, 28 yards in this game for him. Nix back under center. Broncos at their 46-yard line. Handoff here into Williams. Williams drug down. Sorry, not Williams. No, that's a 23, not a 33. Hard to see. 2-yard gain there. Nice job defensively by the Hawks on that play. Baker there. Baker wearing the badass neck roll, by the way. I kind of dig that. Got a couple donos here. Bear with me, folks. We'll get to it in just a sec. We got the play-by-play here. 8:47 to go in the third quarter. Broncos at the 49-yard line. They're on territory, 2nd and 8. Nix in shotgun. 4 wide. Quick pressure. Nix is able to throw the ball to McLaughlin. Still will be looks like a negative play. Boye Mafe was in the backfield, in the kitchen of Nix almost instantaneously. He just jumped the snap count so well there. The tackle, Garrett Bowles, never almost got out of his stance. I don't know if he just didn't hear the play call. Play snap. 3rd and 11. Hawks bringing a 5-man fire zone blitz. Throw it out into the flat. Fumble! Fumble! Seahawks got the ball. Seahawks got the ball. Was that Leonard got a paw? A Seahawks came up after it was a throw out to the flat to the running back. 24. Who's 24? I don't know 24. Was that Mafe? Was it Mafe that did it? They're going to review it, but I thought he caught it, and it looks good to me as a fumble. Look good to me as a fumble. Let's go! Come on! That's the defense we thought we were getting, baby. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, never forget Bill made Sam see ghosts. Well, Bill did it, and of course, Adam Gase did his part as well. The googly-eyed Gase man who just kind of one of the more overrated OC coaches you'll ever find, I think, in NFL history. Didn't do Sam any favors. Jets didn't do any favors for him either with set up that offensive line. We've seen them make that same mistake after Sam left, quite frankly. And that's what causes those quarterbacks to see those ghosts. Sometimes they're just not able to deal with pressure. Sometimes they're just, the moment's too big and they get nervous. Sometimes It's just the fact they keep getting beaten and bashed and beaten and bashed and beaten and bashed. And then you get about 10 games down the line and you turn on a Sunday game and that guy's... and you go, what happened? It's like, well, he got beaten and bashed for 10 weeks and he started to... It accumulated up, you know? Those hits hurt. You start to... The body will start to, you know, cinch up a little bit at times when it goes like that. Zorn76 in the house. What's up, my man? Zorn76 with a $20 donation. He says, go Hawks. Go Hawks, Zorn. Thank you for that big time $20 dono drop, man. I really appreciate you guys. You're amazing here. Always amazing here. I could not ask for more support. You guys are just amazing. Barry Sotoro with a $20 donation as well. Thank you, Barry. He says, how did K9 Walker score on the right side and Stone came off the line not touching a soul? You just got Walker up the field so quick. When he's got that rocket booster up his butt and he can hit that thing at any time, it both works in the open field for the speed and it also works for the quickness. Where you've got a guy who might be standing a yard away from these kind of guys and they just get up to speed so fast, that big defensive lineman can't get up as quick, can't get over there as fast. This has got to be a fumble. Oh, come on. That's a fumble all day. That is a fumble all day long. He had like 15 steps. He did like 15 steps. He was waving the ball around. He did a whole dance move in the open field with the ball. And then it got knocked out as a fumble. You know what I mean? Come on, Hawks. Put it on their throat. Put it on their throat. 1st and 10. I formation look. Yeah, big boy football. Pitch play. Outside. Charbonnet. Boom, boom, boom. Barreling down through over guys. 5-yard gain. There we go, Grubby. Yes, you can run on this team. Yes. Yes, you've got the backs to make it happen on this team. 6-yard carry. Gino running hurry up. He likes his looks. He likes his looks here. 2 tight ends. Looking to change things up now off the line. Gino changing the play. They'll line out the 2 tight ends wide. Broncos think they've got a track on what the play is. Hand off inside to Charbonnet. Lowers down his head there for a 3-yard gain. This will bring up 3rd and about 1. 3rd and about 1.5. Thank you again, Zorn76 and Barry Sotoro. Thank you for the $20 donation. But I have to go back and watch that play for sure, Barry. But I would register to guess that it was that the lineman was there and got through. The lineman's going upfield one direction. Walker's going the other direction. He's really close to him, but Walker hits that acceleration and he has that elite burst. That's the part of what makes Walker so great is he has both that quickness and that speed. You know, he brings those where oftentimes you get the element of maybe one or the other. Gino under center here. 1st and 10. Handoff inside to Walker. Walker spinning around through the tackle and he will get the first down. Nice little inside. An inside counter run there. A little misdirection inside counter. Like the play call there. First and 10 Seahawks. Running game maybe starting to work here a little bit. Don't shy away from that, Grubby. Get greedy, Grubby. Get greedy on that ground. 1st and 10. 3-4 look here from the Broncos. Play action pass. Gino looking. And JSN's going to have a flag on him here. So he got pushed out of bounds by the cornerback. Cornerback's coming up with this. What did I do? JSN sold it. All right, JSN sold it a little bit. That was a little Benny Tuss. That was a little light on that one. But he doesn't, you can't put your hands on the guys. It's past 10 yards. Don't put your hands on the guy. Keep your hands off. This won't happen. Won't be no problems. 1st and 10 on the pass interference. Seahawks threatening here from the 22-yard line in Broncos territory. 6:04 to go, up 16-13. Gino back under center. Laviska goes into motion. Hand off back to Walker. I love it. Come on, Walker. Rolling down the field there nicely. 7-8-yard gain to Walker. Love Grubby kind of sensing the commitment back to the run game here. He's getting some push. They're getting some holes. Walker's starting to feel a little bit of his flow. A little mixing in of Charbonnet as well. Second down and 2. Seattle's going to come up the line of scrimmage here now and change the play up a little bit here based off what they're seeing off the front of the Broncos. Broncos got kind of a 5-man look here on the front. Out to Walker. Walker in space. Walker down to the 5-yard line. Boy, nice throw there by Gino. I don't know how he was able to get the ball around the defender's hand to throw to Walker out in the flat. But he got it around somehow. Bent the bullet. Down to the 4-yard line here for the Seahawks now. Sean Payton rocking the Elvis shades on the sidelines. 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. First and goal. 3 wide, 1 tight end for the Hawks. Hand off to Walker. Walker takes it outside. Walker's got some space to work with. Touchdown! Kenneth Walker! Outside zone. Let's go, Seahawks! Touchdown! Wait, do we have a flag? I guess we have a flag. They were late on showing us that one. Okay. Damn it. They're going to get DK for the flag here. I mean, that's kind of ticky-tack. His hands are inside. He doesn't get it out wide. He's not doing the too much extra stuff thing. I don't know. That's a ticky-tack call on DK. Come on, guys. That's not a... That's... His hands are inside like this on him. And it didn't affect the play either. But, all right, first to go. Shotgun look here for Gino. Dropping back to throw. And Noah wasn't looking for the ball there. I think Gino was expecting him to get his eyes back there for it. Tight coverage on the play. Second and goal. Yeah, I thought that was a weak call. Your hands are inside like that. That's not going to typically be called. Linemen do that every single play. Second down and goal here from the 14. Jackson Smith goes in motion. Hand off to Walker. Walker on his feet here, trying to bounce outside. Able to get past one tackler. The rest of the group rallies around him, brings him down for about a 4-yard gain. This will be a tough conversion here. Third and goal from about the 10-yard line. Yeah, guys, the DK dog pile thing right now, I don't get that right now. You watch that play, and that's there's DK not using his head. Dropping back here, Gino, third down. He's under pressure, and he'll throw it away there or try to get over to Walker in the flat. Just incomplete. Fourth and goal. But yeah, big call looms large there. Drives him back 10 yards there, and they can't quite push it back up. Try to settle for the field goal attempt here. Jason Myers out. 1 of 1 today on a 50-yard attempt. This one will be a little bit shorter. Kick is up. Kick is good. 19-13. Seahawks here with a little bit of an extension on their lead, but we are nervous. We are nervous. Carson Duran, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you for that very much, Carson, for doing that. Mumbles, thank you for the $5 donation. Using obvious things to our advantage, we start getting it, i.e. running behind big boy road grader Bradford. All but one run was behind him. He's a good guy to start off in the run game. He will get pushed. He is a big boy. He is a bear out there, and he will maul you like a bear. And yeah, I think they definitely have gone off his side a few times with that, which has been good to see. He's done his job on that side of in the run game, and you can start to feel the run game starting to work here a little bit for the Hawks. Lean more into this if I'm Grubb. We're not getting as much done passing today. If they're going to make the way a little easier for us by just running the ball and they don't have an answer for that, then nothing wrong with just staying on top of that. If that's the thing working best for your offense. Especially to keep control of this game, keep control of this clock. But well said, Mumbles. Definitely the run game was something they didn't go to as much earlier in this game, and went to it on that drive, which was great to see. The Real Cheese coming in with a $50 donation drop. Real Cheese, thank you for the $50 dono. You are amazing, brother. Says, at the game right now, ears ringing, throat sore, so hyped. Go Hawks. Well, go Hawks, Real Cheese. And you guys are doing your part there, man. The defense rolling today. Defense getting some stops, a couple of penalties, but it feels like it's been hard on that offense, you know? Had a snap there a second ago where Garrett Bowles didn't even get out of his stance, and Boye Mafe was in the backfield in the quarterback's kitchen instantaneously almost. And that's definitely a representation of maybe being kind of loud in there today. But thank you for doing your part, Real Cheese, not only doing your part in donating this channel and watching this channel, but doing your part in that stadium, getting as loud as you can. I was beckoning forth my fellow 12s at the start of this year. Keep this tradition wholly alive. Make sure we remain the loudest stadium in the NFL. Don't let that tradition die out. Because it's one of the great traditions in sports, in my opinion. Not just here up in the Pacific Northwest, but in sports. So glad to hear you're doing your part, Real Cheese. Thank you for the $50 donation. That is amazing. And I really do appreciate that support. Absolutely unbelievable support here, folks. Thank you so much. MJ Seahawk with a $10 dono says, Boye Mafe, the only player that doesn't need a nickname. His name is better than any you can come up with. That's right. Just say it. Say it with some badassery behind it. Boye Mafe. Yeah. Superhero name. You know? Superhero name right there. Myers with the kick here after the field goal conversion deep into the end zone. They'll down it there. MJ Seahawk, thank you for that $10 donation. And indeed, when you got Boye Mafe, you don't need no name here. You don't need no nickname. Your name is your nickname. I thank you for that, man. Very kind of you. War Chief, thank you for the $2 donation. Defense, ground game. I'm good with it. Let's go. Let's go, War Chief. I'm good with it too, man. Nothing wrong with winning this way. Just come out with a dub, man. Opening week of the season, everything's a little bit weird. Things are a little sloppy. Just come out with the dub. All right, trips to the left side, far side of the field for the Broncos. Nix in shotgun, four-man front here for the Seahawks to start things off. Handoff inside, no room there to be had. Seahawks all over it in the backfield. Mike Morris eventually is the one who swallows it up. Morris looking good in that old school uniform. MJ Seahawk with another $2 donation. Thank you for the double dip dono, MJ. He says, at least we are up 3 safeties now. That's true. We're giving the D offense some room for error there now. A great point. I hadn't thought of that, but that's a great point. Second down and 9. Empty look here for the Broncos. 5 wide. Hawks got a 5-man fire zone looking blitz. They're bringing a 6th up. Drop the fireman out. Bring Baker from the other side. Great job there. Forces the quick throw. And then a quick tackle by Rayshon Jenkins. All day long, when those throws have been completed, those Seahawks defenders are right on top of these Denver Bronco receivers, running backs, who's ever making the catch. They're getting taken right down to the ground. 3rd down and 5. 3:08 to go in the third quarter. Hawks up 19-13. Broncos average down in distance today on 3rd down has been 7.6 yards. Not making it easy on rookie Nix. 3rd and 5. 4-man front again here. Everybody else dropping back more into zone. Great defense over there by Trey Brown. Tight coverage, knocks the ball away. He's there at the catch point. Cortland Sutton is begging for a call. You're not going to get it. That looked like good coverage all the way around. I'm not sure why he's begging for it. Let's see on the replay. Well, it gets up a little bit. Okay. Yeah, there might have been a little bit of pulley up there on the high side. Trey's body was kind of in between the officials, so hard to see from the official standpoint, I bet, on that play for where he was grabbing. They were so tight together. But I'll take it. Oh, my God. D. Williams again allows the ball to bounce in the end zone and almost allows for another ball to be down to the 1. Oh, this D. Williams guy. He's going to give me a heart attack this year if I've got to do 17 games of this with him back there. I can't. Richard Sewardson, thank you. Kitty's coming up. She knows it's game time, man. She knows we're getting down the line. Williams as a punt returner, though, is scaring the ever-loving crap out of me. Holy hell. 2:37 to go in the third quarter. Seahawks take over at the 20-yard line. 3-4 defensive look here for the Broncos. They're anticipating run. That's what they get from Walker here, and they short right up. So Broncos counter a little bit what the Hawks do, where the Hawks go a little more four-man fronts, and they stop the run with it in that way. You're seeing now Broncos counter back with a little more of a 3-4 look in order to get a couple extra guys down there on that line of scrimmage to hem that run up a bit. It does make some sense there on that side of it. John Turner, thank you for subscribing, John. Seahawks first two drives of this half, touchdown, field goal. Bobo in the game, 3 wide. Hand off to Walker again. He's up the field. Walker still on his feet. Nice run by Walker for 12 yards, and great job by Grubb staying with the run here. First down, don't give much, like a yard. Easy to come back as a passing coordinator there, a guy that likes to throw the ball and come back to the throw. He didn't there, and they got the 4-man box on that play, second down. Broncos played to the odds there, where before they were 3-4, they came back with the 4-man front there. I don't know if Gino adjusted into that. Come on, run it, Gino. Nice throw there to Tyler Lockett. It's converted for a first down. Gino, good job of climbing up in the pocket there to make that throw. 1:17 to go in the third quarter. Jake Bobo on the field for the Hawks. I don't know if there's any issue with potentially JSN, or if this is just maybe they're subbing him out for the heavy running amount that they're doing right now. As we know, Bobo just a tremendous run blocker. Gino's going to change the play at the line of scrimmage, sends some guys around in different motions, goes 4 wide here when it's all said and done. You got time, Gino. Nice completion over there to DK Metcalf. Metcalf secures the catch, 9-yard gain, first down. Not first down, sorry, 2nd and 1. Nice throw there by Gino. That's to the far wide hash. You got to put some mustard on that throw. And you got to put the ball placement in the right area. Oh, they gave him a first down on the conversion, so it was a first. Nice mark by the officials there. Gino rolling out to his right here on first down. Quick throw to Tyler Lockett. Lockett first down, out of bounds. JSN back in the game, by the way, so he's okay. Little sprint option to the right there with Gino. And then came back a little stop route there to Tyler Lockett, who's had himself a nice little game. And that will be the final play of the third quarter with your Seahawks driving for the third straight time this second half. Offense starting to find its footing, which is good to see. They finally got a little bit of that rhythm. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Listen, it was ticky-tack call on DK, but DK has done his best to be paid attention to by the Zebras. No, indeed he has. And when it comes to DK and doing things that we've seen in the past in DK, so I'd say on this, Garth, if we see DK take a guy and dirt him up like he did to Akilio Witherspoon in the Rams last year, or what he did to that poor Bengals defensive back who he pretty much, fertilized him, and where it's above and beyond. And you go, okay, that's going to be something they're going to target you on. You go, okay, DK, you got to eliminate that stuff from your game at this point. That can't be what you do. That's controllable. I got on those things. If somebody wants to call out and say the DK's got to stop that, I'm with you 100%. That's out of control. Can't be doing that stuff. No more. We've seen enough of it. If it's him blocking too much, where he's taking a guy and doing the Michael Orr, I'm going to block him out of the sideline and then I'm going to throw him up into the second row of the stadium, I'm with you. That's too far. Can't be doing that. But when he is blocking with his hands up on the inside of the chest protector and it's right here, and he's blocking as they teach you to block, and it doesn't affect the play. I know that he's going to get targeted at times, like you say on that, and I'm with that. But at the same point in time, at the same point in time, I thought that one was a little bit ticky-tack with it, on that side of it. Come on. Oh, yikes. Well, they got to run the odd. They get the guard for the fiver. You're right, DK's got to be careful with it. And there's those other things that he does with it, or if he starts getting in fights or something like that, like smacks a guy in the face, I'm going to be jumping up and down right along with everybody else on that one at that point saying, come on, DK, but he's blocking right. Then they're just targeting him at that point. Then it's just, well, that's just the targeting thing. It's not really DK doing something wrong at that point. Yeah. Henry Diesel, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, we should have put this team away on that drive. Brandon, did you watch the Iowa game yesterday? I watched some of the highlights. I do tend to go back and watch it. Quick throw here to Charbonnet. Charbonnet linking out of the backfield on a wheel route. Touchdown, Seahawks. Just got him on a little wheel. Starts out to the flat, takes it right up the football field. He's running free. Linebacker can't run with him. Gino finds it right up top. 6-play drive quickly, covering 80 yards in 2 minutes and 43 seconds. The quick strike Seahawks offense with Zach Charbonnet receiving a 30-yard touchdown pass. Hadn't targeted him today. Broncos just probably not locking in as much. It's like when you're in the Madden and you're playing or Madden or whatever, and you've been throwing to all your number one receivers, and then you suddenly go to the number 2 tight end or the second back, and they're like, oh yeah, that guy's in there too. They gave him a too high shell look at the snap. Lockett pulled the coverage away a little bit with the crosser. Wasn't Barton, was it? No, it wasn't Barton. They just weren't expecting the wheel there. The linebacker's expecting it to go to the flat. Singleton. He thinks it's going to the flat, and Charbonnet just takes it up the field. Nicely done. Nicely done. And some great throws here from Gino as he's come along here in this second half. I mean, that thing was buck naked wide open, but good nonetheless. We put this team away on that drive. We should have put the V put. Would have been nice on the last one to do it. Step on. This is good, though, coming back this half. 3 straight scoring drives to begin things off here for your team. That is ideal here on coming off that rough first half. As bad as it was looking in that first half, they've come back in the second half and found their rhythm here in a big-time way. 17 unanswered points for your Seattle Seahawks. Thank you, Henry, for the triple donation today, man. I was in the middle of watching the highlights yesterday, and somebody called me right as I was watching them. But really a game that you can feel that rivalry stuff, Henry, too, like you can with the Wazoo UW thing. Those interstate games, there's just that extra bit of, beef there. Even on 2 teams that don't face that would be necessarily the prime teams, it's kind of cool that there's still that sense of rivalry in those states and those kind of games like that, because you could feel the intensity in that game. You could feel the crowd was so extra, seemingly almost into it, just a little bit more. I had meant to kind of watch the whole thing, and I just got clipped. I was kind of like in ADHD mode yesterday, Henry. I was like so hyped for the game that I was like, I'll watch this for a second. Okay, I want to go over and do this. Okay, I'm going to do this. Couldn't sit still. All right, the Broncos with 19 first half yards will take over here, 1st and 10. Quick penetration in the backfield by Leonard Williams. He redirects the ball carrier, and Byron Murphy is there to help out as well. Nice job by the Seahawks defense. Things getting a little chippy now here. Williams and Murphy there, clogging that thing up. 2nd down and 10. Broncos on the 30-yard line, their own territory. 14:27 to go here in this game. Four-man front from the Seahawks. Showing a late blitz here of Dotson. Dotson drops out of it. Nice fake, man. I thought he was coming. Throw, caught, tackled. Like we've seen all game. You're going to maybe catch a 3-yard completion out there, 4-yard completion, but you're getting pulled right down to the ground. Rashawn Jenkins there to make the tackle on about a 4-yard gain there, 4.5, 5-yard gain. Third down and 5 for Nix and company. 3 wide, far side of the field. Seahawks showing some blitz, bringing up their guys. Pressure, mounting. Nice job on a tackle by Tyrell Dotson. 4th down. Broncos are probably going to go for this here. But Dotson rallying up. Like I said, man, there's so many plays today where you go, man, he'll make the catch. He'll have a few yards after that catch. He rallies right up on the tight end and clips him down, puts him right there in his spot. Where he caught it is where he was cut down. Dodson's played a whale of a game today, continues to do so, and this will bring up a 4th and 1. And the Broncos are going to punt. Interesting play call. Well, this... Catch it, Williams. Catch it, Williams! This guy is going to drive me crazy. This guy's going to drive me crazy. Why is he letting it land at the 7-yard line every time? Can somebody help me? Why is he doing that? Stop that. Stop that. Whew. Dodson with a hell of an open field tackle there. You're rallying up to the player. He's late to get up to him in coverage. Slides right up, and that guy needs 1 yard further to go get the first down. 1 yard. He's got to fall forward. Guy's 6'6" Dulich. I mean, all he's got to do is just lean, and he's got to get that first down, and you able to come up with your force and just chop him with that arm. Chop him down. And great play. Absolutely great play by Dotson there, but like I said, he's been playing a whale of a game out here today. He's had a couple of plays. I think he's been in coverage tight. He's shown up at times as a blitzer. They did a great job, too, the previous play there of kind of faking a blitz. And that's definitely throwing Nix off at times, I think, when they're sort of faking those games up there and making him think it's come when it isn't. Because you can see he reacts to the pressure when it is around him, when he's going to throw the ball. He's not necessarily a stand in there and throw tall guy, you know. And he can throw off balance and platform a little bit, but it does get a little dodgy when you force a quarterback to kind of have to throw like that. Henry, thank you for that $5 again on that. I will check out that game. I want to look at those highlights of that game because it did look like one of those kind of special college games of the season that you have to, at the very least, check out the highlights. If not, go back and try to catch as much of the game as you can. And there's some NFL players on that field too, Henry. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation. Actually adjusting at halftime. Imagine. Yeah, that's what that looks like, huh, Jeffrey? That's what that looks like? That's how that appears. That's what halftime adjustments look like. And yeah, looks like that's just what you did. Defensively, you know you were rolling fine. Just more of the same. Let's stay locked in with what we're doing. Offensively speaking, let's get back to the ground game. Let's get back to finding our identity here a little bit. And then off that ground game, some of the pass can start to work now a little bit. Let's see if we can close this thing out here with the final drive now. See what Grubby dials up here. Thank you, Jeffrey, for all your donations and support today. Seahawks up 26-13, 12:59 to go. The defense has been absolutely out of their minds today good. Hawks will set up here. Gino, under center, 3 wide. Pitch play outside to Walker. Walker, nowhere to go. Players all around him on that outside pitch play. Broncos were all over that. Second down and 9. Oh, I guess we had a penalty on first down. I didn't catch it. I'm sorry. I don't know why they're calling it second and 9. Shouldn't they be second and 14 is what it should be. I think the Broncos are showing a blitz. Feel it, Gino. Feel it, Gino. Feel it, Gino. Nice catch by Tyler Lockett on the comeback route there. This will make this into a makeable third down. Clock spins under 12 minutes to go. Going after Riley Moss there again. I like that. I like that targeting. Third and 5. Broncos showing a blitz. Double A gap, mug pressure, press coverage on the outside. Gino dropping back to throw. Finds DK Metcalf. DK with a first down. Nicely done. DK on a little drag route there. DK getting up a little gimpy on the play. He's going to run over there to the sideline. How about DK on a drag route, though? Come off press. Nice release. Goes untouched. Nice throw there by... That's where you wish the players would wear knee pads. She just, that hurts. $10:55 to go here in the fourth. First down and 10 from the 21-yard line. Gino under center. We got a little reverse thing here to Laviska. Laviska keeps his feet nicely just to turn it into a 2-yard gain. There just didn't look like there was a lot of room to work with there. Grub a little bit more on this drive. You can see with the running game trying to go to the edges a little bit more. Like he's sensing he's got a little bit more space there to operate rather than some of the inside run game goes. And the Broncos have done a good job here on that counter to it of having the guys in place there to the edges. They snuffed out that Walker run and we're on that Laviska one as well. And Seahawks haven't run a lot of that to Laviska today. So solid effort there on the Broncos defense to keep that in line. Second down and 9. Hand off to Walker. Walker now a little inside run here. Boy, Walker kind of lost his feet there, oddly. Looked like he had the first down and he just sort of slipped on his feet and fell just short of the first down marker there. 3rd down and 1. Looked like he had it just... and there again, counter back to what Grubb was doing. Early on in the drive, going to the edges in the run game, getting snuffed out. Oh, maybe the Broncos are leaning up to the edges here a little bit. Let's get back into the A and B gap runs. Let's get back to power. And that's what they came back to there with a just gap run there to Walker. And able to hit it for about a 9-yard gain. 3rd down and 1. Broncos. 5-man pressure look here. Out to Charbonnet in the flat. Charbonnet can't get around. Oh my goodness. Charbonnet doing all he can. Just Broncos doing a great job as a defense to rally to the ball there. Thought they had it. You had the 5-man front. It looked like you had the numbers game to the side on the flat route throw to Charbonnet. But a very good job of an effort there by this Broncos defense on that play to get the stop here. Man, one more first down, and you might feel like from a Seahawks standpoint, boy, we're just about to press this down. The Broncos defense has been tough today, though. So 4th and 3, 8:52 to go here in the fourth quarter. Dixon out on the field to punt this one away. Come on, Dixon, put this deep. Come on, Michael. And he sends this nicely to about the 20-yard line. Good punt, but there is some room to work with. Nice job by Derek Young. Derek Young able to grab an ankle there as he's running past the returner and pull him down to stop him dead in his tracks. So a marvelous punt by Michael Dixon deep. And this is going to make the Broncos work with a long field to get up the field here, which is just what you wanted to see there. Is let's flip some of this field position in that moment. Nicely done there. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $5 donation. Wu-Tang Financial says, so the vibes are back then. We don't lose to the donkeys. Mike Mac got the D on lock. He does so far, and they have looked astonishingly good for this being the first game of Mike Macdonald defense. And we know the talent was there on this team. We just didn't know, if they were going to be ready to ascend to that spot. Now it's the Broncos. It's Bo Nix. It's his first start on the road. So we'll put all of this into the proper perspective of things. But it's a great opening step from this defense if they can finish this off now. And love what I've seen from them today from an effort level, from a tackling level, intensity level, rallying to the ball. The schematics are a little bit more updated here where you can see there's times you're giving your players advantages here to help them out. It's just not merely on their back, on their shoulders to make it happen. You're seeing that and feeling that today in a big-time way, Wu-Tang. So, I think the vibes hopefully will be back. Hopefully we'll be back. And great tackle there by Derek Young. If he doesn't make that tackle there, he might get up the field another 15, 20 yards because Dixon sort of did I'm going to give a little bit more length to this punt and give up a little bit of height to get the length out there to try to flip that field position. So then that's really reliant then on your gunners to get down there and make sure that they make the tackles in open space because that's usually where there'll be the free holes then that will start to open up at times. Michael Austin, thank you for the $5 donation, Michael. Very, very kind of you. And you guys are just amazing today on all of your support. Thank you so much for that. I really, really do appreciate it from the bottom of my heart on all that. You guys are just amazing on your side of it. Michael says, hey, Brando, Marshawn probably went up to the Grub booth and said, run the ball. Go Hawks. Well, if there's any man, Michael, if there's any man that walks into your offensive play calling booth, if there is any human being on this earth who you're in there making your play call as an offensive designer, you're in there, All right, we're going to dial up down this end. And Marshawn walks in. What? Marshawn's in? What? Hey, Marshawn, what? What's up? Run the ball, boss. Okay. All right, Marshawn. You know, there's going to be one guy you're going to do it on. That's going to be the one. No further explanation, Marshawn. I got it. No. I mean, if there's one person that, yeah. No, you're right. Late blitz here by Witherspoon, picked up by the running back. Julian Love right there after the catch. All dad been saying it. They might make a short completion here, and on that play, Nix just hit down the check down real quick there, essentially, but you're right there to rally up and tackle. No extra yardage gained after the catch. It is a nice little gain of about 6 yards, though. 2nd and 4. 4-man front. Hurry up here from the Broncos. Clock continues to spin. Nix dropping back. He's got time to throw and survey, and he finds a man out there. Brought down. Nice job by Dotson. Little stinger there in the shoulder there, but Dotson coming up a little bit gingerly on that one. It's only the 2nd first down for the Broncos in this half. 7:45 to go. Come on, clock. Roll, baby, roll. Broncos have all 3 of their timeouts. Bo Nix under center here. 1st and 10. Play action pass. Nix under pressure. He gets hit as he throws, and that ball will be wobbled down on the hit. Are they going to call a flag? What are you going to call a flag on that? That was right as he was throwing. I don't know how you call a flag on that. What are they waiting for? The officials are waiting for. What is the call on that? That's stupid. They didn't do anything wrong. They gave him a free first down on that? Oh my God. No, okay, 2nd and 10. Like, holy hell. Nobody got their head hit. It was right as the throw was coming. Yeah, good call by the officials. That. Come on. I know we're protecting him, but there was they didn't come near the head. He's throwing the ball. Second down and 10. Nix under center, 2 tight end look here for them. Hawks up and press a little bit. Nice job. Leonard Williams having a good game. Mike Morris also there, but Leonard, he's been active and all over the place here for your Seahawks defensively today. Well done. 3rd down and 9. Seahawks defense, on top of doing a lot of good things today, has done a great job of forcing this Bronco offense to be in 3rd and longs, to live in 3rd and longs. Their average down and distance on 3rd down today is 8 yards. They're at 9 right now. 6:51 to go. Nixon shotgun. Press coverage to one side, off coverage on the other side. Seahawks bringing a blitz. Nix falling back, throwing. He makes the completion, but he is pulled down right there, short of the first down marker by a good 3 yards. This will bring up 4th down and a decision here for Sean Payton. Clock will continue to roll. 6:30 to go. 4th down and 4. Maybe game right here. Come on, 12s. Come on, 12s. 4th and 4. Come on, help them out. Too many people said, let them know. Let them know. Nixon shotgun, 3 wide. Press look, 4-man front. Seahawks coming up, completed, 1st down. Nice catch, Josh Reynolds. One was up there and press on him. Nice throw by Nix there. There was not a lot of space in there to complete that, and he fitted in there. 5:40 to go here. Nixon shotgun from the 50-yard line, dropping back to throw. He's going to push this up the football field. And that's an incomplete pass. Woolen was looking for offensive holding there or something. Oh, he's looking for face mask on the because he got his helmet there. Oh, offensive pass interference. I thought he was doing this thing. 2nd down and 10. Nixon shotgun, 3 wide. Fake pitch. He's looking. That ball's intercepted! Tariq Woolen, baby! Woo-hoo-hoo! Tariq Woolen with the pick! Intercepted! Let's go! Mike Macdonald's defense puts the clamps down on the Broncos. We're going Bronco busting today. 2 defenders down there for the Seahawks. I don't know, 2 guys could have almost have picked that, the potential to pick that one. Woolen, who's played a great game today, might have just given up his first completion today in like a 5-yard in-cutting route. He's in off-coverage zone here. You're running a man match. He sprints all the way across the field on a man match to make that interception. And we've seen quarterbacks like Goff on the tight end a couple of years ago make this same mistake where you think he's off coverage, off zone, cover 3 that side. There's no way he can get over on the crossing route to the other side of the field. But indeed he can. Hand off to Charbonnet here. Not a lot of room to work with so far, and he gets knocked down there after a gain of only about a yard or so. Woolen just using that speed, and the quarterbacks just don't think a guy's going to go all the way from that side of the field all the way over there. Certainly that throw will be opened by that point. Part of it, too, is the Knicks, you can only hit check down city for so long when you're down by 2 touchdowns, and you got to start to push the ball up the football field, especially as you were starting to eat up a lot of that clock like they were. Just under 5 minutes to go here now. Heavy stack box here from the Broncos. Out to JSN. Hits him out in the flat there for a quick, easy throw and completion. This will bring us down to 3rd down. We do have a flag. We got pass interference on Seattle on the play. I guess they ran a little bit of a rub route. Is that what that is? Terry Viz, you're cracking us up. Woo! Let's go, Rink. What's up, Terry? All right, 2nd and 19, 4:45 in the 4th quarter. Broncos still do have all 3 of their timeouts. Just want to make this clock run. 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 Timeout by the Hawks here. Kind of a little bit of delay getting the call in there. I know, you're happy too. Very happy. Y2K, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Julian Love on fire, but everyone on D is making plays. Hey, they're all showing up today. I mean, we can go through, I think, a big list of guys today that really balled out. Julian Love, maybe at the center of that a bit and how he's played. He's been awesome. But yeah, I mean, Woolen, great. Leonard Williams has been really good. Maffei's flashed at times this game. Dotson and Baker have both looked good as our 2 new inside linebackers. Can't say enough about both those 2 guys with how they play today. It's been very impressive to watch this defense work today. 2nd and 19, Gino and shotgun. Broncos are still thinking it's a run here. Seahawks are going to throw a little screen play. They just cannot get it out to Charbonnet. Charbonnet sort of slow rolled that getting out. Charbonnet's got to get out into that flat and give Gino a target. Those defensive linemen get upfield. You got to give them something that you can throw to there. They had the right play call to hit him. They were running the blitz there. If they hit that screenplay, that thing might go for a bit. DK got hit with a holding penalty? I'll have to go back and see. They didn't show a replay of it. 3rd and 19. Hand off to Charbonnet. Nowhere to go. Not likely you're going to get the 3rd down completion there. The important thing is to get the clock rolling, and as you can see by Denver calling the timeout there, that's how you know that's the proper play call, is Denver associating it back with a timeout on the other side of it. I totally am with that. I get it doesn't go for anything, but you're not completing that there anyway. Just get them to start forcing their timeout calls and rolling on that. But Y2K, Julian Love looking great today. Just great. All over the place. Ran in the cut. Thank you for the $2 donation, Ran. Says, Tariq has a pick. Let's have it go. This is the Reek Revenge Tour this year, man. He's coming back this year. I've told people I can easily see an all-pro potential season from this guy because he's going to maybe get 7-8 interceptions if it goes right in this defense. You're seeing why today. You know, you just have nowhere to run from on this with this defense and the way it's going to be structured, where you can just not target him. So he's going to get his share of targets. He's going to be in man coverage. Like there, that was a man match situation. That wasn't a pure zone situation. Short punt here by Dixon, not good. Fielded there and taken up to the 47-yard line. I don't know if that got off the end of the foot or not there by Dixon, but not ideal. So 4:28 to go. 2 timeouts remaining here for the Broncos. Still nervous. There's still a lot of game here. Nix will set up in shotgun. 1st and 10. 4 wide. Pressure is going to flush him from the pocket. He's going to run this upfield. Turn around. Turn around. Jesus, linebacker's got Nix right behind him. He's keeps running up the field. Big play by Nix, like 15, 6, 17 yards there. That was too easy. Kitty, you are so hairy. God, there's still a lot of this game left. Come on. This is going to be a 4-hour game when it's all said and done. They've stretched the commercial breaks out as far as they can on this one. Trips to the far side of the field. Shotgun look here for Nix. Seahawks bringing a blitz. Witherspoon brings the pressure and able to cause an incompletion there by Witherspoon coming on the blitz. Nix saw it late. McDonald's dialed up a little bit more pressures this half than he did in the first half. And you can see with Nix, there's a remarkable difference in him when he's got the clean pocket and what he can kind of do to survey back there. And versus once you get him under a little bit of pressure and start getting his feet jumpy back there. 4:17 to go here in this football game. 2nd and 10 for the Broncos. They're at the 32-yard line of the Seahawks. 4-man pressure look here. Completion, quick tackle there by Jerome Baker. Clock will continue to roll, but there's really still plenty of time here from the Broncos' standpoint on it here, as they've got up the field pretty quickly on the Seahawks with this drive. There's not really a big reason to do anything past. They can run their hurry up in a little bit, but 3rd and 4. Definitely 2-down territory for the Broncos. Trips to the far side. Witherspoon's going to bring the blitz. Nix is going to check. Seahawks are going to check, I think, out of the blitz here. You're not going to still bring it, are you? He's going to show it, but I don't think he's going to bring it now. He's going to bring it. Wow. Tackle down. Inbounds. Clock will continue to roll here. 1st down. Okay, Kitty. I hear you. Okay. You're good. You're good. 1st and 10. Broncos on the 19-yard line. Nix trying to get the snap fast. Quick throw out to the flat. Be about a gain of 3 or 4. Seahawks kind of standing off coverage here, kind of giving us some easy completions up. I understand you want to keep it in front of you. Clock will continue to go here. 2nd and 5. 2:53 to go here in the 4th quarter. Nix is trying to set up some plays and direct some action here. 3 wide. Quick throw. Completed for a first down to Cortland Sutton. Woolen gives up the completion there on the kind of a post route, slant route thing there. Half post, half slant. Clock does continue to roll. 2:22 to go here. This football game. 4-man front, showing pressure, dropping out of it. Nix rolling. He might have a... No, don't go backwards. Nix made it up on his legs there. Boy, he faked out defenders all over that drive. Nobody could tell when he was scrambling or when he wasn't. And Witherspoon there could have come up and run up and tackled him, and Witherspoon started to bail back. You could tell Nix was running it at that point. He wasn't going to throw it. And just opened up the door for the touchdown. Defense is gassed. Defense might be gassed. Yeah, you might be. I mean, they've spent a lot of time on this football field in this game. There's been a lot of snaps on this football field, this defense today. What have they played here? Yeah, they're up to 69 total plays in this football game. Seahawks got 54, but this has just been a daunting kind of opening game. There's been a lot of plays, a lot of stoppage of clock, a lot of inaccurate throws. All right, well, Broncos are going to get 3 stoppages of play here now because you couldn't get the stop before the 2-minute warning. So you can't just lay on the clock here. You're going to have to probably get a first down to close this game off. And man, Witherspoon, I would like to just drive up on the quarterback there. Don't fall back. Well, it happened to Baker there too, where they got too caught up on sticking their man and not trying to take the QB's going to want to run it, man. He's a rookie. He ain't trying to throw. MJ Seahawk, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, it's nice not seeing the corners play on the same side of the field. Yes, it is. A little traveling going on. It's been for the benefit. That's for sure. It's been for the benefit. The Broncos are going to kick this off and try to trust their defense. Can understand why on that side of it. Thank you, though, MJ Seahawk. Appreciate all the donos today. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Orange Cat will be my guy. RW3 ever... Sorry. We'll get to that in a sec here, Garth. All right, here we got the kickoff. The kick will go deep and through the back of the end zone where the Seahawks will take over. So from Grubb's standpoint, what do you want to do calling up here? Running the ball wise today. Walker, 20 carries, 103 yards. Zach Charbonnet, 6 carries, 13 yards. Looks like there's some problem with Walker. He's not been out on the field the past couple of times, so I'm guessing that there's some kind of injury with Walker. Charbonnet has not been as good here, and I don't know if you can trust the running game with Charbonnet. There's been a stark difference between the two of those backs, and Charbonnet needs things a little bit more blocked up for him. He's not as able to kind of create back there as much as Walker can. Gino and shotgun. 1st and 10. Seahawks are going to hand this ball off to Charbonnet. What a lame, boring call. All right, that takes you to 2-minute warning. Gar says, Orange Cat, will my guy Russell Wilson ever see glory again on the NFL field? I surrender to your wisdom. Will Russell Wilson ever see glory again, Pumpkin? I don't know if that was a yes or not. She's kind of busy mid-lick, so it's hard to get a certain answer from her, Garth. There was a lot she said, too. It was like a meow, meow, meow. Like maybe it was more than a yes or no, you know? Like, it's complicated. A little bit of that going on. Oh, man. Thank you again for all the donations today, guys and girls. I really appreciate it. Please hit that like button if you could for me. We got almost 1,000 people on in the chat here today, so if you could hit that like button for me, it helps me out tremendously, helps this channel grow. I really, really do appreciate it. It's going to come down to this here. If I'm Grubb, I'm running some play action. I don't think I'm going to the run here, especially if I don't have Walker out on the field anymore. Seahawks have definitely gotten conservative these past 2 drives in their approach a bit, and I get the lead on the ground game, but Zach's got 7 carries for 13 yards. It ain't working with him. It's not just like a tiny drop from him to Walker right now. It's like big drop. Big dip. Blocking hasn't been good either, though. I'll tell you what, this NFL, they will make these games last. Like, this thing's going to go to 5 o'clock. Hey, they get their commercials worth. All right, come on. Second down and 10. 2 minutes to go. Gino in shotgun. Another handoff to Charbonnet on an outside run. Oh, look, shocker. It doesn't go anywhere. We lose this game. It's the conservative calls here on the end of this game is like, okay. I don't, man, Grubb is, oh, boy. Trying to just eke this one out. I never like eking it out, man. Eking out never goes good. It's like prevent defense. Doesn't ever really prevent anything. It's like, yeah, let's not put this to this. Come on. You're going to still give them 2 minutes. Like, they can get up the field quick on you still. Like, top you just lose 2 yards. Doesn't get you anything. Like, ugh. Very conservative. Very conservative. And you pretty much put this third down in a third not makeable by this conservative play calling. They're going to bring a blitz. You've not dealt with the blitz as well today necessarily on this. It looks like we might have a false start here by the Broncos. Completed to Fant. He's brought down short of the first down. We'll see if... we'll see what the call is. Free play, I think. Replay third down. Baron Browning jumped off sides there. So bring up 3rd and 6. Gino trips to the far side of the field. 4 wide. Empty look here for him. What a catch by Tyler Lockett with the game on the line. Tyler stabs out with one hand and reels it on in. He's got tiny little baby hands, but he put all those little tiny digits to work on that one. Reeling it on in. How about that catch when you need it with the game on the line? Gino hit as he throws. This has often been the case today. Tyler, one-handed stab, able to pull it in. Amazing catch with the game on the line. What a legend. What a legend. Tyler Lockett having a great game showing you he ain't done yet. Seahawks are going to roll out the most beautiful formation in all of football. That's the victory formation. Gino's going to take himself a knee. I'm going to have myself a heart attack. It was good knowing you guys. Okay. We got it. We got it. And how about Tyler Lockett today? Some back shoulder catches, some contested Tyler Lockett contested catches, dare I say. And then with the game on the line, you're going to make a one-handed catch? With the game on the line? Don't do him like that, Tyler. Don't do them like that. So Mike Macdonald's first game as a Seattle Seahawks head coach is a very successful one. He comes out of this game with the dub. Defense, a very impressive performance. Offense did just enough in this game and the overall outlook of it. But that's all you got to do is just enough. And get that dub, get that opening win. It was a hell of a fight and a hell of a battle. Boy, this was a grindy affair. Nothing easy for either of these two offenses. You get a little bit of momentum. You kind of feel like you get 2 steps forward, maybe a step back a little bit. But able to keep it sustained enough. What a game. What a game. That's why I love this game, man. It's such a draw of emotions and stir of emotions and nothing else like it in sports, in my opinion. Litbird, thank you for subscribing, Litbird. TJ the Cod God, thank you for subscribing as well, TJ. Welcome on in the house. Thank you guys for answering that call. Please do hit that like button, sub on up. We got over 1,000 people in the chat here. 1,000 people, let's go. And the Seahawks pull off the win. It was not pretty, folks, but there's no style points in the NFL. You don't get the NFL season at the end of the day. They got the plus differential, and then they got the style points on the other side of it. Don't need style points. We just need dubs. We just need to come away with the win. And that's what we did today. Offense was rough as hell in the first half. Came back, got you 3 scoring possessions in the second half to start things off. Got a little bit conservative then through the back end of that game a little bit there. Tyler finished it right. But big, huge tip of the cap of the defense today. They held rookie Bo Nix to 26 of 42 for 138 yards and 2 interceptions. That's pretty damn dominant. The running game for the Broncos, 25 carries, 99 yards, only averaging about 4 yards right on the dot, average per carry today. That's pretty good. And you look at it, they did a good job of getting pressure. They did a good job of simulating pressure at times, making Bo Nix think it would come when it wasn't, getting Bo Nix to speed up at times in his process and his clock. I think you got to get a real good feel today, a little bit of what Mike Macdonald's defense brings to the table and what it does to quarterbacks. And why I said coming into this, where you're a rookie quarterback going up against this defense, that's a tough matchup because this is a defense that is not going to make it easy on you with clean, clear looks prior to the snap. Everything is almost going to have to be done processing post-snap. And quarterbacks love to have their pre-snap reads. They love to have their pre-snap rules that guide them in the right direction post-snap. And that's what Mike Macdonald's defense will not allow you to do. Now, if you're a veteran quarterback, if you've got a little bit of age in this league, if you've been around the block a few times, maybe you have a bit of a way to kind of see and understand what you're seeing on that a little more clearer. But rookie quarterback, first start on the road, that's going to seem like a lot when you're looking across from it. And it was a lot, I think, for Bo Nix today. This defense, on top of overall playing well, we've got to remember with this too, it's not just on the 20 points you give up, which is good in the nature of things in the NFL in general for a defense, but understand this too. 4 of those points were on the back of our offense, where our offense gave up 2 safeties in this game. Your offense then also gave up a short field on a punt return where your punt returner muffs the punt and they recover at about the 15-yard line. And you've got the interception of Gino Smith to start the game, putting them on the short field there. 4 times in this game where the things that outside of their control they're put into, and they didn't wilt, they didn't suffer to where they like your shoulders drop and you're like, God, offense, man, punt returner, geez. There was none of that. They came out there, they were ferocious, they were lighting it up. You had some good hits out there. I mean, the tackling, was there a missed tackle today from the Seahawks defense that you saw? Did anybody see that? And isn't that a night and day difference from what we've seen recently here? Where tackling's been an issue for years in recent years. But I don't think we saw one missed tackle today. Guys were, and especially on the rallying up in coverage. You knew Bo Nix was going to try to throw short. You knew he was going to try to live short. And when he did try to do that, you had a guy always right there to go up and make the tackle. Julian Love played a phenomenal game, 12 tackles, an interception, a tackle for a loss, a pass defensed. He had a few times he came up on plays where they made a short completion and he made the tackle. He was right there and brought the guy right to the ground. But it really stands out almost as much as anything from Mike Macdonald's defense right now. More than just, the potential dominance of this defense and more than the stack fronts and the flipping up of the coverages on that side of it. I think the one thing that stood out right now through the preseason games and through this first game of the season here is the tackling and how far it's come from where it was. Because we would even say at times last year, Well, the tackling maybe is falling off a little bit because the defense is living on the field so much. And they're living on the field so much because they're giving up so many of these conversions and they're getting tired. And it's hard to wrap up once you get tired. Can't quite say that though, can we? Because the defense was on the field for over 70 snaps in this game. Yet the tackling held up all the way throughout because they weren't on the field because they're allowing long drives in this game. They were on the field at times because the punt returner and Gino and other reasons caused them to be out on that field at times that were outside of their control, like the safety. So really impressive work, in my opinion, by what we saw out of this defense today from Mike Macdonald's crew. This is his first game with them. This is defense being installed, going from that one defense to this defense. You have two inside linebackers didn't play at all through the preseason. Yet those guys look like they were completely on the same page, ready to go. Both of those two guys flashed. Dotson, another guy. I mean, you can almost talk all day about the defensive players in this game. You really could. There were so many really, really good defensive performances down the line. Julian Love was balling out of his mind. I thought Rayshawn Jenkins came on the blitz a couple times, provided some pressure. He was good as a tackler with 6 tackles in this game. Jerome Baker was overall, I think, solid. Boye Mafe got himself a sack. Derek Hall got himself a sack in this game. Leonard Williams had 5 quarterback hits, and I thought he was just all over the field in this football game from the defensive tackle position. He wasn't, I don't know if you go to say dominant or not, but was he giving you the impact of what you're paying for a bit in there and what you'd hope to get from him? I think he was. And I think he's going to be very, very well graded coming out the other side of this game. But they pulled it off, man. They pulled it off. And not pretty, but no style points. Let's not worry about style points. Let's just get these dubs. Let's start stacking these dubs up. You got New England going next week. Let's work through the first part of the schedule where it might be a little easier, work out these kinks. Offensively, there's a lot of kinks to work out. And when it comes to Grubb going to the next game to the Patriots team and that defense, who played pretty good against the Bengals here on the road, and they're not going to be an easy test. Maybe even a stiffer test next week against that Patriots team for this offense. Grubb's standpoint's got to come out, I think, a little bit more at times with some easier completions there early in the game for Gino and the boys. Give him a little bit more of a chance to get into that rhythm, less of just trying to hit things deep and over the top there, whereas I think that's part of the problems that started out there stumbling there coming out the front. Is a little bit too many of the 7-step drops, looking deep down the field. You've got Gino surveying, pass rushes coming around him. We're not pass protecting well enough to kind of hold out for those plays right now. We might have to live a little bit more shorter until things can get shorn better up there up front as far as the offensive line. But the offense did find their footing. Grubb then adjusted in that second half to a little bit more of the running game. And that ended up being a bit more of the, I think, difference in this game is that adjustment, because then once you found you had some yards to be had there and Walker was able to really get going, that's where you really seem to find your footing offensively. And then it opened up some of the passing attack as well. Nas, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, Nas. Tough game from Grubb, but we knew it'd take a while. Indeed we did. This was a different, much like defensively. I mean, the defensively really quickly has kind of come together here on that side of the ball. But we did wonder if on both sides of the ball there was going to be an acclimation process that was going to have to be undertaken. You're going from some of the most simplified concepts on the offensive side of the ball to some of the most complicated in the NFL and what you're trying to run. Pre-snap motion, how you attack, the varied way you attack. Defensively, is very much the same thing. You're going from the simplified to the complicated. And if you're going to make that transition, it's probably not one that is made overnight. And so we do have to allow for, I think, on both sides of the ball, week in and week out, there to be some growing pains within it. It's good the offense was at least finally able to find its footing. The bottom line is of it that you did put up the 26 points. You were able to be explosive, but in that start of the second half into the depth of kind of the 10 minutes to go in the fourth quarter or so, halfway in the fourth quarter. So there was at least the signs of life there from it. But a very good point on your part, Nas, and I agree with you. Got to give it time. Charlie S. and Lobster of Doom. I love that username. What a great username. Thank you for subscribing up and heeding my call on that, folks. We're trying to get over 20,000 subscribers today. So if you could sub up for me, I would really appreciate it. Not today, but this year is the goal, hopefully. So please do help us get to that mark today by both hitting that like button if you can and sub on up. It's two things that help out YouTube content creators like myself, help us grow, help us get bigger. It's a very small thing, but a big thing in aiding us along the way of our YouTube journey. Dylan Sturbin, thank you for subscribing as well. Dylan, you're awesome for doing so, and I really do appreciate that for subscribing on up. William Leonard, thank you for the $5 donation. William, it's great to see you in the house today too, brother. It says, cue the "they had us in the first half, not gonna lie" meme. Yeah, I'm sure that there's going to be some draping here in the post chat as we go through this and talk a little bit about what that this should have been an easier game, that we're lucky to come out with it, that this was so rough for this and this was so rough for that, and there'll be maybe a little bit of that. But I'm going to definitely push back on it, William, and I know many of the people in the chat will push back on it because you played, you won the game, and it's a first game at that under a new coaching staff. And if you don't expect that there's going to be some ups and downs for a new coaching staff in their first game, I mean, what's the expectation level here? And did you just come out and just fully dominate from the jump on it? And I did have coming into this game as kind of the final score I was at was somewhere between like 24-13, 27-17. So at the end of the day, really the final result was kind of around, as far as the score goes, right where we kind of thought it would be from a prediction model standpoint. It obviously was a little bit rougher from that first half and how bad it looked at times in a way, but I don't expect that it's going to be like that. There's too much talent offensively for this thing not to come, more further forward as we go into the future weeks on this. And there were some really good things that Grubb did do within that offense when it was going right, and it was kind of, cooking forward there a little bit. Jessica Sylvia says, I subscribe for Pumpkin. No offense. Hey, whatever reasons bring you here, I'm happy for you doing so, and I appreciate it. So whatever it takes to get you subscribed, I know she's the true star, Jessica. I know she's the true star. Tyler, anybody here that way you talking S about Bo after the game? What do you mean, Tyler? Grub sub. Let's go, Borgen. Let's go. David Russell, thank you for subscribing on up too, man. Thank you for answering that call. I really, really do appreciate it. Really do appreciate it. Lou Allen says, I'm going to be honest, Dotson was the man today. He was great all over the football field. And he is sort of the epitome of the player that will fly around, hair on fire kind of guy, and just always seemingly a little bit of a step in the head in the right spot. His instincts are really strong, and he does a great job of just being able to get through blocks. It's not even that he's kind of dipping off the blocks or he's sifting the block away. Like Bobby Wagner would be great about doing that, where Bobby could really use his hands and just hand fight his way to get around guys at times. With Dodson, he almost just gets to the spot quicker by just being that much faster to the place and being that much more instinctive to get to the spot. But he stood out across the board today too. His tackling was outstanding. He shows you, he gives you the full meal deal as a player, and that he's good against the run and he's good against the pass. A guy that I've thought that's a very good candidate to where he balls out this year, and then we look to make him a guy that you sign to the long term because you just love about what he brings to the field. But he was great. Just great today. Zombie Central, this defense 100% could have held the Broncos to less than 10 points had the offense hadn't struggled so badly. Yeah, agreed. A large part of the 20 points being put on the board is that offensive struggles, the safety, the fumble, the interception. You did a lot offensively to sort of kick this game away at times. And luckily, the defense held strong and held the line. In kind of a way I can't remember of us having done recently when the offense was in such a out of sorts kind of way in recent history. Oh, okay, Tyler. I thought you were saying with me. I wasn't sure if I had said something with it. So, yeah, Bo did what he could today. I mean, this is his first start, and that's where you've got to give a guy so much room, I think, for that when they start their first start on the road, and really one of the toughest environments in all of football, one of the loudest environments in all of football, especially for an offense in the Broncos that, while they have a pretty good offensive line to set him up relatively well, they don't have a ton of playmakers out there. We saw their running backs aren't, super dynamic. It doesn't seem like Williams is quite really, maybe he won't fully get back from that really horrible knee injury that he suffered. But it does seem like, he did what he could today. I thought Nix did. I thought he played as well as you could kind of ask a rookie quarterback in that environment to deal with, and Seattle didn't make it easy on him. Corbo Hole says, let us never speak of the first half ever again. I'm good with that. Ben, go Hawks. Not just an abdominal injury for Walker, not severe. That's good to hear. A little worried about that because, boy, you could see a difference between the two there when he went out versus Charbonnet. Kieran says there were great plays and lucky plays, but the NFL knows blitz us, and chances are we lose. The blitz rate by the Broncos was crazy. They were dialing up a lot of them today, and that was the big bit of the issues offensively last year for us. And there was a variety of issues last year, but pass protection against those stack boxes, pass protection against the stack boxes on the back of then being blitzed. And you did see that again a bit today and rearing its head a bit, where our protection calls weren't great. We didn't have an answer for how to attack it. There'd be times where we would have the right answer. There was the Zach Charbonnet screenplay at the end of the game where they're bringing the blitz, they bring it, you see it coming, you got the screenplay set out to the outside. Charbonnet just does not get out at time for as fast as the blitz gets to Gino Smith. And so the play's just dead, and he's got to ground it at that point. So it's a variety of reasons why you weren't able to beat it, but you do bring up a good point on the success of this offense moving into the rest of this year, being that this is an issue that has lasted beyond just a season, is how they adjust in dealing with these blitzes, because teams are going to continue to dial this stuff up. And it all kind of started at times, ironically speaking, with Mike Macdonald last year in that Ravens team, where teams really started to kind of have the light bulb go on for this kind of thing. Oh, Hawks have a hard time with the stack boxes, and troubles with the stacked boxes with the blitzes too. And let's keep running the combos of that at them all day long. And it's the part we're going to have to fix. Lou says, apparently Vegas knows we covered the spread. There we go. Ben says, go Hawks. Defense was amazing and breathe. They were great. Very, very encouraging. T-Lord says, ab injuries can be lingering things. They can, especially when it's that dreaded sports hernia. So we'll see if that's what he is dealing with. Hopefully it's not that one, but if it's that one, that's the one that can be that's the one that requires surgery, and you can kind of play through it, but man, it hurts. Especially for a running back that's got to constantly be torquing your body all over the place. Hawks goal, what did you make of Fant's injury? Looked like a ligament to me. Unfortunately, it did to me as well. I mean, your best case is, to me, based on where it was at, your best case is it's a torn MCL. Worst case is that it's a torn ACL. And the fact that he couldn't put really any power on it at all as he was being walked off the field is not a great sign. Zombie Central, genuinely, Mike Macdonald's defense was everything it was advertised to be in this game. It was absolutely incredible. And if we can play defense like this every game, maybe we can make the playoffs. I love where you're coming from, man. And I do think that if the defense can play like this, you can make the playoffs. Because I don't think the offense is going to struggle like they did this way today throughout the course of the season, especially if the defense is giving them the ball back quite a lot. Church is surprised McIntosh didn't get any play. Yeah, it kind of just went to Charbonnet and called it a day on that at that point. John says Clowney had an abdominal injury that required the surgery eventually. That's that sports hernia thing. Yeah, there's no way around it. You eventually need to get the surgery one way or the other on that. So hopefully with Walker, it's not that, but I'm not aware of any other kind of injury there. Maybe it's just slightly strained. Long live the king. Thank you for the $5 donation. There's so many examples this week of why you don't give the quarterback the super duper mega contract money. Amen, King. You know that this is a place that I find myself upon very often in trying to drive at this point of being that every team just decides that they have to pay these guys. Every team just decides that, well, you have to pay him. Well, you got the guy, you got to pay him. They're all paying them like they're top 5 guys, and they're not all top 5 guys. It's okay to pay for the guy, but if you're going to pay for the guy, he better be that Mahomes. He better be that Allen. He better be that guy up in that special cut to where he is that difference maker, because it is so much money you're giving them at that point. It's no small dollar amount. It's no like, well, it's just a little bit more than the most guy making it, more than double what the next highest paid guy is on your roster making. So you better be sure with that kind of contract. And as we've seen, to your point, oftentimes over, it's not about a surety in giving these contracts out to these quarterbacks. It's more often than not about, we kind of think we got the guy. We're kind of scared about what will happen if we don't pay him. What if we don't pay him and then he goes somewhere else and he's awesome? That ends up driving that decision. And that's pretty easy to see why that decision is then drawn to the wrong direction a lot of the time. Probably more often than not, quite frankly, with that King. But agreed. Very much agree with you on that. We got some guys subbing up here and answering that call. And man, I thank you guys for this very much. David Russell, again, thank you for subbing up. B-Film, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. B-Film, welcome on in as a member of the channel. Keep an eye on your community post. If you're a member of the channel, I'll be posting the PFF scores on Monday. We're going to be doing a call-in show this month as well, so be on the lookout for that, and maybe getting some Thursday night streams out going for you guys as well. So we'll be getting that cooked up. But thank you, B-Film. I appreciate you becoming a member of the channel. Mario 2.00, thank you for subscribing as well, Mario. Stephen Doherty as well. Thank you, Stephen Doherty, for subscribing on up. I really appreciate you guys for subbing on up, hitting that like button as you guys are doing. This helps my channel out just tremendously when you do this. We're on the road to try to get over 20,000 this year. That's the goal here for the sub count, and we are on that road. We're going strong, and you're helping us get there one and all by subbing up to the channel. Thank you for doing that. I really, really, really do appreciate it. Boom. Tony Rossetti. Sorry, Tony, I butchered your name. Tony Rossetti. I'll say your name right. Thank you for subscribing as well to the channel. Welcome aboard, my man. I appreciate you for doing that. Augustin says, imagine drafting a guard instead of Charbonnet. Yeah, I mean, you could have. This is that tough part, as somebody's mentioned above my chat early in the game on this, where it's the availability of the guards that were there and that you could grab. So that draft, coming into that draft, you had really only 2 guards that had second round grades coming into that draft. That was going to be Steve Avila and Osiris Torrance. Neither 2 guys were necessarily a fit exactly for the scheme you were running, but they were good, and they were probably going to be good pros. They were both drafted before your Seahawks, I think, selected in that second round pick when Charbonnet came up. So you're going to have to stretch then at that second round pick for a guy that was maybe more of a, late 3rd, 4th round. But to get to your point, Augusta, whenever anybody says that you want to draft lineman or go lineman heavy in a draft, I'm with you 100%. No doubt about that. I love the thought of building up a strong offensive line. I love the thought of building up an offensive line that has that as the strength at the forefront of your team a bit. I think it helps you out in so many ways. But that might have been just the tough part with that particular one, and remembering that draft is just that you had those first 2 guys, and then there was a real drop-off cliff to get down to the next guard after that point. Lou Allen says, I'm not worried till the 4th, and I was a little bit like, what the F, laughed out loud. I was starting to get worried there as they got super conservative, because we've seen that before with teams where they start to just tighten up a bit. Let's just kind of eke this game out. Let's just kind of survive this one. And you were kind of getting that feeling a little bit. The Ghost of Pete Carroll says, don't get too excited yet on the defense. Rookie quarterback, first start, B wideouts, etc. Yep. This is not going to be the greatest of challenges for this defense this year. That's for sure. And you, to your point on that, Ghost of Pete, that maybe this is going to be one of the more easier defensive challenges that you're going to face this season. I think you're going to get probably another one next week with the New England Patriots. But that's why it's been kind of nice for the way that the schedule makers set this one up, is they're giving us a couple of opponents that are winnable games early in the year as you're trying to kind of learn the ropes with this new coaching staff. King Bomber says, lost Jordan Love for a few weeks, but Baker Mayfield put up 30 as my backup. Let's go. You're fine. Iona, Kenneth Walker was amazing today. He was great. Haven't given him a shout out yet, but he was awesome. Jessica says, such awful luck with that right tackle situation. Just can't keep guys healthy over there. And you thought you reinforced it with Fant to hold the line until Abraham Lucas came back. And you're thinking, I think in theory, from John Schneider's standpoint, that we'll just get, Fant will get out there for the first 4 games. We give Lucas a little extra time to heal up, and then slide Fant back to the bench, and we're, he's good. We don't ask the vet to play the whole 17-game season, but doesn't look like it's going to go that way on that side. Alex Wade says, that was sloppy. Broncos defense looks really good. Glad we can finally make adjustments on offense in the second half. Makes me feel great, though. Indeed, we made some good adjustments offensively in that second half, Alex. Yes, we did. And Grubb found his way there eventually. That's the most important part. But you're right. It's a little bit to the point of the Ghost of Pete was bringing up above there, Alex, to your point on this as well, that there are going to be bigger challenges than this. There are going to be tougher challenges than this. I do think that the defense, the 20 points given up don't fully illustrate how strong a day they had, because so many of the points being given up today can kind of be put at the doorstep of the offense. But, yeah. Avery says, what is it with week 1 and our tackles getting hurt? I don't know. We've had 3 tackles go down in the last 2 week 1s. At least Cross got through, Avery. Thomas Cox, they won. How many times Seattle would lose these games under Carroll? Would he have made the adjustments? Honestly, Seattle will improve. Yeah, it's the wins that matters most here, Thomas. And it's an opening game. It's the first game of the season. There's a lot of teams out across this league this week in this first opening game that are very talented, that aren't going to look like they're on their P's and Q's, that are going to look a little bit rough. You're finding your way. And I think it's kind of understandable on that side of it. And you're right. I don't think this is a Carroll game here. I don't know that we would win this kind of game. I don't know that his defense being on the field that amount of the ball game wouldn't have given up by that point 30 points in the game. If you asked him to be on the field for 70 snaps over a course of a game, I think you're probably giving up 30. So you saw the second half adjustments. You saw the defense really, in my opinion, strong from start to finish out there. And overall, nothing but to be encouraged by for a first game for a new head coach, the youngest head coach in the NFL. That's a head coach who just coached his first game as a head coach. And he just did it in the NFL, and he won it. Not too shabby. Byron Murphy is a better pick than all of those. He was killing today. He took on multiple double teams. He set that linebacking room up for a glorious day. Big Murphy had an excellent first game. He looked good a couple times out there to my eyes too. So I got to go back and watch the All-22 and get into that real tight shot on the All-22. You can see what's going on there and the game's being run inside. But yeah, to my eyes, he looked pretty good too as well. CJ, here's the thing. You won't play a rookie quarterback every week. Teams will put up more points than Bo Nix, but playing defense at today's level is still winning football against anyone if offense limits errors. Beautiful way of putting it. Much more succinct and right on point with it as well, CJ. And yes, you're not going to get an extra, you're not going to get a rookie, but they played fundamentally sound today. They were, if they gave up a big play like Trey Brown on the field, it took a great throw on a great back shoulder and to make the completion happen. You didn't have a lot of mental errors. You didn't give a lot of free, easy ones to them. Everything felt like it was hard. And I think that stuff is stuff that can translate as we go into the future with these other offenses down the line. Great point. Kirian says, yeah, exactly. This was one of the easiest games of the season. Laughing out loud, Seahawks defense showed up, but offense nearly lost this. And specifically, the O-line themselves almost lost this. Could have been better on that side, Kirian. You're right. Definitely not what we were expecting coming into this game. Will Valdez, or Lou Allen, and we stuck with Forsyth again. We might be. Lou, we might just be. Thomas says, shoot, if they didn't call that ticky-tack hold on DK, Seattle would have been up 30-13. Yeah, it was ticky-tack. And yeah, they would have been. Officials definitely gave the Broncos kind of another pass on that one. It was a fairly even officiating game. If there were calls that went against us, there was calls that went in our favor too. Warchief says, because Big Murphy did such a good job on the interior, Big Cat got to hunt, and Dotson had an excellent game. That's all due to Big Murphy's work. Let's go. Misfit says, imagine being saddled with that Deshaun Watson contract and level of play. Ugh, poor Browns. Well, I mean, they've signed themselves up to it, and they keep renegotiating the contract, you know. Like, they keep renegotiating it and pushing the money off rather than, it's like Denver with the Russell thing. They sort of called the ball and said, okay, you know, this just isn't going to work. We got to move on from this deal. The Browns just keep kind of doubling back down by continuing to convert base bonuses and all that other stuff and pushing the money down the line. But not good for them on that deal, that's for sure. So I see the people posting the trade DK. We got two guys that are posting it, and one guy that wants to keep posting the trade DK. So Berman, I see that you posted it. You've posted about 10 times I've seen today on the chat alone. I'm not going to address it. I've already talked about the DK thing a million different times over, so you can search my YouTube channel for the 15 videos on the DK thing, but I got no issues with DK today on the game he played. So if you're looking for me to back up, I'm not backing that sound up. I'm not going with it, nor am I giving it a lot of attention or time. Well, Valdez, yeah, it was more Seattle shooting themselves in the foot than the Broncos were doing, and they still pulled it out. Kind of, yeah. Yeah. And we need to get a new punt returner, by the way, as well. It's not going to work. Imagine if Sam Howell was playing today, it wouldn't have gone well. Gino dealt with that pressure a lot better than Howell would have, for sure. Misfits says Christian Haynes coming from an OG for the guard spot soon. Probably. I'd be very interested to see Laken Tomlinson's grade coming out of this one because he had some rough moments. Wu-Tang says O-line and the offense need some work, but take some time. I'm hopeful. The defense was amazing. They were great. Hearing Hawks line, O-line being bad is what I was expecting. I have the receipts in your chat. Okay. It's opening week. So I don't, I know Kirian, there's a real draw here to get to ultimate determinations about what this season's going to be in a lot of different places. And I know that there's a jump to be like, hey, I was the one that was right about this. I was the one who was right about that. When it comes to the offensive line, I said at the start of the offseason, Kirian, that I wanted to make the offensive line a point of emphasis and a priority into the offseason to turn into a strength. They didn't exactly do that. Did they take some steps this offseason to continue to reinforce as they can and to add some spots? The fan signing was good quality signing for reinforcing the depth with Lucas. The Laken Tomlin signing I don't love, but I do like the draft picks of Haynes and the investment they're making into it. I think it's a process of them developing this offensive lineman we were talking about earlier in the stream, Kirian, and you're starting this up from scratch, 2 years ago. But, you lose Fant, you're to your third right tackle. You have Connor Williams coming off of major injury playing in his first game and no preseason action that he got to play on, and he's in there. Laken didn't play at all really in this preseason either. So it's, is this the way the offensive line will look for the next 16 games? Maybe. But I do think that it's a little bit hard to make that determination just based off of one game. I think we've got to give this a little bit of time to see how this will set in a little bit. And again, I think if you're just pointing to the offensive line in this game, and you're not taking into account the play calling or what was going on with some of the pressures and stuff that was happening and what afforded the pressures in this game, then you were not looking at all of what caused it. It's easy, Kirian, to look at the one play with Bradford on the safety and go, look, Bradford, bad pass blocking. See, bad O-line. See, we didn't invest in our O-line. But that play's not really on Bradford. It's a sprint option to the left and the quarterback's got to get the ball out of his hands quick. It's a piss poor call by Grubb. It's then a poor decision by Gino Smith to hold on to the ball in his own end zone. And then you can maybe eventually get to the guard on that play and pointing to him. But that's where these things aren't always so simple as just this to that bad. And that is something I've seen on the chat on some of these things where it's like, you start out the game on 7-step drops and okay, that's longer. The line's got to hold in there. I thought we were doing quick passing attack, getting the ball out of his hands. Where's the getting the ball out of his hands quick stuff early on in this game? It's like there's to me, when we ever were driving down to simplistic stuff on, this is just the answer right here. This is it. Offense is crap and everything else is great. And this is just the thing. It's a lot of things that build into that thing going wrong today. It wasn't just the offensive line with it. It's losing your backup right tackle and going to the third stringer, essentially. Guy that's best as a left tackle is playing right tackle. It's the first center starting. It's a new offensive scheme. It's a college coordinator calling his first game. It's all of this stuff to me together with it. Now, has the line played bad on top of it? Sure, it did. I don't know that it means, though, necessarily they're going to play at the same level of performance throughout the whole rest of the year. Rudy, on the whole, I think we were the beneficiaries of some odd ref calls. We might have been a little better on the end of it. I mean, there were some ones that went against us too, Rudy. There was the ticky-tack call on DK that got the penalty. That was called back. They called a rub route on DK too. It was a little bit of ticky-tack. had that, ripped a conversion off on the other side of it as well. So and we might have gotten a little bit of a benefit overall, but I do think it was a bit back and forth for the most part. Ricardo says, Kenneth Walker might be okay according to Mike Macdonald. Muscle contusion, needs more testing. Okay, hopefully he's okay. Concerning, but hopefully he's okay. Moss Productions, thank you for the $2 donation and being a member of the channel as well. I really appreciate that. Kenny McIntosh was our return specialist at UGA. Well, let's make him the return specialist here now, because Williams was god-awful back there. And that's saying something, because I've been watching horrible punt returning for about the last 3 years. But that was to me one of the most brutal moments in the game when he catches that ball where it's, he's here. It's okay if a punt returner, if you're going to, muff a punt. Muff punts happen. Okay. I'm okay with the muff. You're going to muff them up sometimes. You got to go muff hard. I'm okay if you go muff hard. But then when it's dropping on the ground and it's dribbling around, you don't try to pick it up, because all that's going to happen is you're going to be picked up and then you're going to be tackled. Or, like what happened, the ball's going to look like it's been slipped up in grease, and all you're going to do is pick it up and bobble it around and knock it all over the place. Fall on the ball. But he makes that mistake there, compounds that whole problem there. He doesn't seem to be able to track the ball in the air. He just stops halfway into this game deciding, I'm not even going to receive any punt returns. I'm just going to let it bounce behind me no matter what. We can't roll with this guy. Not when you've got a whole roster spot pulled aside just for Williams specifically. That was horrible to watch. Like, that was brutal to watch what he was doing back there as a punt returner. And it's going to be a long season if that guy's our punt returner all year. Casey McCracken, I see why we're holding all these rookie offensive linemen. AC Journey says Denver still has an NFL team. Also, the guys, they get paid. Also, a win is a win. Hey, great. Well said. Well said. Brandon Jana, rookie quarterback or not, juxtaposed with our last season's defense, this defense, Mikey Mack's defense, was so effing flying today. Very, very nice to watch. How many missed tackles compared to the previous 2 seasons? I was noting that as well. And I think, Brandon, in my eyes on this, it's maybe 1, maybe 2 in this game, but nowhere near the epidemic of an issue that it's been in recent years, where you're coming out of a game feeling like you had about 20 missed tackles over the course of the game, feeling like it's every play is going to take multiple guys to bring a guy down, that there's always going to be at least 1 missed tackle to be had on the football field. And guys were coming up and they're putting guys down, putting them down their place. Very, very impressive to see. The tackling, as I was saying earlier on this, I think that's the most impressive part of this defense that I took away from today. Beyond the stack boxes and the games you run up front and the blitzes and the changing the coverages, this team is tackling, and they're on point with their tackling in a way that is 180 degrees different from where they were in the prior couple of years. T-Lord says, I'll go back and watch the game again with real focus on the O-line. From the first watch, the obvious concerns are left guard and right tackle. Bradford seemed okay mostly. Williams too. Cross seemed legit good. I think Cross settled in for the most part through this game. I think your assessment's pretty accurate on that one. I think Connor did do okay throughout most of the game from his side, and Stone had some issues out there at right tackle. And Birdman, I'm okay with you bringing up the DK thing. If you post it 15 times over and over again, people are going to think you're trolling because you've posted it. You've said your piece on it. You're just repeating yourself now over and over again, which seems to indicate that you're hoping to get some reaction back. And while I understand that there's certain people like yourself that really want to stay on this DK thing, it's kind of like hard to understand exactly. You're coming out of a win. You played well. This is the number one topic of discussion at the forefront of your mind is DK. Like, coming out of this game, all the storylines, all the things we could discuss in this game, and the first thing you go to is DK. It's something that gets brought up a bunch, but it just gets old as a deal because it's just saying, just trade him. Trade him, he's not good. There's not a lot of intelligence behind trading him at this point in time. There's, what, you want to move him like tomorrow, Burn Man? Like, trade him now? Like, just, come on. Let's not go there with that, Let's maybe address that. Let's go to the off season on that one. Okay, my DK trade, folks, my guys because You gotta understand, Birdman, all last year, every game after every game, I get one or two folks in here with the DK trade stuff. And it's like, he ain't getting traded. There's no moving him right now. So just save all of that into next off season, because it's not going anywhere. You can have the opinion that that's what you should want, you should see, but it ain't happening. So it's not worth discussing because it's not a possibility of happening. So let's talk about things that are actually on the table as far as a possibility. If you want to talk about next off season, when there might be actually a true chance, when he's up for a contract extension, I'll be down to talk it up and down, left and right with you guys till I'm blue in the face. But when there's not something that's a possibility of happening, there's not a lot of sense in talking about it. And I think that's why Birdman people are saying that they're feeling like you're maybe being a troll here with it. So why are you bringing up something that has no possibility of happening? It's like saying, let's go trade for Patrick Mahomes. You can say it, you can believe it in your heart, doesn't mean that there's any chance of it going down. Island Johnny says Rayshon Jenkins needs a shout out. He and Julian Love are great back there. He was fantastic as well. Another guy really good as a tackler in this game. Came up, I think, a couple times as a blitzer and blitzed well. So all over the place. I mean, a lot of these guys have played good games. Rayshon Jenkins, Julian Love, Dotson, Baker. Good both in coverage and good up against the run. You saw them play real complete games out there. And the free agent addition of Rayshon Jenkins looking pretty good back there for your Seahawks today. Him and Love, great combination. And both those guys give you such a nice skill set at the position because they're pure. They're pure bloods for what you want from these safeties in this scheme. Guys that can play both free and strong. They can come up and tackle like a strong. They can cover like a free. And it's a hard skill set to find. And if you can get the two of the combination of it at your safety positions, Island Johnny, then you can run any kind of coverages post-snap you want to run. They can be on any point on the field at that point in time. And when you typically have your free safety back there, that's your center field free safety, you're not going to typically have him run up near the box. You're going to be that eighth defender up in the box. He's going to tend to stay back around at depth. So very nice to have that kind of versatility from both of these two guys. And they made the most of it today. AZ Hawker, fair to say DK had a subpar game, running poor routes, not hauling in contested catches, and holding on a play where all you have to do is get in front of the guy. All right, so I guess we are going to do the DK thing today, huh? Okay, we'll get into the DK thing. If we're driving to this, let's go ahead and do it here. DK, the first deep throw down, as we go with this, where I want to try to go to on certain stuff at times with things is unless somebody has really a poor performance, to just drive to say poor performance, I'm going to drive out of the simplicity at times. You're going to find me doing this year at times, where there's more to story than just going simplistically. And I think that there's sometimes a drive when it comes to analyzing sports in this way to come to find a place where you can kind of compartmentalize, box up a player, box out an outlook on a player, put him up on the shelf, and then we don't have to think about it. So we just get him into a real closed up box. Did DK play a bad game this game? No, I don't think DK played a bad game. Subpar? I'm not sure on that as well. I'd have to go back and watch the all 22, and because so much of what you, of course, when we're watching the television copy, AZ Hawker, you're not seeing if he's getting open or not. You're not seeing if the pass protection's breaking down and he had gotten open on the play and Gino would have been able to throw it to him, but the pass protection got to him. That's that complicated item to where it's not so simple as that. The other part, as somebody else noted above, is that you also, by having DK's presence on this football team, pull Patrick Surtain onto DK for the full total of the game. Surtain is going to follow DK throughout the course of the game. So now you can target other places that aren't as strong for the Broncos. I came into this game saying that, look, I want DK to be a guy who's a focal point of this offense going through the course of this season, but this might not be the game to do it. Not when you're playing against a top three corner on the other side of it who's going to be traveling with DK. There's better mismatches to go out there and attack. So if Gino goes after those other mismatches, is that DK having a bad game? Or is that Gino being smart with going after the better mismatches? Do you want to go attack Patrick Surtain or do you want to go attack Riley Moss? What's the better matchup to go after in that? And I don't want my football players to ever just be not thinking. No, just throw to DK. Just work DK. Just go after, just do that. No, think of it intelligently. I've got a supreme mismatch over here. Riley Moss can't hold Tyler Lockett's jockstrap. I'm going to go after and I'm going to attack that. So I think some of the lack of targets come from that a little bit. Some of the lack of targets come from the pass protection that didn't, particularly hold up all that great in this game, in my opinion. And, some of those throws down the field, I'm sure you're not getting a DK because you got 2 seconds before Gino's getting hit in the face. The run play again on this AZ Hawker, I got a good look at this run play. When you're taught to block as a young man, you're taught put it up in the chest here, and then you get like this, okay? So this is what you do. You go right up in here like this and see my hands like that? See how they're curled up like that, where that almost looks like a little bit like holding, okay? Almost looks a little bit like holding. This is legal. This is not going to get called in a game. If you watch offensive linemen inside on a running play, this is what you're going to see on their hands all the time. It's hands inside on the chest, no call. Hands get out here and start pulling. That's going to get called. DK got his hands inside, controlled the defender. The play was run away. It didn't affect the play. It's a good block to me. It's a ticky-tack call. I think the DK is blocking well on that play, and I think he's being targeted at times, and sometimes targeted unfairly. I think that was an example to me of him being targeted unfairly. That's a clean block to me. That's one of those blocks to me, AZ Hawker, where, depends on the officiating crew, depends on the player they're looking at, depends on the game, of whether that kind of play is going to get called or not. Really, really ticky-tack, though, in my opinion. And I thought it was a good block. The hands stay inside like that, and he's not pulling out on the jersey. It's hands driving up like this. It's never going to get called normally, in my opinion, at least. Maybe on that, AZ, it may be right to call it a subpar game, but I still would want to say I want to go back and take a look, and I'm not as certain that is the case here in the overall standpoint of things when it comes to DK in this one. Johnny Ho, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Johnny Ho. I appreciate you for heeding my call. Please do, folks, sub on up, hit that like button if you haven't already. Join Johnny. Chase Stern has been a member of the Hawks Nest for 14 long months. Thank you for that, Chase. We gave the Broncos 10 free points and still won. Let's go. Also, did you see K9 backdrop that guy? Laughing out loud. Yeah, how about K9 with a little suplex maneuver there at the end? Not too bad there by K9. Not too bad. You didn't get any yards on the play, but if you're going to get stopped in the backfield, the least that you could do is make the defender pay the price. Flip him on his head. And I kind of dug that too, Chase. Thank you, man, for over a year as a member of this channel. I appreciate you for that. Tezakaku, thank you for the $7 donation. I appreciate you for that, Tezakaku, and your double donation day at that. Bad news. Mike stated we are not changing our punt returner. Oh, Lord. I think I might have to look away when we punt return. I think I'm going to look away and I'm just going to look at the chat and let you guys tell me what happens for the rest of the year on this. He was miserable back there, Tezakaku. And boy, that is so annoying to me when those punt DJ Dallas did the same thing last year. And maybe this is why I'm as sensitive to it as ever. Where dunk, ball lands there, and they stare at the ball. And it's like they're trying to it's like they're picking a weed and they can't quite get the weed out of the ground, Jump on it. And this is, I hear my coaches in the practices we'd throw the ball and the coach would be like, jump on the ball. Don't pick it up. Just jump on it. It's on the ground. Just jump on the ball. That's all you got to do. Just jump on it. Just hop on it and call it a day. James Peters, shout out to Lockett for sure, man. He had himself a hell of a day. Back shoulder catches, contested catches, 7 targets, 6 catches, 77 yards. Came up with that one-handed stab at the end of the game. 4 game. Just a tremendous play on his part there with the game on the line to make that kind of catch in that moment. And we've seen at times, even last year, Lions game there where they caught the touchdown and then caught the 2-point conversion, I think, on the play too as well. Lockett will be money for you when you need him down the line. He'll make that big catch. He'll make that big play. And many were ready to kind of call the swan song here a little bit with Tyler this year coming into it. And I don't think we can call him quite that yet. I think he's got a little bit more juice left in the tank. Jace, what's up, Jace? Good to see you, man. It's his first game of the new era and the first win of the new era. First half was rough, but great tackling. O-line is rough. Second half adjustments were great, though. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Not too shabby. Randall McDaniel in the house. What's up, Randall? Thank you for the $5 donation. Positives: run game, tackling, coverage, players not running free, wide open, consistent pass rush, halftime adjustments, Gino sharp when he had time. Amen. I think those are all fair assessments of the situation on it. And yeah, when you saw the completions caught, it stands out to me as it stood out in preseason, Randall, where when this defense gives up completions, there typically is a defender right next to that player to wrap him up and bring him to the ground. And this is most especially on those short completions, which have been so problematic for us in the past, where a 4-yard gain was going to go always for 13 yards at times, it felt like, because the defender might come up, but he's going to slide off on a tackle or not be in kind of the right position to come up and make the tackle. These guys are breathing down the throat of these players right after they make the catch, and it's impressive to see. The halftime adjustments were impressive on the offensive side of the ball, especially with Grubb kind of getting back to the running game, staying with the running game even where it wouldn't be easy to do so, and then it paying dividends for him by doing so. So I'm with you on all that. Gino was a little bit rough. I'm sorry, Kitty. Gino was a little rough on the start there, I think, for me, Randall. You know, some of it was the play calling a bit, but he settled in and definitely got better as the game went along. That's for sure. Thank you, though, man. Appreciate the $5 donation. Kieran says, look, it's not even about DK as having a good game or bad game. Who the F is open? Is DK open? No. Who is? Throw it to them. Yeah, exactly. I'm with you on that, 100%. Long live the king. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says, and there's a value in a wide receiver that draws double teams. There is indeed. And DK's got a variety of different value that he brings to the table as far as this team goes. But that's one of the areas, is that if you don't have a number one cornerback that can travel with him like Surtain, and there's few of those guys walking the earth here in this league, then you're going to be doubling him. You're going to be bracketing that coverage. And that does then free things up for other players. And I'm sure today even that Gino would say that as well, even about this game and DK in general. And I'm able to go to here with this because I know that he's going to pull so much attention over here. Great point, King. Warchie says Jake Bobo was in on every key block that sprung canine. Let's go, Jake. Morgan says push forward, then let the block go. You have to see the play develop and understand you're playing as a team, not just mindlessly keep on your block when your job is done. He will learn from it. I understand people's take on this will be in this spot, Morgan, and on this, I'm not in the same place on it though, again, because I come to it and say it's a ticky-tack call. I can show you probably 75 receiver plays from this past Sunday of receivers blocking in the same fashion with the play not being called. It's one of those arbitrary spots that the officials get, where it's depending on the officiating crew, depending on whether or not it's a guy rolls inside the rules and inside the bounds of the rules, then I'm going to have his back and say, I don't think the flag should have been called. Boom Shakalaka says, why didn't he fair catch there? Then muffed the punt was so awful. I don't know. He didn't want a fair catch at all today. It was weird. I don't know if there's swirling winds in the stadium or what it was. Marcus B, 28, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you at that. Says, I can see the Joker from the Dark Knight movie saying, and here we go. Let's trade DK and have Tyler block at possible retirement. 2. Smart. That's right. You move off DK and then Tyler's retiring and you have JSN and Bobo. Now we got to rebuild our receiving core. And yes, unfortunately, this was one that, for the folks that come in on the DK trade stuff, I'd really like to hold off on it this year if we can. I can't stop you from posting it. I know that it's on the forefront of some Seahawks fans' minds, it would seem. I don't think it's a contingent of a majority. I don't think it's a high majority. But he is put under a microscope in a way that is very weird for me at times to watch. And I just don't quite get it myself. And it's why I have a hard time pushing this discussion any other place than to say, I just don't kind of understand where you're coming from. I appreciate where you're coming from if you're in this spot. I appreciate if you want to put that microscope on D. I appreciate if you think that this is a thing right now that we got to be looking at. But I just ain't in that same place on it. I just ain't. And I'm not going to get to that spot on it. So, yeah, Marcus, it's something that's going to come up, I think, but I'm going to try to just wash over the top of it when it does come up because it just has no real, the discussion has no productivity to it. There's nothing to be had from it. He's on this team this year. Let's see where this year goes. And we can talk about something like that in the offseason, when it's more potentially apropos. Randall McDaniel, thank you for another $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. Randall, regarding the first half, poor start, sack and a pick, and then we had the muff punt, and then great special team play by Denver. Also, backs up after Love pick. Yeah, defense was able to hold strong. I think that's the most impressive thing about this game. What's the most impressive thing? I mean, the fact that you put your defense into such peril in this game. The two safeties, offense gave up in this game. I mean, I'd wonder if what was last time a team was able to win in the NFL after they had two safeties offensively in a game. I'm reckoning to guess there's not a lot of teams that have won in NFL history that have had two safeties in one single game. But the defense put on a short field, the interception, Randall, the fumbled punt, and every time they really stood tall, I thought in this game, and they answered the bell. And it would have been very easy for them on any one of those points to go, man, the offense just doesn't have it today, and we've already held as strong as we can, and we've shot our load. We don't have anything else left to give here. And they didn't do that. They still stayed strong and tenacious and kept after it. It's a rough start. Sometimes those will happen though, Randall, especially first game of the season, and you're just still trying to figure out who you are, what you are, where you're going. Thank you though, man. I appreciate you. Great thoughts on that. Very impressive, a defense that put in that kind of situation and still just able to overcome it. Seattle's Supersonic Boom Shakalaka says Russell Wilson being inactive on Pitt but still dressing in pads was a very Russ thing to do. That is very Russ. John says, why are we not using Laviska Shenault for a punt return? I don't know, John. I would rather go with that at this point. He's done it. I think he can do it well. This Williams kid just doesn't impress me at all. Laura Bravos, if Bobo increases his food intake, he could be a good tight end. Yeah, his blocking is pretty good there, man. I don't know if it'd be as good there, Lord, if you brought him down the line of scrimmage and you had him on linebackers and defensive ends versus wide receivers and safeties. But he's a hell of a blocking wide receiver, that's for sure. And John, why are we not using Smith and Jigba? I don't know. No real much of a plan for Jackson in this game. He completely disappeared. Nicholas, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Nicholas. I saw 5 holds that were egregious that Denver never got called for. I don't want to hear about nonsense calls on DK. Refs were trash. That's that arbitrary thing I talk about. And I know what a hold is and I know what a hold isn't. I know what a hold looks like. I know what a hold doesn't look like. And I have seen a couple of times last couple of years with DK that the refs have gotten a little ticky-tack on him. Where it's like, oh, we missed those other calls where you dusted up Akeelia Witherspoon and, you turned Cam Taylor-Britt into fertilizer, and we missed those plays. We didn't call flags on you on those plays like we should have. So, now the refs have been let know about it. So now they're going to do this get back at you game thing. I feel like there's sometimes a little bit of that at play there with DK on it. And when hands are inside like that, you're going to call a flag. You can call it, but you ain't calling it consistently throughout the game in that same manner. And you're right, Nicholas. I can go back and I absolutely guarantee you we can go back to that game and find plenty of offensive linemen, plenty of wide receivers blocking in the same way in the run game, just like DK was blocking there, that didn't get called. So that's that arbitrary nature. So then if it's arbitrary, then how to get mad about it? It's like, what, is he just not supposed to block? Is he supposed to let his guy go past? I don't think so. CD Woods, thank you for the $10 donation, CD Woods. Only one person has picked up a muff punt and taken it back for a touchdown that I remember. And we don't have that man, so jump on it. Yeah, I think I remember which one you're thinking about too, CD Woods. I think there was a Deshaun Jackson return against the Giants. It's one of those famous plays in their history, I think, where he first drops it, picks it back up. But that's Deshaun Watson. That's Deshaun Jackson, in his prime, running like 4.2. But yeah, it is a rudimentary thing that Pee Wee League football players are taught. Your instinct is to try to pick it up and run with it. Fight that instinct. Fall on the ball. Possession is more important than you picking it up and taking it for whatever you're going to take it for, because you're going to try to look up before you go. You're going to not secure it. The ball's going to seem like it just got slicked up. We see this happen time and time again when players try to do that. And really the only time they're ever really able to pick it up is when the ball bounces up. which even on the Deshaun play, I think that's what happened there is it actually bounced up and not you're picking it up. But we saw this last year with DJ Dallas. He had the same kind of thing. Catches it, drops it, muffs it, and then DJ Dallas sort of stares at it for about 3 seconds. And then he tries to lean up and pick and go run with it. Just fall on it. Jump on it, curl it up, keep possession. Do not lose possession. That's the worst thing that can happen there. Just like on the other side of it, when you're back there and you're fielding it inside the 10, and that ball is going to land at the 9 or the 8 or the 7, you need to fair catch it at the 7. You don't need to let it land at the 7 and then roll to the 1. And that's what Williams let that happen 5 times in this game. That gets directly reflected back to those safeties. Catch the ball, fair catch it. Make sure that we're not operating in the heart of our own end zone when we're starting out on offense. Do your job as a punt returner. William Leonard, Hawks Nest, are you calling the Sunday night game? Well, I'll probably be live here for most of this, I would imagine, today, William. So I got to get some food at some point today, but we'll probably be just running live here as it is. John says, I wonder if the new offensive line blocking scheme had anything to do with her struggling today. It's possible. There were some whiffs in there by Lake and Tomlinson. And you have Stone in there who's going to be up and down when he's ever on the field. But certainly probably some of that baked within here. Sealord says it's amazing how non-porous D-line can really help the linebackers. Really they can, because then your linebackers can run around. That confidence from an offensive line standpoint to know that we can single block everybody down the line and then we can then scrape our offensive linemen to the second level to get to those linebackers. Versus having a quality defensive line that's such a problem with its penetration and ability to push up the field on single blocks that you have to prefabricate it on every play. We have to double the D-line first. We're just going to have to trust that we can have our running backs get around those linebackers in space because we have to double these guys. We can't single this guy up. And it all works successively together. And linebacker play gets highly impacted by those defensive linemen being able to eat up those blockers. John says, but if it's a talent issue and not the coaching issue, we need some better pass blocking interior linemen. That's where you're a little bit stuck, I think, potentially with Stone, because you're your third tackle there. I mean, that's going to be is what it is situation there. Lakin may be the one place, John, that we can look to where in Haynes, though he did play right guard in college, not left guard, a guy that I think had given up 1 or 2 pressures over a 3-year period in college. So very strong as a pass blocker. And maybe the team just likes the veteran presence and a little bit of what they get as a run blocker from Lakin at left guard. But that may be the place that there's an adjustment there. Jarrell Ross says, Broncos fan here. Congratulations on your team's win. Well, Jarrell, you guys played a hell of a game. Congratulations to you guys too I think you guys have a team that looks like it's moving in the right direction. You came into our stadium on the opening game of the week and held within 6 points with a rookie quarterback playing on the road. Nix is going to get better. That Bronco team is going to win its share of games this season. I think Sean Payton, at the end of the day, as much as he gets beat on Jarrell, I think he is a good coach and he does know how to build a winning football team. So, you guys are going through it a little bit with the dead money stuff and kind of resetting the clock on this stuff a little bit, but you played really an intense football game. It'd be very easy for that team to come into the season and sort of just kind of sleepwalk through a little bit going, it's not going to be our year. We're not on that same level with other people, but they came in, they were fighting it out today in this game, and you gave us everything that we could take, man. All that we can handle. Briney says, it's already time to hunt for a right tackle. If Abe can't go and Fant's knee is worse than we thought, we've only got Forsythe and whatever else on the practice squad, which is basically no one. Indeed, you're probably going to have to make a move here, Brian. Especially if Fant's injury is going to be one that does look like it's going to take him out for the full year. Lord says, the O-line is the only significant issue I see with this team. Granted, it's a fairly big issue. Indeed. We'll see if they can see if we can improve it here. It is just 1 week. We'll have to just kind of track and see where this goes as we go forward. John says, O-line was acting like they were playing the 84 Bears today, and we took their best interior pass rusher in Draymond. Yeah, they allowed a lot of pressure, John. A lot of pressure. Janeth Kumar, thank you for the $5 donation, Janeth. On my way back from Lumen. What a weird first half, but what a defense. Hope the offense bounces back. Well, thank you. Sounds like you guys did your part out there in the stadium today, Janice. So thank you for lending yourself to the loudness out there and getting that Broncos offense uncomfortable from that sound standpoint of things. And defense indeed looked really good today. Offense, it was weird that first half. I ain't going to lie. It got a little weird. But the team was able to find its footing, find its way in that second half. 3 straight scoring drives there in that second half. And that will right the ship in a major way at that point. It's really good to see there from that standpoint of things. And see if the offense can bounce back, like you say, Janeth. But well done there. Good job on your guys' part in the stadium. Snap out of it says, Lockett selling Broncos field real estate. The Real Cheese. Hey, Real Cheese, thank you for that $50 drop earlier today in the stream. You were awesome for doing that, man. I know that's not the first time you've done it either, so I really appreciate you for doing that. Game was sick. Now we sit in the parking garage for the rest of the day. That's right. Now we just get to enjoy the win. Victory Monday. Just get to sit back, put our feet up, see what happens here with the Niners Monday night. Just kind of chill it out a little bit. You know what I mean? Just kind of enjoy that opening season win. Dreaming big here. Get a dream big here now for the rest of the season. I'm digging it. Digging it. Thank you, though, Cheese. I really appreciate you, man, for your donations. Fun game. Fun opening game. Very entertaining. A lot of drama. A lot of stress. I don't know if my heart valve can take this. I've always joked, you guys, one of these days it's going to be like, I'm in the middle of broadcasting and then the stress will just be too much. Too many years of challenging my heart. Randall McDaniel with another $5. Oh no. Thank you, Randall. Appreciate you, brother. As for Grubb, dude calling plays for the first time. Started on his own twice in the first half. Started behind the sticks. First 3 drives at least. First half, week 1. There's plenty of time for Grubb. And that's where I say we don't want to make any finalized assessments of this team based off of a first opening week of a season in a 17-game year. I mean, football, all these games matter, no doubt about that. But you got to give time for this cake to bake. And we just did put this thing in the oven on 350. So let's have it time. Let's let Grubb have his time to kind of find his footing and his way with this too. He's got a lot of talent on that offense to figure this out. Even with the O-line, kind of in a little bit of the treacherous waters they seem to be in a little bit as it stands right now. And so, yeah, there's a bit of that there, Randall. I do think starting out the game here and a lesson to learn here for Grubb is that coming out in the game with the big 5-7 step drops and trying to hit big deep shots down the field, it's very hard to ask a quarterback to kind of come in cold and make those big time throws down the field to start a football game out. I'd like to see a little bit more manufactured stuff for your QB to begin things off. Let's get him maybe moving in space a little bit. Nice, easy throw out into the flat. Some rollouts from under center at times, maybe. I think there was some ways there where Grubb could do some things to kind of make things a little easier on that offense than he did. And, that one of those safety, you're right about being on the half-yard line. I mean, that's just tough. And, it's not his fault Laken Tomlinson completely whiffs on a block, allowing Zach Allen to basically run to the backfield off the snap and hit Charbonnet. But then there's also the other call there, Randall, where, he's got the sprint out to the left, so you're running to the quarterback's weak side on the throw, where a QB, when he's moving to his left, is not going to feel very confident about throwing that ball because it's hard to get a lot of velocity and it's hard to get your accuracy as on place. This is why offenses typically throw more to the right side. As quarterbacks throwing to their right tend to be more accurate. And so you have then Gino there, pity patting the ball, and that's really on Gino. That's really on the play call there, though, more than anything else. You probably should have something else there that's more about getting the ball out of his hand quickly so you're not putting the pass pro in a worrisome spot there on that first down play. But he'll find his way, Randall. It's just the opening game of the year. You're right. We'll figure it out. James Peters, 3 turnovers inside our own 30, and we still win. Shout out to Big Mac for bringing the blitz. Hurt would have lost this game 100%. And that's a great coach on the other side. Great thoughts, James. Great thoughts on your part, and I would echo your sentiment on it. I don't think that if this is the previous regime in here with this type of football game, with the offense, if they struggled in that same kind of manner as they did in this game, that they would have been able to hold the line in the same way. I as you say, 100%. Hard to get to 100%. Hard not, but 99.9. Not 100, then 99.9. Wu-Tang Financial, thank you for the $10 donation. Wu-Tang. I just like saying that. Appreciate you, man. It's not the special teams bungles or the play calling not being developed or even the O-line being porous. DK dropped a fastball off his fingertips. Clearly, he's the issue. Yeah, I love that. I totally love the sarcasm with the Nadono. And I think you touch on where the frustration comes from me with that is that we've got bigger fish to fry coming out of this game if we're going to be in the critique mode of things. Where can we improve? Where could we have gotten better? What could have been something that can get cleaned up? And I think that there's so many other places to go to in this game for things that could be cleaned up and be improved upon. And I don't think that necessarily DK is, that guy. And I knew when he had that first drop, Wu-Tang, it's like I knew the momentum of that stuff was going to start with the anti-DK folks, because it is a very tiny contingent of folks that are in this sort of anti-DK faction. Very tiny contingent, but they're a very loud and boisterous crew. They want to make sure you hear. They want to make sure you know they're not sold on DK. They want to make sure that's at the forefront every game. And then they don't understand why then people get frustrated with them bringing it up every single time on the constants. Like we got it. We heard it. You've made your voice, that contingent, you small contingent of folks have made your voice heard. I run a poll right now. 95% of the people are going to say, keep DK through the rest of his career. So you're in the small contingent on this. You got to understand that. It's not that your opinion's invalidated by being the small contingent, but it also should be, maybe you shouldn't be shouting at the top of your lungs from the top of the roof, right? Maybe that also on the other side of it too, And boy, do I just, the nitpicking that sometimes goes on there with DK is like, come on. I understand there's things that can be improved. I'm not saying there can't be some improvement, but there's other things we got on this team that have got to be stepping forward. It's not starts with DK. QB1 Sam Howell, after Fant's injury, now it's not so dumb that they kept so many old linemen. No, I don't think it's ever dumb too. I think it's smart to always keep these linemen as many as you can keep. It's a very valuable position. And even having guys that are developmental, that you're just hoping can pop down the line, worthwhile to keep them for those reasons. Jordan, people need to stop talking about DK at this point. It has to be trolling. I agree. War Chief, that special teams did okay. My only problem was you bumble a kick return, just fall in the ball. Don't try to pick it up. It's an age-old mistake. It is. It's one of those golden rules in football that every kid knows that's ever played this sport. Made all the worse when you're a professional making that mistake. You drop the ball, kid. Not the worst thing. Punters will muff punts. They'll muff like a mofo. They'll be knee-deep in muff. Drop on it. Fall in the thing. That's all you got to do. Kieran says, ironically, I thought this game was reasonably well called for a change. I didn't see anything egregiously missed. I didn't see anything bad calls made. Every call made to me was valid. Yeah, it was all right about the right spot. I think it was even too in Kieran, where if there was a call that we got, then we might have lost a call on the other side, and it was fairly well evened out if there was bad ones in there, but I thought it was okay. It was okay called game. They let him play for the most part. QB Sam Howell, DK had Patrick Surtain on him all day. Let DK be the distraction he is. He's helping the team more than you know. Amen, brother. Davey Daly, can we bench Lakin? I'd rather see Haynes start at left guard. I would like to see the same, Davey. I think you know what you get in Lakin at this point, and you don't know where the upside is going to land on Haynes. And I think I would like to see that as well at this point. Carlos says DK holding call was bad. Wasn't even close to the play. Agreed. Or gee, if the defense looked like missiles. When we talk about how Jenkins was the enforcer today, man, number 2 looked good. Laying some hits out there. He laid some hits out there, that's for sure. And he came up and played in physical in general. I mean, that's the defense you got today. They got after it. What's up, Donnie? Donnie in the house. Seahawks fan QJ. Funny how we let DJ go and he gets his first dynamic return touchdown of the season for Arizona. Indeed. How about DJ on that play? I think The thing that's interesting about this year on that is that, a lot of these teams I think we're seeing in the first week of the season here are going to try to kick through the back of the end zone and then just call it a day on it. Let them have the ball at the 30-yard line and call it a day. The part of this that'll be fun to watch as the season goes along is that when the winds start to get to a swirling and a blowing, when they get to that point, you're going to have kickoffs at times where these kickoff guys can't get the ball into the end zone and it's going to land at the 1. And that's what happened there on that DJ Dallas return, is that the kicker wanted to get into the end zone, but the wind's blowing right into his face. And so it just kind of gets tapered down where DJ can get a little short, and you can see a kick get housed at that point. I think it's going to happen a lot this year in those kind of conditions like that. C. Lord says, who do we think will have the highest PFF grade from this game? I would say probably Julian Love or Tyler Lockett would be the two guys at the top of my list. Lockett might get dinged for some run blocking stuff. But I love Dotson might be another guy. Those would be my picks. James Peters, you have a new coaching staff, new left guard, center, right guard, and third string right tackle. Can we give them 6 games together before we start complaining? Amen, man. Give it some time. Jarrell Ross, my Broncos are playing the Steelers next week. Pray for us. Steelers team looked pretty good there with Fields starting at quarterback. I think that's the one part where maybe you can have a little bit of benefit here, Jarrell, is if you get Russ, if you get Fields at quarterback, I think that's a bit of a different pull for you guys versus having Gino this week. And the Steelers offensive line hasn't exactly looked great necessarily. So you guys got a chance there with that one. I think, aren't you guys in yeah, you're at home too. So, I mean, you get that at Mile High. Remember, Jarrell, Mile High, end of summer, thin air. There's a reason you guys have won a lot of games in September through the last, 3-4 decades of football at this time of year, because it's so hard to breathe there for teams coming into that house. So don't forget that equalizer as well. Marcus B28 says Deion Sanders muffled his first punt and returned it for a touchdown also. That's right. I remember that one too. Falcon one. You either got to be, if you're going to do it, you better be Deion Sanders or Deshaun Jackson fast if you're going to muff the punt and pick the muff up. And Williams is not that. Yeah, good luck next week, Jarrell Ross. And thanks for checking out the channel today. I really appreciate you for doing that. And great thoughts again, Wu-Tang, with that $10 donation, man. Randall, thank you for that $2 dono. Offense had poor first half of week 1 with a first-time OC. Yeah. And as somebody who said above on this, Randall, and you said above on this, first half adjustments made, come back the second half. What do a lot of what is as we've seen at times with the coordinators we've had come here, with Waldron and I think with Schottenheimer, both two guys that are more plan A guys. If they got their plan A and it's a great plan A, and if the plan A works, your offense can put up a lot of points that day. But if plan A doesn't work, they don't often have the plan B. They don't often have the adjustment that they can come up with on the fly. And did see Mike Grubb came back into that second half and did some things a little bit more differently, a little more emphasis on running the ball, and it helped to go get you that win. Feed Me More Seahawks has been celebrating 7 months as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that, Feed Me More Seahawks. I heard Sean Taylor is getting a statue, and before Jody sells, I better see a Paul Allen statue so he can be indebted as long as we are in Seattle. Indeed, he deserves one in the stadium, outside that stadium. What Allen did for this team on so many different levels, keeping the team, getting the team to rise to a championship level, putting a championship worthy team on the football field for years, putting his wallet on the table to make it happen. He deserves absolutely a statue in front of that stadium for what he's done. And hopefully eventually he will get one out there and should happen. Before any coach, player, anything, it should go first and foremost to Paul Allen for so many things that he did to allow for this team to still be here in Seattle. Thank you, though, Femi. Appreciate the 7 months as a Hawks Nest member. Jennifer Cologne, thank you for the $2 donation. Says 1 down, 16 to go. 1 win at a time. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Jennifer. Thank you for that donation. And So what you got to do, I always like that thought, they say it's you take it week by week. And this is one of the things I loved about the Carroll thing that he had, and a lot of the things that he had developed through his time. I think that there was something to this in the way of not getting players to overlook things, especially through the middle point of the season, of concentrating on, there's only so many of these games. Every game is a championship opportunity. Think of it through that standpoint. Don't think of it through it's a long season. We got time to clean this up. We got time to get ourselves around to the right side of it. Think of it as more of everything is dire. Everything is in a sense of take advantage of the now. And got your win. You did that today. Now we move on to New England next. Keep it rolling. Keep knocking these out one at a time. Keep building on these performances. That's what we're trying to do here. So I love it. I'll take it. Feels good, Jennifer. Great opening win here. And I think there'll be things to say we can get improved upon coming out of this win. There's a lot also to build upon coming out of this win by what we saw. Thank you, though. I appreciate that $2 donation, and go Hawks. Go Hawks. I'm going to make a little bit of coffee, folks, here. 1 second for me. I will be right back. All righty. All right. Thank you again, Jennifer, for that donation. Parker Hansen with a $5 donation. Thank you, Parker. Love you, Brando. Excited for Mike Macdonald and the Hawks. Let's go. You kind of did an OBJ thing there on your dono, weirdly, on that one. But thank you, Parker. I appreciate the love. Much love right back at you. You guys are amazing on your support of this channel. I'll tell you what, it is absolutely just stunning how much you guys give me the love here. I really do appreciate it. And fun opening game. Was it a little bit rough? Was there some tough parts to it? But this is football. So it takes you to the high of heights. It's got you down to the low of the lows in the middle of the game. It's got you with uncertainty, with twists and turns, with a lack of being able to predict what's going to happen. I mean, this is the thing that is so hard to replicate, I would say, even in other sports at times. You can sometimes get shades of it. You can sometimes get some games of it here and there in different sports. But week in and week out, this is what you will get from football. This is what it gives you, and what makes the sport so special and why I love it so much, because it can pull those emotions out of you in that way, in so many different directions of it. But thank you. I appreciate that donation. And Mike Macdonald, hell of an opening run here as a coach. Youngest coach in the NFL, first time as a head coach, opening game. Not too shabby, my man. Especially for a defense that has onboarding so much, has so many things to kind of correct from the past couple of seasons. Inability to stop the run, lack of tackling, lack of ability to really cause turnovers. Too many third down conversions. Too many third and easy conversions. How often today did the Denver Broncos live in 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8, 3rd and 9, where it felt third and impossible? Mike Macdonald's defense put him in that kind of situation, and that he got this clicking in this quickly here. Granted, it's a Bronco offense that's young. Granted, it's Nix in his first start. Granted that there's going to be tougher challenges down the road. But to be here in week 1 this good out the gate is very impressive of Mike Macdonald to get this defense here to this state of things. He had to pull that from afar. He had to pull that up from the dredges. He had to go grab it, the Seahawks defense, like it was that submarine that got cranked up trying to go down to the Titanic. He had to pull that wreckage up off of the bottom of the Mariana Trench and bring it back up above the waters, and he seemingly did so at least into this first game. Yeah, Broncos not a good offense. Yeah, Nix, rookie quarterback. That's still an NFL football team. He did that too. That's still an NFL football team. He did that too. Having so many opportunities to put his team back under the water, his defense back under the water today with all of those short fields. And they didn't bat an eye. They didn't blink. Very impressive, Parker. Very, very impressive. Randall McDaniel with a $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, Randall. Sean Payton seems like a first-class prick. He's definitely got that sort of manner he goes about, and I think, this is a guy that's a former Bill Parcells, acolyte, and that you have these kind of coaches that do. We saw this with Bill Belichick, where a lot of his coaches would try to take the Bill Belichick mindset and take it to other NFL organizations, and it wouldn't work. And it would be very clunky, and it would not sit. And with Sean Payton, I feel like sometimes he watched Bill Parcells and he was like, I'm going to take a lot of that stuff from Bill Parcells, but it was kind of like much of the way that Bill Belichick could only kind of do it that way. And Payton's got a Super Bowl championship, so he's made it work. But he has, it seems like, to your point, Randall, with age, leaned more and more into acting almost more like a Bill Parcells kind of guy, more than he maybe would have been early on in his career. But certainly when it comes to the Russell Wilson situation, the way that he treated, the way he dealt with Russell, the disingenuousness, in my opinion, by which he approached the Russell Wilson situation points to prickish nature there. Because he walked in that door acting like he was going to try to really reclamate something, and I don't know if there was really the intention to reclamate. I think it was more of, how can I pivot off of this as quickly as possible without ending up with egg on my face, without me getting any of the blame. That's how it did definitely seem. Y2K, thank you for the $5 donation. It's early, but do you have your eye on any 35-year-old tackles that are still average via trade? I will have to look into the depths on this one to see if there is a guy out there. As John Schneider mentioned, there is a lot of NFL teams at this point that are holding a lot of extra offensive linemen on their rosters. And so with that, you might have teams more willing now than ever to move a tackle if they think their depth is good enough. That maybe now, with this recent trend of so many teams carrying so many extra offensive linemen, that you'll have some guy you can kind of parse through. But historically speaking, it's a very lean position anyway across the NFL. There's not really going to be anybody you can sign off of the street unless you're trying to sign a guy who's literally been on his couch and probably a little bit older. I mean, like Dwayne Brown, for instance. So you're probably more going to be having to look to sign some guy off the street more than you're going to be able to find a trade at this point. Would be my if I was playing the odds on it. Now, down the road, if we get to a team that maybe thinks they're a contender that doesn't become a contender down, mid-year, then maybe something opens up at that point, Y2K, where that's maybe if you can't get the guy off the street, that's maybe the pathway, especially if Lucas can't come back, is that you get to week 7 or 8, and then a contending team that has a good right tackle will flip you that right tackle, and then you can kind of right things up a little bit, maybe going that way with it. That'd probably be the only way to find the trade if you're going that path. Y2K with another $2 donation says the users demand whiskey streams. We'll do another drink stream this year, especially when we get up around the holiday season there. We'll go with it. I'm down, Y2K. I ain't against another whiskey stream. I'm with it. I'm totally with it. Thank you, man, for the double dip on the donation.
I'll try to take a look around this league this week, Y2K. When we do the weekly roundup, I'll try to have a couple of options that we might look to both now and the near future, and maybe towards that trade deadline. If it's not going to be open now, maybe this will be a team that will open up for the trade deadline that we can look at to go find that guy. Randall McDaniel with another $2 dono. Thank you, Randall, for all of your support and donations to the channel today and as ever. He says, Mrs. McDaniel said Mac looks like a state patrolman. He does got a little bit of that state patrolman look. It's the intense eyes thing, you know? It's the 1,000-yard stare. It's the, I did 3 tours in Iraq, and now I'm going to go out here and give you a 60-mile-an-hour speeding ticket, and don't test me. It's kind of that look, you know? I've seen some stuff. It's a bit like that. But he's locked in, man. He's locked in there, Randall, on that sideline, and you can tell he's an intense guy. I love that about him. You can tell he is just right in on it. And I like that. State patrolman works. Highway patrolman. Got to give him one of those big hats. I bet it would fit, Randall. Give him one of those big 10-bucket hats, 10-gallon hats. They still wear that? The highway guys? They still wear those big old hats? Those were like the helmet caps that they give to the players, man. Those things were big. A lot of swag on those officers back in the day with those hats. Thank you, Randall. Appreciate you, brother. Got some rooting for the Lions tonight. We got the Rams up 3-0 early on in this game between the Rams and the Lions. End of the first quarter there. Kieran says, I'm not sure what you all saw, but it wasn't Forsythe, even though he had a few whiffs and contributed to one of the safeties. It was the guards. Center was fine. Left tackle was hit and missed guards were bad. Forsythe, I feel a pressure. But the Kieran, like the play on the safety again is let's just go to that play. We'd have to reference another individual play on this on a couple others, and I don't disagree with you. Like, look, Lakin, I don't think had the greatest of games. We'll see on Bradford. I think Bradford had some really good run blocks. I think he'll be really well graded as a run defender. He's going to be a little bit less graded, I think, as a pass blocker. Not a super big surprise there when it comes to Bradford. That's a bit of his game that you'd expect with that. But, just again, like that safety play there where he's rolling to the left, that's not really on the guard there. It's more on the play call. It's more on Gino Smith. You can eventually get to the guard as the third guy, but let's get to the first guys who have the higher priority on that play of blame. And it really does go to the play caller and quarterback, I think, first and foremost, at least on that one. War Chief says the thing with the Rams is if Matt Stafford is on the field and healthy, he can always take over a game. Amen. Yeah, he's good. He's really good. James says hard to get DK the ball when Surtain is following him 85% of the time. Nice to see the drag route first down from DK. He used to never go across the middle. Yeah, we'd never see that drag route before. Not on that kind of plan on third down, you wouldn't. And nice to see here. More drag routes from DK. I'd love to see it. Because you get him going across the field, he's so fast, he can outrun guys, and it gives him a chance, especially sometimes if you can get him with a free release off the line of scrimmage, really get up to speed. But, yeah, good point, James. Surtain's a great corner. There's a reason he just got paid at the amount that he just got paid at. SW Cheery, worried that Haynes could make a lackluster starting offensive line? Yeah, I mean, I think the team's trying to go for a little bit of the veteran presence with Lakin too, and that coaches will sometimes feel warm and fuzzy with a guy that's a veteran that may not have the ability of the younger player, but they're not going to get as much of the mental errors and mistakes as well. The other thing with this is that I think Bradford will be fine at right guard here as it settles in. It's really more about the left guard position, and Haynes might be best suited as more right guard than a left guard long term. Have to see on that part. Jordan, is Fant seriously hurt? Didn't look good, man. I think your minimum is a torn MCL, out 4 to 6 weeks probably as a minimum, and your worst case scenario is a torn ACL. That's all. Hazard says, now the Rams and Niners need to lose, and this is a fantastic opening week. Let's go. I would love to see it. Young, how you doing, man? This is just checking in. Go Hawks. Go Hawks, Young. Marty, I don't know what we're going to do at right tackle. It could get ugly going up against elite pass rush teams. Good indeed, man. Good indeed. I will say with Stone Forsythe, I don't think he's god-awful back there. I don't think that he's a revolving door back there. I think he'll give you some bad plays collectively over a game. You'll get your share of them. I think that he can kind of hold the line as well overall on that other side of it. I'm not saying he'll be dominant, but I think the guy's played a lot of football. He's had a lot of games where he's been actually decently graded by PFF over the course of a game playing right tackle. Certainly, if you're going to have a TJ Watt going against him over the course of a game, he's going to get abused. But I don't think I think he can at least somewhat hold in there if it has to be. Good to see you, Young. Jordan, I think the offensive play calling seemed vanilla and confusing at times, but it's week 1. Yeah, it's a little bit like that for me too. Gaines says, enjoy being in first place in the NFC West. Let's go. Hawks goal, a muscle contusion for Walker is medical talk for bruised abs. Going to be very sore for a few days, and after a weekend off, he'd be fine. Unfortunately, he doesn't get that week off, so it'll be sore for 3 to 4 weeks. Tough. As long as he can avoid the hernia part of that Hawks goal, then at least he's going to be back and okay here as the year goes along, because we saw today we need Walker. We need him. And SW Tree, yep, quarterback play was pretty lackluster through the first week, especially some of the younger quarterbacks in the league that you look at. Bears got the win there against the Titans, but Caleb didn't do a lot in that game. I mean, Bengals, Burrow, 10 points against that Patriot team. Steelers, Falcons, 18-10. Cousins couldn't manage more than 10 points at home against that Steelers team with the playmakers he has. Bryce Young completely outmatched against the Saints. I don't know if either Trevor Lawrence or Tua looked all that good in their game, to your point on this. Marty says Gino's much more accurate than quarterback than Lamar, though. Yes, he is. Marty, yeah, Gino has sneaky mobility problem. Probably is we never really have a good O-line to give him any opportunities. Definitely not Lamar or even Murray, but he can scoot. Yeah, it's a good way of putting it. James Peters, believe it or not, Williams had a great game. 5 hurries. His PFF game grade will be good. I could see it. He looked pretty solid in there to my eyes. John says, how about that Raiola freshman kid from Nebraska whooped up on Dion and his sons? He's the closest Mahomes clone there is. I want him so bad for Hawks. He's definitely doing the Mahomes cosplay and taking it to the ultimate. I'll say that, John. He's he's got the same walk of Mahomes. Carries himself the same way. He's got the arm thing going down. He does all the same kind of moves. I don't know if he's got the same kind of arm strength, but he's a good player and definitely a prospect to watch, John, for sure. A little bit of a wind-up to him, which can sometimes work in his favor because he's really good about getting the wind-up up where it'll be slow, and he can be kind of like start winding it up before even the receiver's running the route, and it's coming out and he's throwing it at just the right time. There is just a little bit more of a wind-up you get there versus a Mahomes to me, but still a guy that's got some upside to him and certainly a prospect to watch. Orchie says, Raiola has those crazy across the chest sidearm passes. They look like they're about to get intercepted, but they hit on the mark like darts. Indeed. I'm with Raiola. I could be signed up on Raiola. Kieran says that was not a fun game. That was a game that leads you to drinking. Nicholas's tackling was 100% better than any game last year. Yes, it was. 9-day difference, I think one could say. Night and day difference. Noah Fafita, another guy. Yeah, he's a little small for me, War Chief. Little small. The thing with him, too, is that he's got that quick delivery, but some of these quarterbacks at the college level, they get their delivery sped up so fast where it's almost like the ball's going from here to the ear and out. And you can see that then it cuts down on the velocity factor for them, where they're getting the ball out, they're getting it even maybe sometimes to the place accurately, but they can't always then get the push on the ball that you want. It's a little bit of when I was watching Noah on some of his tape, and he made some great throws to that freakish wide receiver he's got out there, but I'm a little worried on the arm strength if we're talking about him as a pro prospect. Jeez Louise, my nose is starting to run. Sorry, 1 second, folks. All right. Sorry about that, folks. Warchie, Brandon, a little off topic, but like I said before the season, the childhood friend, son, T-Mac McMillan is a monster and a force to be reckoned with at receiver for the Arizona Wildcats, 2025 draft pick. Yeah, I watched his game this last week, War Chief. That's the one with Fafito I was watching with. He had, over 300 yards receiving. Could have had almost 360 yards receiving. He had another play, I think, that was wiped off the board. I think that he looks very, very similar to me. It was the player comp that came to my mind, War Chief, when I was looking at him was Mike Evans. Now, I don't know if he's going to quite have the same speed Mike Evans had, and I think that's going to dictate where that receiver is going to go in the draft, because if he runs a 4.5, that's good enough. He's a first-round pick and probably a relatively high first-round pick. Though, remember with Mike Evans, it wasn't like I think he was even a top 10 first-round pick. I think he's like a top 20 first-round pick or something. But he's just like Mike Evans. His ability to high point the ball, his ability to max out his catch radius. The wide receiver should be a first-round pick based on what I saw. He is a monster. He's not going to give you a lot of run after the catch. He's got pretty good route running, but his hands are strong as hell. His catch radius is ridiculous. He's a good player. James Peters, Reala's deep ball needs some work. Yeah. It's not quite got the same, I think, deep ball arm strength as a guy like Mahomes-ish. But a fun prospect. Lions able to tie the game up 3-3 with 10:48 to go in the second quarter there. Points a little hard to find here in this opening week of the NFL season. J.O. says Grubb started the game looking to take shots down the field immediately. Yeah, I saw the same thing. Yeah, he was looking to push it fast. I think that last preseason game with that first drive with Gino got him starry-eyed a little bit. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation and all your support today, Garth. I appreciate you for that. Like, subscribe, and join if you want to hear the Jimi Hendrix of Hawks coverage all season long. Especially join up if you're left-handed. That's right. All left-handers are welcome. I'm left-handed. Join the freak show. It's a beautiful freak show to be a part of. But thank you for Garth reminding me of that as well. And thank you for the donation. Folks, hit that like button. Get subbed up if you're not subbed up already. I'd really appreciate it. We had a lot of new subs today. We're on the road to getting over 20,000. We got my man, Almighty is Gucci, who just subbed up to the channel. Thank you for doing that, Almighty Gucci. Want to get up over that 20,000 mark this year? Help me get there. Sub up today. Hit that like button. Push me out on that algorithm. Make it happen. But thank you, Garth. I like that. The Jimi Hendrix of Hawks coverage. I'm with that. I'll take that comp all day long. All day. Mr. Dog, Hawks Nest, which rookie impressed you the most today? Great question. Well, I guess you'd have to probably go Byron Murphy. He didn't fill up the stat column, but I think he did a good job in being immovable in the run game and holding up against double teams. I think he caused maybe a pressure here or there in the game. Let's see if he registered anything on this final stat line. So 2 tackles in the game. But I thought that, he was impressive. Hard part is there wasn't a lot of real rookies out there playing for you today. I mean, that's kind of your only rookie unless you were meaning just overall rookies across the league. I didn't have a chance to watch enough of the games to kind of take a look at that yet. Boys Hand Grenade says, okay, B, I need you to give me the 3-hour play-by-play of the game. Just hit that rewind button. Drunk says Jaden Daniels looked the best out of all the rookie quarterbacks, but still lost. I guess good time. Let's run through the action here of what we got the early games. Through the games so far here. Buccaneers took down the Commanders 37-20. Daniels 17 carries, 88 yards. That's a tough Buccaneers defense for the Commanders. Cowboys took down the Browns 33-17 in that game. Chargers handled the Raiders 22-10. J.K. Dobbins, 10 carries, 135 yards. How about that? Vikings took care of the Giants 28-6. Saints pummeled the Panthers 47-10. Dolphins were able to edge out the Jaguars at the end of the game 20-17. The Texans also able to edge out the Colts 29-27. Those divisional games can be tight. The Patriots handled the Bengals 16-10 as the Patriots defense really showed up in that game. Bengals very, very unimpressive. They're only 164 yards from Burrow at home. Titans lose to the Bears 24-17. Special teams blunder, a couple of errors. Levis with a couple of interceptions in that game. Really the story there more than it being about Caleb Williams. The Bills were able to survive the Cardinals and their scare at home there as the Cardinals were up by 10 points early on in that game. Steelers, Falcons, not a lot of offense, 18-10. Steelers end up winning that game, and we've got a 3-3 tie right now. Rams and Lions in Sunday Night Football with 8:42 to go in the second quarter. Probably can put a button on that. Man, falling apart here. Falling apart. We're Chiefs. John says, I thought Rayola's motion's effortless. It's good. It's not a bad motion, John. There's just a tiny bit of a wind-up on it. It's a little bit of a wind-up, and he uses it in his favor. Watching the game against the Colorado Buffaloes, there was plays where he would start the wind-up, and the player hadn't even really broken out the route. It's almost he was able to slow the delivery down to then get the ball out at just the right time to the player. He had a couple of those kind of throws where he can throw it kind of late as a thrower and be able to still kind of fit it in there a bit. But I don't know. It was my kind of real first impression, just taking a little bit of a look at him. I haven't done the full, deep dive on him either. Nicholas says, seemed like the D was popping fools. I really like to see what I saw from the D. Yes, sir. They were hitting out there, hitting and tackling. And not just hitting, not just shoulder tackling, but bringing them to the ground as well. Chase Stern, thank you for the $5 donation, Chase. I appreciate you for that. Walker just said in the presser that Mike Macdonald was calm at halftime. No yelling or nothing. This man is cold. It's part of the benefit of when you're a hard worker and you prepared yourself like he prepares himself, where he's an exhaustively tearing through film, doing everything he can to make sure that he's done all of his homework essentially to prepare for that opponent. And if you've done that, the coaches always say, people always say, if you've done the work, then you should be in that place of being confident and comfortable with once you get to game day, because you haven't left anything untended to, or not thought about the stuff you should have been thinking about. And so he does seem to be a steady as he goes kind of guy. He doesn't seem to be a red hot. It seems to be pretty even keeled. He seems to be intense, but even keeled. And that's a great combination for a head coach. Great combination for a head coach. And hell of a start to a coaching career. 1-0. It's a beautiful thing, Chase. Thank you for that $5 dono. Appreciate you. No yelling or nothing. James Peters. People forget Lakin was a first-round pick. It's not physical as problems, hoping after 5 games in Williams can get him right. I'm okay with him. Better than Lewis at $12 million per year. I'm with you there, James. I don't think that Lewis played that position particularly well or earned necessarily $12 million per year to be paid at. So I wouldn't have liked to have gone that direction either. And some of this is, as I was talking about earlier on this stream, a bit just having to do with the fact that you've had to re-put back this offensive line over the past 3 years. You've had to reset the whole deck. The whole deck. You know, that during that time period, you've had teams like the Eagles that have had both of their 2 tackles stabilized in there. And they've had a center in place throughout that time. Like you've had to spin the whole thing through. So part of with that is that it's going to take time to get it to a place of being a true boon on your team, something that's a real advantage for you come game day. And that there's going to be some growing pains to get it there, I think. John, I like Riley Leonard for this year. Riley's good. I'd like to see what happened with Notre Dame yesterday, John. Joe Z, thank you for the $20 donation, Joe. Very kind of you, man. That's a tremendous donation on your part. Congrats to Mike on his first win. The D was fantastic. What a difference versus last year's tackling. It was great, and they were flying all over the place. Love, 12 tackles, an INT, forced fumble. Dodson, 10 tackles. I do believe, Joe, that we're looking at a defense today that had a supremely great effort. That you got to go back, you go beyond just the 20 points given up in total, and you look at the conditions that they had to play within today, and with their back against the wall, and not giving up, not breaking, as so many defenses I think across this league would have. It would have been very easy at that point, halfway into this game, to go, well, the offense is basically screwing us over today. Let's just call this one a day and turn this back into next week. And they stayed strong. They were resilient. You talk about the tackling, and beyond all the things that I think were impressive in this game that we saw from Mike Macdonald's defense, the much more of a willingness to blitz, be more creative with the stack boxes that you're running out there and how you're trying to get Bo Nix uncomfortable prior to the snap, to the coverages changing post-snap from pre-snap. But the most impressive thing is the thing that I think you touch upon, Joe, and the tackling. The night and day difference of the tackling this week from where it was last year, week in and week out. We could not bring guys to the turf last year. It was almost like it was an impossibility for the first guy who was going to be a tackler to bring anybody down. And today, over and over and over again, you saw the first guy coming up to rally to make the tackle, made the tackle. And usually made the tackle where he stopped the guy in place. The guy didn't even get the leaning forward for an extra 3 yards. The guy, you came up and you brought them right to the ground. And it stood out today where catch after catch after catch, where if there was a completion given up to Bo Nix, you brought that guy to the ground instantly. And it was so important too, because a lot of these plays would have been those 3rd down and longs where Nix is throwing it in front of the sticks. He's hoping the guy can yak it out and get it past to that point. So there's a lot of them pressure on your player there to make that tackle in that moment. And they did every single time today. Every single time today. And they had so many opportunities they were put into to kind of fail on that side of things, but they didn't. Very impressive. And Julian Love, a guy who did have a 2-interception game last year against the Eagles, a guy who had some really good games last year for you in general, maybe he had his best game for you as a Seattle Seahawk in this game. And it's not just the fact that he's riding high off getting paid a contract extension, Joe. It's that this was a guy that is any player on this defense, every bit as much as Witherspoon, if not more than Witherspoon, was going to benefit from this new transition to this new defense. He's played in this defense before. He is a pure fit for this defense because of the variety of skills that he brings to a football field. He doesn't have really a dominant thing that he brings to the field, but he is a well-rounded football player, which is exactly what this defense wants across the board. And he showed you that today. And Dodson, I've been talking about it. Guy got stuck on the depth chart there with the Bills for a couple of years, where it wasn't necessarily his fault, wasn't necessarily indicative of the fact he wasn't a good player. He's just stacked behind some really, really good players there at the linebacker position. And now, given his opportunity, he shows, like he did last year, coming off the bench for an injured Matt Milano, that he's ready. He's ready to be a player in this league. Great signing by John Schneider, this Dotson kid. And he was just as impressive as Julian. J.O., I really like that we settled down a bit after the half and decided to establish the run. Sucks if K9's hurt. He's a hell of a football player. Capable of taking a game over. Indeed he is. I've said he's that kind of guy, and you saw him used a little bit more out to the edges in this game and worked out in space at times a little bit more often in this game than he has in the past, and you saw the benefits, I think, from that in this game. He's awesome. He's a game changer, and we need him healthy, and hopefully he can bounce back relatively quickly on this because there seems to be a bit of a difference there between him and Zach and what they can bring to the table, especially if it's about creating your own yards. I think Charbonnet can be an effective back, but he's going to need some holes opened up for him. I think with Walker, he can be a guy that create his own stuff at times. Robert says, need a hottie toddy for that cough and sniffles, Brando. I know, my allergies have been kicking in the past 2 days here out of nowhere, and it's driving me crazy. Jennifer, we should take our chance putting Holani at the kick returner. Williams was crazy bad and almost single-handedly cost us this game. Agreed, and anybody but Williams at this point, Jennifer. That was horrible. That was a nightmare watching him back there return punts. If he's going to be back there all season, it's going to be a long year. And he's going to have more fumbles, and he's going to have more problems back there. This is not the only time. This will not be the only time that we have a ball at the 1 yard line this year. I guarantee you that. Joe Z says, everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. We got punched in the first half. Great adjustments at halftime. Agreed, Joe. Yeah. Broncos came in there and they gave it to us. They looked like a bit of the hungrier team in that first half, especially defensively, what they were doing to us. And we had to kind of find our way through this. But you mentioned a great point. The second half adjustments were legit, especially on that offensive side of the ball, the recommitment back to the run game, staying with the run once you saw it was working. Which is sometimes not always easy. Like there was one play they had, Joe, where you ran the first down and you had a no yards gain, 2nd and 10. This is a down and distance where you're going to come back. Oftentimes it's a throw, okay, let's throw it now. Came back to the run and it was rewarded, I think, with like a 9 yard gain on that play to the Walker. Just staying with it when you can sense it's going well. Stay with it. Don't move away from it needlessly. John says our secondary's filthy. It is filthy. Rashawn Jenkins and Love, if they can play like that, that's what you're getting from your safeties. You know what you're going to get from Tariq Woolen and Witherspoon. And Woolen, another guy, had a great game today throughout. I think he gave up one completion in this whole game. He had the interception on a man-match route concept that we've seen him pick off before. And that's a lockdown secondary right there. It's a lockdown secondary you're looking at back there. Even Trey Brown, I thought, played pretty good overall. He had one catch down the field he gave up, but he hung in there overall. Sean says the middle of the defense is night and day difference from last year. So much better already. Amen. Amen. Saw the same thing. Yeah, Space. Now we head to New England. Now we off to New England. Stafford picked off. A 3-3 tie with 4:53 to go in the second quarter. They're in that Rams-Lions game. Ricardo says Lions wide receiver Williams is down again. Shaking my head. Guy can't stay healthy, can he? Matt Galendez, great win. Way to turn it around in the second. Our O-line needs serious help. And man, was our defense dominant. Accurately put, man. Very accurately put. Yeah, O-line's got some people worried tonight. Got people a little bit concerned right now, that O-line. Mr. Dog, fortunately, Walker's injury appears to be minor. Asked about his abdominal injury. Walker said, I'm good after Sunday's game. Well, that's good to hear. Matthew says, Mafe was a menace on the field. Team effort, no doubt, but man, does he get off the line like a rocket. Supreme effort from Mafe, and you're right, he's got explosiveness coming off of his stance. Great 10-yard split, which is a bit of an indicative of that, and his ability to get after it. And Mafe was really good throughout. It wasn't a dominant effort, it was just you felt his presence. You felt that he was always right around there getting some pressure in on the quarterback. I thought he played a pretty strong game. O'Dwyer says that double drop by Williams was brutal. It is. And it is brutal because there are mistakes that happen over the course of the ball game that are understandable and that you get outplayed. You weren't able to have this happening. It was not from a lack of effort, just stuff happens. I would offer a muff punt's going to sometimes happen. Sometimes your hands just don't get in the right place. Sometimes the ball's turned over in an odd direction and you're going to have a muff punt. That part you can't control. It's not like you're trying not to catch, not like you're not trying to catch it. Not like he was trying to run before he caught it. What it was happening, he was actually looking up What he did is instead of watching it all the way into his hands, he started looking at the guy coming at him so that he could try to make his move. That's where he really went wrong. And that is controllable. But I'll still give him a pass on that part of it. Where I have the problem, O'Dwyer, is when he doesn't fall in the ball. You got to fall in the ball. Fall on it. Don't do this patty cake move with it. Get on the ball. And that's the part that's a little more inexcusable from my standpoint. Riverside says Mafe looked better than Draymond. He did. But Draymond's more of an inside guy at the end of the day. And they had to playing a good amount of snaps on the edge. You're light there at the edge. You're lean there on the edge. So he's having to be kind of the good soldier still playing out there on that edge. But I think Draymond's best position is still to the inside. Ricky says Nwosu back with Mafe on this defense is going to be scary. Better pass rush equals more picks. Secondary is already good. Yeah, Nwosu back will definitely help things out. I thought Derek Hall played a pretty good game. He got himself a sack here too as well. But I think Uchenna is still a little bit further along in his ability right now as a player versus where Hall is more still developing. Still developing. And Connor Williams did good today, Matthew. Yeah, agreed. Both Williams did good today. Mofo, it sucks. Jenkins, Dotson, Baker, Wallace, etc. are all on one-year deals. Might be able to bring back, but if they're playing like this, we can't afford them. Let me see. So on the Rashawn Jenkins deal, Mofo, you got him on a 2-year deal right now. So Rashawn Jenkins, your safety room is set for the next 2 years at least. You're right about Dodson and Baker. I think that's a little bit more of the worrisome part there where you'd like to probably retain one of those guys going into the future at least. And Dodson would be probably my pick as an early front runner there. But I do think, Mofo, to your point on this, is that if you have both Dodson and Baker ball out this year, I think you do end up paying one of those guys. Dodson being probably the likely guy. Have to see how it goes for sure, but that would be, I'd make that guess that's how I'd play. Herbicide says a big cat getting pressure all day. 5 quarterback hits today, Herbicide. For a defensive tackle, it's not sacks, I know all that, but like coaches will tell you, sometimes it's the pressure that matters. Sometimes it's the quarterback hit that matters as much as the sack. 5 quarterback hits from the interior there from the big cat today. He was also active in the run game. Very complete player. Showed you why they traded for him. It's been that way since day one, since we moved for him last year. He's continued to play really good ball for us. Hand Grenade B, I need you to do a 3-hour play-by-play of the game as I'm in California and couldn't watch it. As I'm in and couldn't watch it. What do you? I don't know what you mean, Hand Grenade. Sorry, man. I'm maybe a little slow at this. I'm 5.5 hours in deep on the stream, but you mean the Seahawks game play-by-play, or are you talking about the Rams game play-by-play? I did the Seahawks play-by-play the last 3 hours, so all I got to do there is just rewind it and sync it up with my stream on that. That's all. Greg Kemp, did Hall get any playing time? Derek Hall? Yeah. He did indeed. Got himself a sack in this game. So Derek Hall, 2 tackles, 2 quarterback hits, and a sack. So not too shabby a day from Hall. Yeah, the DBs were filthy. Woolen was all over it in coverage today. Like, there was no separation with Woolen today in coverage. He definitely looks like he's bouncing back. Herbicide, any chance Christian slides to left guard? Well, if Lakin continues to play by like this, you're really having such a low end baseline of the position and where it's playing right now. Hard not to look at it and say, why wouldn't you look at making that change? Lakin's got to step it up, I think, big time here if he's going to continue to retain that starting job. But I don't know how short of a hook the team has him on, how much confidence the team has in Haynes playing left guard necessarily. James Peters says everybody's screaming to let go of Stone Feet Forsythe. Better count their blessings. We still have him. I'm in the same place you are on that one, James. I don't think that Stone is a good player, but I think he's a functional player for you as a swing tackle. Your ideal would not be to have him starting 4, 5, 6, 7 games over the course of the season, but worst case, he comes in for a half, comes in for one game. That's really the ideal there for him, for a swing type tackle like him. Unfortunately, in the past couple of years, because of the numerous injuries to the tackle position, we've had to call upon a lot of Stone foresight, and the fan base definitely beats up on him really bad. And I think why they do it as much as that when he has bad plays, it goes really bad. If he's going to miss, he's going to whiff. He's going to allow a brutal sack. So it looks really horrible to people when those bad plays do come out. But he has a lot of steady plays within there as well. And he's not a bad player. He is somewhat at least functional for you out there. And I think that he can hold the line here in a pinch. If he's got to be out there for 16, 17 full game season, it's going to be trouble town. But a couple games, spot start here or there, he can hang in there. Femi, and they said Williams wasn't worth $20 million. Definitely looked at it today, didn't he? Yes, the Hawks game. You just have to go back and rewind it, Hand Grenade. Just sync it up and get that rewind button. Sync it on up. Riverside, we got to get Tyrese out there. I don't know. Baker looked pretty good today. Riverside. Radu Turkin in the house. What's up, Radu? Thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you for that, Radu. Very, very kind of you, my man. Just got back from Lumen. What an atmosphere today. Defense looked amazing out there. Offensively, not so much. Line and getting out of the opposing red zone was a struggle. 2 safeties and nearly a third. Definitely was rough to watch that offense at times today, Radu. Rough to watch the punt returner at times. There were some brutal moments in this game. It did seem like you guys did your part out there in the stadium, Radu, and that you guys kept it loud. You kept that defense energized. They were able to get the third down stops. They were able to get the stops where their backs were basically up against the wall due to either the offense putting them in that position or the punt returner putting them in that position. So very impressive to see what they did defensively. But there is a lot to clean up offensively. To your point, offensive line's got to get it right. Grubb's got to kind of find his styling and his rhythm a little bit, I think, as an offensive play caller. Felt like it took a couple of quarters to kind of find it out there with that. But great job on your guys in the stadium and getting loud and keeping it loud and making it hard on that rookie quarterback. I think you guys did your part on that side of it, Radu, and that's what you need to do. Rookie quarterback like that, just make the conditions as hellacious as possible, as hard as possible. And they did that today. Thank you for the $10 donation. And good job. Well done in there on the stadium. I tip my hat to you, sir. John says, it seems like all offenses across the league are struggling. I think, John, you touch on something that's probably pretty accurate to what happened here from week 1, is that if you look across the league, there are some teams that were able to put some pretty big point totals up on the board. The Bills with 34 points, the 47 from the Saints, even Vikings and Cowboys at 28 and 33 respectively. But then there's a lot of other games here where you've got, 10, 22 points, 6 points, 10 points, 17 points, 10 points, 16 points, 17 points, 10. So there's a little bit of that, I think. A little bit. The Lions are up 10-3 now on the Rams. Or besides this, thought I saw Haynes out there, maybe? I didn't think I saw him out there. Matthew Galendez, what are our options other than Stone Forsythe? Well, you do have Jarrell, obviously, as an option there potentially, but that is a very young cat that I'm guessing is not going to be able to beat out necessarily Stone Forsythe at this point when it's all said and done. When it comes to the right tackle position in free agency, there's Riley Reef out there, still an undrafted rookie. He's still undrafted. He's still a free agent out there. You could maybe look at him. Billy Turner, former Packers, out there. Lucas Noang, former Chief, is out there in free agency. None of these guys, I think, are going to be all that great of additions if you were to look to bring them on. So probably, in my opinion, the more of the option out there if you're looking for a tackle long term is we're going to have to probably make a trade to make it happen. I don't anticipate there's really a guy to go out there and find off the street. James Peters says Dodson and Baker, you pay one and start the rookie savings money next year and draft a backup. Yep. With Tyrese Knight, the way that he's developed, that's the way it would appear to me too. You let them kind of duke it out. Who's the guy you want to go with moving forward? You go with that. You run with Tyrese Knight into next year. You get some nice load balance on the position as far as what you're paying contractually with the rookie contract also there. Fourth round rookie contract with the Dotson money potentially. You can afford that at that point. That'd be probably the way that they go with it. Looks like Puka's hurt. And Stafford? Oh, no. Cameron has been celebrating 2 years, 2 long years as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that, Cameron. I really appreciate you. I'm just glad we got the win. O-line needs fixing. It does need to fixing. It needs to gel. It needs to come together. There's reason to believe I think that this can happen. We still don't know what the final outlook is going to be for Lucas. I know many of you don't have a lot of high hopes for Lucas, but let's not forget that John Schneider was just asked 2 weeks ago if Abraham Lucas was going to miss all of the season, if that's what he foresaw to be happening. And John said, no, that is not what he foresaw, that they're just being very, very careful. So maybe Lucas can be the guy to return to settle this down. I think that Williams will continue to get better and the cohesion will get better between a Connor Williams and a Laken Tomlinson and Bradford. I think Bradford will continue to get better as a young player that was very raw coming out of LSU, that you expected was going to take some time to round into the player that he was going to become. And Cross as well, who I thought played a pretty good game. So there's room for improvement here. I think there's also reason, Cameron, to believe that there will be improvement here from this offensive line. This is not their final state, final form. Greg says, thanks, Brandon. I'm glad D. Hall played good after struggling with injuries his rookie season and not being able to show much. Me too. And definitely all that much more important, Greg, when you look at Uchenna's injury and moving on from Darrell Taylor, we need Derek Hall to have and be a factor here this season. James says, I love the fact that Mac isn't afraid to go man and bring the blitz with the 2 corners we have. Me either, man. Saw a casino blitz today. I don't know the last time I saw a casino blitz from our Seahawks. Made me nervous. I'm like, oh, man. It's a lot of pass rushers you're bringing up there, Mike. All of them? All of them? It worked. That's the other thing, too, is he's blitzing and then having it work in his blitzes, forcing that quarterback's clock to be rushed. Witherspoon had himself a freebie sack on a play where if he just comes a little bit more under control at Nix, he's going to bring him down. It's a sack. And it's a fun scheme, man. It's got a perfect balance in how it blitzes, perfect balance in how it disrupts and disguises. And I think that's part of the reason you saw it today so instantly dominant right from the jump in the first game. And Power Code just got back from the game. What a freaking atmosphere. This defense looks borderline unstoppable at points. I mean, there's so many guys to highlight. Offensive line, though, yeesh. Yeah, the line is still what it is. Still what it is. Riverside says, Russ might not ever play again. All Fields had to do is not cough up the ball, and he did it. Yeah, there's already a little bit of a pull there. You felt like through preseason period there with Fields in, maybe we'll go with him. 17 of 23 for today, 156 yards. They ran the ball 41 times. I mean, that's the model they would like to operate by. They want to just run the ball. They just want a quarterback that can be functional back there. And it may almost be less to do with what the quarterback can do from a throwing standpoint and more to do with a quarterback can do with his leg standpoint, because you can use those read option looks out of it. You can have the quarterback's threat of his legs to then Herbicide open up things for the running backs in the ground game. And this may make it hard on Russ. It'll be very interesting to see what their call is moving into next week if he is ready to come back off that injury. Matthews is not going to lie. That was a pretty good Denver defense. Great win, though. Denver defense played their hearts out in this game. They did everything they could. I mean, they did not make it easy on us. And they dialed up some pretty crazy blitzes themselves. Rock Band says the Rams are getting wrecked with injuries. It's not a super deep team, man. They take a couple of clips there. They get their wings clipped here on a couple of these injuries, and I don't think they have a way of sustaining it. Matthew says, thank you. Thank you, B. Love coming here for the after action reports and the company. Go Hawks. Well, thank you, Matthew. I hope for that to be this kind of place for folks after games, man. That's definitely the intended goal. So it's good to hear that we're hitting that mark. I appreciate that. Empower Code says, I don't know what Bo Nix was doing today. He could have easily had 5 interceptions, kept throwing behind his receiver too. I don't think he was real sure on what he was seeing. And that's, I think, understandable in Power Code where you have a rookie quarterback first start on the road. Well, that's trouble town. And then you have him going up against a defense like this, that a big part of this defense is to disguise and to confuse and to really make you have to think and trust what you're seeing clearly. And a rookie quarterback's not going to see things clearly. They're going to get confused. So it's, as I said, kind of leading up to this game, this was kind of the worst possible defensive schematics for Nix to go up against in his first start, especially for the way that they're going to want to run that offense there with Payton, where Payton wants to script up a lot of brilliant stuff that Nix can then go to with his first read. But a lot of your first read gets taken away from with the Seahawks defense by the nature of how they disguise stuff. So it was just going to be a tough matchup for him. And Nix did what he could. I do think with Nix, something place that he's got to get better at is standing tall in the pocket and delivering the ball where he's not anticipating the rush and falling away from the rush as he's trying to throw it. Because it definitely, I think, impacted some of his accuracy and some of his velocity on some of these throws. But he didn't always have to lean back in that way like that, you know? Greg says, when Bradford got hurt, Haynes came on, but Bradford returned. Oh, okay. There we go. So we got a little bit of cup of coffee out there. Orchie Baker had a lot of quarterback pressures. He was mostly blitzing. Indeed. He looked good too. Dotson was just so awesome that it's not as much as even Baker was like short of him far. It was just that Dotson was just so awesome in what he was bringing. But Baker looked good too. Very impressed by both of those two guys. Yeah, Matthew, hope Abe can get back. Orchie says, Brandon, how did our new center do? So much talk about how bad the O-line was, but I didn't actually see how he did at his position. I think he held up well in there, to my eyes. It's always a little bit harder on the interior stuff to lock in because I'm doing the play-by-play, and my eyes are going to be drifting away from that line when I'm doing play-by-play. But I didn't see him he didn't get wrecked. He didn't have any bad plays. He didn't have any penalties. I didn't see any moments where he was overwhelmed at the point of attack or looked rusty or looked a shell of himself coming off the injury. Seemed like he held the line pretty well. Always Dan Grenade says, Bo threw 42 times for 138 yards. Yeah, I'm guessing we're back. Barco Tyrell Dotson is a dog. He's a willing tackler and looked outstanding today. You can see the fruits of a rather physical training camp coming to bear. Hard not to point to that, isn't it, in Power Code? When you walk through a game like this, as you saw in person, and there are so few missed tackles, when I have to really scratch the depth of my memory to think of any moment in this game where you had a missed tackle, that speaks to, I think, a little bit of the difference in the way that you train these guys up, because the personnel didn't change that substantially from last year and the troubles you had with that. And as I was noting earlier on this in Power Code, you did have a defense that was on the field for a lot of the game, because that was one of the things that would be passed back upon our defense last year. People would say, well, they're on the field for so long. They're getting gassed. And then when they get gassed, they're not tackling as well. Well, you had a team out there today for over 70 plays on that football field. Could have gotten gassed, could have fell back on those old excuses, but they remained strong and they held in there, I thought. And they were very impressive. Very impressive. James Peters says, Anthony Bradford's a serviceable right guard, but he needs to mature a little bit more. We haven't had success with drafting and developing guards, but I'm hoping that will change with the new O-line coach. Clap. I would hope so as well. Stafford just threw an interception. Let's go. Lions ball. Halftime. Lions up 10-3. Thing with Bradford is you drafted Bradford as a raw, big, monstrous lump of clay. He has all the physical ability in the world. What Bradford didn't have at the college level was a tremendous number of starts. And to me, what this meant, James, was that with Bradford, you're going to have to need to give him time to develop. He needs seasoning. He needs time. You're going to have those moments that are going to be rough as you go through those growing pains, but then you're also going to get moments of dominance. Like last year where he had, I think, a game or two where he was our highest graded player by PFF. So you have a bit of that up and down, but that's to be understood when he's coming off of so few starts coming out of college. And that's why I do have hope in Bradford that as he comes along and develops, that he can develop into even being a little bit more than just a serviceable right guard, but to be a solid right guard in this league. Maybe not a star, but a solid right guard who is a pure scheme fit with the mobility stuff he brings here. And we'll just have to see if he can continue to develop in that role. I think he will, though. I think he will, because he has so much physical ability. DVNs just goes to show you how underutilized our players were. It's true. Yeah, Connor looked good. DVN Patriots held Bengals to 10 points. Are they a sleeper team? It's possible. I mean, you did that 10 points, and that's on the road in Cincinnati. You know, you did that on the road. So, yeah, that's impressive. And that's another team that, you know, brings in a defensive-minded head coach there. So also maybe not by accident. I think we're going to have our hands full next week, especially being on the road, especially being a 10 a.m. game. Ryan Ball says player of the game, Julian Love. Runner-up, K9. I like it. I'm good with that. Sign me up. Sign me up. 3 hours is the Bengals didn't have Jamar or Higgins, no. Jamar Chase was out there, but it does look like maybe they were missing Higgins. Chase, 6 catches, 62 yards. Just couldn't do anything against that secondary. And they got some talent, the Patriots on that defense. Jabril Peppers, Kyle Duggar, Keon White, Jelani Tavai, Christian Gonzalez. I mean, they got some players out there defensively. But the Bengals struggled. Orchie says, Brandon, real talk. Dotson was awesome. It was the first time in a long time I was watching and like, oh no, it was like the first time in watching and I was like, oh no, it's a pass or it's a catch. Oh, but that's okay. Dotson's there. He didn't let anybody by. The 9-day difference, man, of those short completions that we've seen through the last few years where they get completed and then there's another 5, 6, 7 additional yards. There's nobody near the guy after he makes the catch and he just runs it right up the field, 5, 6 yards. And you go, you know, where is everybody? Because you'd be doing it, War Chief, at times where you're only rushing 4 and you're dropping all the 7 back in coverage. How could there be 7 guys in coverage and there'd be that big of a hole in the zone? But today it was that 9-day difference where if they made that catch, that player was rallying up and he was making the tackle, or he was right there to make the tackle as soon as the catch was made. And no extra yardage given. So very impressive to watch. Been really encouraging that this is game 1 you're doing this in. Jared Verse gets his first sack, Riverside. Let's go, Jared. Good job by the Rams in the first half, though. I mean, man, keeping that Lions offense to 10 points. How about Colby Parkinson? 3 catches, 45 yards. Riverside says, how did we cover Lakin in the second half? We started running to the right side. Running away, we started to run away from him, Riverside. 3 hours says we need to see Haynes next week. He can't possibly be worse than Tomlinson. Hard to see. And certainly if Tomlinson's grade comes out like I think, and when I go back and watch the All-22, I'm going to be definitely locking in on him. It's going to be very easy to come out of that going, give the other guy a try. Snap out of it, Pumpkin loves her fellow felines. Go Lions. She does. She's saying go Lions right now. You can't hear her, but she's like, go Lions. Go Lions. Herbicide, I hate the Jets and Rodgers. Go Jets. You know who would win if an asteroid landed on that game? Everybody. James, sorry, you responded to him. Empower Code didn't catch the Bears game. Does anyone know how the hell they overcame a 17-0 deficit? There was a special teams blunder, much like ours, down by the own end zone for the Titans, where you had a fumble that you gave right back to them when they had the game in control. And that's why I say with these punt returners now, man, like, you don't have to do what you had to do 20 years ago as a punt returner. 20 years ago as a punt returner, you're expected to go get the yards after the punt and be dynamic in that part of it. Now, with as good as the punters are in kicking the ball high and deep, you just need to make the catch. Just catch the damn ball. I want to say to all these punt returners, just catch the damn ball. But the Titans punt returner dropped it, and that kind of started the slide for them in Power Code on the momentum side of it, where then Levis comes back and he throws a couple of interceptions and bad interceptions at that, and they're able to bring it back. We're the Bears. But it wasn't necessarily on the arm of Caleb that made it happen there. It was just more of I think they had a block punt too. Special teams, man. Special teams. Rockman says, get some farm kid to play on our line. Some guy just throwing bales of hay around. William Hanby says, no Mims either for Cincy. Oh. That offensive lineman they drafted. Interesting. I'll definitely go back and watch that Patriots game and see what they were doing defensively to the Bengals in that one. And Tariq Woolen played a really good game. Tariq Woolen was absolutely awesome in this one. He was so tight in coverage, had a couple balls knocked away, culminated it with that interception. He's running man match on the play with the interception, so he's off coverage, and he looks like cover 3 to Bo Nix at the snap. So Bo Nix ends up throwing to the right side. He's got to start that play out with Woolen. He's got Woolen on the outside on the left side, playing off coverage, showing a cover 3 drop indicator pre-snap. So on that play, Nix knows he's got his wide receiver on that left-hand side running a crossing route all the way over to the other side of the field. He's anticipating Woolen is in a zone coverage set that he's dropping to depth, but he's running man match. So cover 3 man match, as I would understand it on this play, would be that Woolen recognizes the under route coming, jumps the under route because he knows he doesn't have to worry about depth there. There's nobody pressing him with depth. And he just then out sprints it to the spot. He beats that player to the spot where the ball is. And Nix is looking at it going, how the hell can that corner on the left outside point start out there and end up way over there? That shouldn't even be a threat for me on that play. But that's the speed that Woolen brings that's so hard to account for as a quarterback when it's all live firing and running at 150 miles an hour. It's the same kind of play that you saw Goff throw the interception to. And that's why I want to highlight this play a little bit is those quarterbacks see that play and they naturally go, that corner can't bridge the gap on that space that's created by the over route. So what you're dropping to cover 3, overcomes, there's an instantaneousness of separation there by the receiver because you're dropping to depth and they're running in front of your drop. So imagine you're running backwards and the other guy's running in a different direction from you. You have to now flip your hips, drive on that route, and then catch back up on that space that you've lost. And most quarterbacks can't catch up that space. But when you have Mr. 4.2 in the house, and he's got that length, he can catch up like that. And just like he did against Goff a couple of years ago on that same kind of over route where he was able to catch up on, and Goff's like, oh, he's playing cover 3. He's off coverage. He can't get back to this ball underneath. Yes, he can. Yes, he can. Ryan Ball, I did see Reek miss 1 tackle in the first quarter, but other than that, he had a good game. I did see that same thing. Only gave up a couple extra yards after missed tackle, so it wasn't brutal. But nothing that was egregious today, that's for sure. James Peters, on another note, I'm glad the Prescott to Seattle talk is over with his 4-year deal for over $240 million. No, thank you. Laughing my ass off. Amen. No thank you from my standpoint either. I want no part of that. I want no part. If I'm paying a quarterback that kind of money, he better be the top of the pop. He better be one of those special breed of QBs in this sport. If he ain't that, I ain't paying for it. And I'm a hardliner on this. Dallas is so weird with their contract negotiations. So freaking strange about it. Vivian, Jaden Daniels, most impressive rookie? Yeah, probably. James Peters says, I think Connor Williams is definitely going to pay dividends with developing Bradford and Haynes. I hope so. Can't hurt having a nice veteran presence out there who's been around the block quite a few times, knows what he needs to know, knows what he needs to teach and train those guys, and that'd be great to see. Virus203 says, surprised Byron Murphy didn't do much today. He was playing some nose tackle today. That's kind of a hard hat role for the day when you're going to be in that role, taking a lot of double teams. I think him taking on those double teams at times freed up guys like Leonard Williams to be single blocked and get out there and hunt a little bit more. But 2 tackles, had a quarterback hit. Okay for start. Got to go back to the tape myself, Irish, to see what he did and how he did it and how it kind of played out a bit. And Bauer says, I feel like every defensive player was good. At one point, I stopped watching who was making what play and just appreciated the collective effort. It's a great way of putting it, man. It was team defense today. Everybody's rallying up. Everyone was doing their part. No mental errors, no mistakes, no real big plays down the field, giving up over the top, able to bring the pressure. Yeah, the effort was awesome today. And I agree with you. I don't think that we could find a player on this defense today that we went, wow, he didn't bring it. He didn't hold up his end of the bargain today. I think to a man, everybody did their job. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation, Randall. I really appreciate you for that. Hope Ryan Grubb commits to the run early in the year. Feel like there are so many benefits to it. Play action, best friend of pass pro, keeps the D off the field. Would like to see, and it was the big major halftime adjustment I think that they went to was just more of a commitment back to the run game here in that second half, and it brought a lot of returns for them. I would have liked to maybe, to your point, that Randall, early on in the game, you got into those sort of 7-step drops. You were looking to sort of hit some plays down the football field. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more of trying to do a little bit more of that running, maybe some quick throws out to Walker in the flat. Just get some easier throws schemed up for Gino early in the game. Get him into rhythm. Gino's that kind of passer where sometimes in games he can start out like a pitcher in baseball where you can have a dominant pitcher, but the first inning he's wild all over the place and he's just not quite locked in, and you have to just kind of give him some of the easy throws to kind of get him locked into that spot. I think Grubb will learn that about Gino a little bit in these games. But running the ball also would help a lot. Would like to see some more under center play actions to your point on this too, Randall. So under center play action, roll Gino back to the strong side. There's some other easier kind of throws you can give him on that type of stuff. We didn't do a lot of that today either. And that's not a lot of what this offense is about with its spread style system, but Gino does it really well. And to your point, it can be very effective against defenses. As they say, you don't have to even run the ball well for play action to be effective. Three Hours says, can't really blame Grubb either. He had a Charbo and Barber chip on a few plays to help Forsythe, and he just ended up bullying the middle of our line. Yeah, some good and some bad from Grubb today. Herbicide, are we stuck with Stone at right tackle? Pretty much. I mean, you can sign a guy off the street like you did with Jason Peters last year, but is that guy going to be any better than Stone? No. Is there a team at this point 1 week into the season that's going to make a trade for us for a right tackle? No. I think your best bet, let's just call it like this. Let's say Fant's out for the year or 7 games or whatever. He's out a significant portion of time. I think your best bet at that point to be for finding something that can upgrade the position would be to try to get around the trade deadline and see if you can find a team that's not contending, that thought that they were going to be contending. And you can maybe then swing a trade at that point. But even with that, the odds are long because teams just don't like to move their tackles very often. And Fant wasn't great either to start things out. He gave up some quick pressure on that first drive too. But it really breaks down as we need Lucas to come back. Come on, Lucas. Come on, Abraham. Jack Maloney. If our O-line played normally, we would have beat them by 30. So funny seeing Bronco fans crumble after all the trash they were spitting. They're like the ex who gave us half their assets. I know. And they're still calling us, right? Like they give us half the assets and they're still calling us like, dude, like what? We already got what we wanted from you. What do you want? We're not giving any of it back. No, we're keeping it all. Yes, the Derek Hall too. We're keeping the Derek Hall as well. No, you don't get to have it back. Sorry. Anything else? Okay, we'll see you in 2 years. We're going to beat your butts again. Thank you. Bye. Hey, great. So how did everything look as I couldn't watch the game? We're given a pass as this is week 1. The O-line looked rough. Offense made the second half adjustments, scored three straight possessions in the second half. Defense looked great throughout. Special teams, as far as Dixon and Myers and kickoff coverage goes, was all pretty solid. Your punt returner was dog water and brutal in this game. And you're not a trash talker, Jarrell. I think he's just speaking to, there were some Bronco fans feeling themselves throughout this week, which is, look, there's the NFL. There's going to be some fan trash talk. It wouldn't be fun if there wasn't some fan trash talk on that, you know. The offense was horrific that first half. They got together. They did. They pulled it through. Randall McDaniel with a $2 donation. Woolen comp I thought of. Antonio Cromartie. Yeah, a little bit. Similar kind of size dimensions. Bigger corners that are really long and got really good ball skills. I think that's probably pretty apropos there, Randall. Woolen's probably a little bit more speedily built, you know, a little more quicker, a little more faster. But there's definitely some echoes of each of their games. Thank you for the donation. I like it. It's good comp. War Chief, I was watching this newscast and all they could talk about was Caleb Williams' painted nails. One of the guys called him the LGBTQB. Oh, no. Somebody's going to get fired talking about Caleb Williams. Somebody's getting fired talking about Caleb Williams. Oh, my man. Oh, Lordy. That's too good. 3 hour, I do see a future payday for Dotson as well, man. I do as well. If he plays like this, he's going to earn himself a lot of money. Mike Kozinski, I was amazed at how solid our tackling was today. That's the part that stood out to me above all else. Was the defense dominant today? Yeah. They take over. Did they have some turnovers? Yeah. Did they supply some pressure? Did they mix some things up? Were they schematically better and more improved from where they've been? All of those, yes. But the tackling, I think, is the thing that stands out above it, is that universally, to a man, the tackling was night and day different today than what we've seen it recently. Night and day different. And it just stands out so much because it was one of the biggest issues on this defense over the past couple of years. Herbicide, I have a feeling the Rams are going to be tough this year if Stafford doesn't get hurt. I do too. If they can keep their guys healthy, they're a force to be reckoned with. About the health with them. That's really the real key there. Virus 203, I thought JSN was underutilized. Yeah, they got him a couple of quick throws in the first half and then just kind of completely forgot about him. Kind of odd. And I'm not sure why. James Peters, his love looks like he's headed back to the Pro Bowl again this year. 12 tackles, forced fumble, and an interception. Amazing what some pressure can do. Speeds up that quarterback clock, causes the quarterback to miss throw early, throw off his back foot, falling off to his left. Now the ball's not going to have as much velocity. Now a player has an opportunity to make a jump on the ball, to make a play on the ball. And it goes in tandem. And when you get that much more pressure, when you speed these quarterbacks' clock up in a way that we haven't recently, you will cause more turnovers. You will cause these kind of interceptions. These players that already have been good, like Love looked good last year, will now look even better. And yeah, he looks certainly back on track for potentially a Pro Bowl year here again. And that contract extension that we gave him just prior to the start of the season, looking pretty smart, pretty economical deal for your Seahawks over the next couple of years for Love. AI says that 3rd and 1 pass to Charbonnet was a dumb play design. They need a scat back to do that play. Yeah. There's a couple plays in this game that were just sort of head scratchers to me, where it's like, ugh, that was brutal. That was brutal. 3 Hour Hall didn't look amazing, IMO, but he didn't look completely useless either, like he did last year. I have faith in him. It was a step forward today at 3 Hour. Effort was solid. Couple pressures, made some tackles, got a sack. Something we can build upon. Ricardo, $10 million on Noah Fant is looking really dumb right now, considering we don't have an offensive line. Good point. Certainly still remains to be seen if they're going to ever kind of figure out how to utilize Fant or how to get the most out of him. And Rockman, yeah, Darrell Taylor had himself a sack in Chicago today. Warner looked pretty good, Herbicide. Wasn't asked to do a lot as a pass catcher, but as a blocker, he was solid. Will Valdez, in 2 years, Mike Macdonald will have this team primed like a well-oiled machine. Let's go, Will. AI says, how many times in a row have we beat the Donkeys? Ooh. It's been years. Years. So the time you lost last would be going back to, I believe, 2017. I think it was 18. If I'm not mistaken, didn't we? It was either week 1 or week 2. We went on the road into Denver, and it was a really close game. That was the game that Will Disley balled out in. But you did lose that game. So it has been kind of recently. James is so glad he's there and not Adams or $20 million Diggs. Let's see Love and Jenkins. Let's see what Love and Jenkins can do with Mack after a half season in the system with Spoon and Woolen. Yeah, it's going to be a good combination in there, man. The secondary's looking tight. Tight. 3 Hours says, what do you think about Connor Williams, B? I've seen mixed emotions. It's the part that's a little bit tough for me at times because I'm doing the play-by-play 3 hour in the game, and you're really concentrating on where the ball is going and trying to make sure you can, speak on everything that you're seeing on the screen for people. So that when it gets to the line play, defensive lines, offensive line, that's more of something almost you have to be sort of locked in and just be watching. And so I don't have as much of a feedback on that. I have to go back and watch the All-22 to get an idea of how those guys exactly played. I can't say for sure. I think he was overall solid, but it's like having your eyes go 2 different directions at once. You gotta have to pick which one you want to go to. So I didn't get a lot of a chance to really check out what he was doing necessarily. But he didn't look overwhelmed. He didn't look like he's getting blown up in the backfield. I didn't see him give up a lot of pressures. So that's kind of one thing they say about the linemen is if you don't notice them, they're usually doing their job right. Yeah, Mike Kaczynski. Dallas had the return, and Taylor had himself a sack. Ryan Ball, $10 million for Fant's not really that bad, considering he's only like 2% of the salary cap. Yeah, they might figure out the way to use him in this offense. It may have just been the opening week here. Things were a little bit weird. The offense trying to find its footing. Yeah, that one hit me. Herbicide, that one hit me weird. 3 Hours says Terry Bradshaw was throwing shots at Williams before the game as well. He was laughing at that he paints his nails. It's going to be a hard one for those old school football players to see that on it. It's the generational thing is going to be tough for them to see that. They see that and they're like, back in my day, you wouldn't have survived in the locker room walking in with painted nails. Now you're just brazenly out there with painted nails. So it blows their mind, I think, from Ratchford's perspective, And so just odd for them on that. But like I said, he's going to get somebody fired with one of these comments. They better be careful. In this sensitive day and age, you better be careful. Lions up 17-3 on the Rams here. Able to get a score after the halftime. Looking good. Puka Nacua out for the game. No Nacua Puka. No Nuka Puka Dua. No Puka Nuka Luka Duka. Hurt his knee. That's not good. Avila out too. Ooh, that's big, man. I think they're already missing a couple of offensive linemen where the Rams coming into this game. I think their left tackle was suspended, and I think they had an issue with Glasgow. So they're definitely, you think our offensive line's in some dire straits at that point. They'd be in some dire straits themselves, but they can't afford to lose any of their prime guys. This Rams team is not built strong enough to be able to sustain that. As evidenced by this game, down 17-3, losing both those two guys. They're just not built like that. They need all of their starters up and rolling here to maximize this year. Chris says, what's brutal is Dak's contract. Oh, it's horrible. It's one after another this offseason. I cringe one after another. I'm waiting to see what NFL organization has a little bit of freaking imagination. All of you guys do the same stuff. You all are like lemmings jumping off the cliff, general managers. All of you want that, ee, 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 making that little noise as you go over the top of it. Like, do any of you guys have any imagination? Do any of you guys have a way to look deeper into the situation than just doing the boring thing that all the rest of you guys are doing that isn't working out for any of you? Because they all keep doing the same thing. And this is what I call a market opportunity. If you have an NFL landscape that's all doing dumb things universally to one direction, you have the opportunity to go the other direction with it, from John Schneider's perspective on this one. Market opportunity is what I look at it as. It's an awful, brutal contract, but from the Seahawks perspective, market opportunity. Bomber, we're 4-1 since 2011 against the Broncos. Not bad. I'll take it. King just got to get by the next 3 weeks with foresight, and then hopefully Abraham Lucas is back. Hopefully that's the case, man. Hopefully that's the case. Please, Lord. Please, Lord. Oh, Taylor had 2 sacks. My bad. And a forced fumble for Chicago. My bad, Virus. I missed that second sack he had. Orgy says Darrell Taylor was always good at edge rush. Wait until they figure out the guy can't cover for beams, though, and whiffs tackles. Yeah, it's good that he had a good game today, and hopefully he can play really well for Chicago. I still do support that trade and think it's a smart trade. And we're not looking for the Darrell Taylor type pass rusher in this system anymore. And you see this evidenced in 2 of the guys that they just brought in this past week to reinforce the edge group, right? Because Gibson, the guy that you brought in that's going to be that 3rd edge on this roster, and then also Tyus Bowser, who will be the 4th edge on this roster until Uchenna can come back. Those are both power edges. Derek Hall, power edge. Boye Mafe can give you power edge elements to his game. That's what Mike Macdonald wants. He wants the slow closing down of the pocket, the slow collapsing of the pocket with the power edges in their bull rush, or mixing the blitz in around those power rushers coming off the edge. Taylor, that's not his game. And Taylor can be effective and find sacks in a defense that'll let him just run as fast as possible off the edge. But there's some down parts to that as well. When you have a guy that has to get home that way, that's really the only way for him to get home. Bomber, not going to lie, Phil Haynes back in Seattle? Probably not. You're better with Bradford than what you'd be getting from Haynes. War Chief, these Rams quarterbacks are boo-boo. I hope they're watching this because we should definitely attack those cornerbacks with our deep wall. If Gino has time to throw. That's the big what if on that part, War Chief. But yeah, the quarterback room for the Rams this year, you could see coming into it was going to be a bit rough for them. They're trying to come back with Tre'Davious White, who's had coming off the major injury. Also a little bit injury prone, like Bomber says. You haven't got a lot of other reinforcements in the ranks there at the quarterback position as it stands for the Rams' perspective. And they're trying to kind of just get by out there with it. I think Jonah Jackson's playing. I think it was Glasgow that was injured, King. The Rams are in a tough position. Be more Seahawks. Shadur Sanders gives me character concern vibes. Me as well. This has risen up to being an issue to holy hell. We've got a bit of a 4-alarm fire in regards to the for sure. And with him throwing his offensive line, I mean, like, there's like nudging your offensive line off of the edge of the sidewalk into the oncoming bus. And then there's grabbing your offensive lineman by the scruff of the back of their neck and by the back of their shirt and throwing them one at a time right into the tires of the bus. And Shedeur did the latter on that one. He literally threw everyone's lineman at the tires of the bus going 50 miles an hour. And it's a horrible look for him. NFL evaluators are going to absolutely ding him for that, as well they should. That is poor leadership. You cannot afford to have a quarterback that is not a good leader. You can get by with lesser things from a quarterback. Maybe he doesn't have the arm strength. Maybe he can't process. Maybe he doesn't have mobility. You cannot get around a quarterback that can't lead. And if you can't take responsibility, if you can't own it, even if it's not your fault sometimes, it's good. It's hard for me on that one, me. I'm struggling with that with Shedeur. Chris, is it possible that you're on Rodgers tomorrow sober? Just do some ayahuasca. I've heard everybody wants, if they're on some ayahuasca, he's awesome. I've heard. Little elves come out around him. Mike, why didn't our offensive line look better today? I joined this late, so probably already discussed. No worries, Mike. So you start out the game with some sort of deep drops, and that's where it's going to put the pass protection on a little bit of a longer hold up there to hold the line, and they didn't do well on those deep drops to start the game off. You lost George Fant quickly in this game. Stone Forsythe's out there, and he had some rough moments at times and pressures. It wasn't horrible, but there were some pressures from his side. Laken Tomlinson struggled in moments there at left guard. I mean, everybody kind of, outside of maybe Connor and Charles, had some moments in this game where it was a little rough. It settled down as the game went along, Mike. Some of it's also the play calling. I think we can't just squarely put this on the offensive line in this game and say, oh, offensive line was just horrible. Some of this is Grubb trying to kind of find his footing through the early part of this game and find his rhythm as a play caller the early part of this game. I think there was a little bit of that at play here too. But it just looked out of sorts. It just looked kind of out of sorts. It did get better as the game went along though, Mike. You know, pass protection held up a little bit better. You started to open up some holes in the running game. So it did improve. Or Chief, next weekend's a big weekend. We take on the Patriots and my Husky fans out there. We play the godforsaken WSU Cougars. Let's go Seahawks, go Dogs. Hey, go Dogs, go Hawks. And big week next week. If this team, we've looked at the schedule and said, hey, if you want to try to be a playoff team, make some hay early in the schedule where you've got some winnable games on the schedule. Gets a little bit tougher as the year goes along, but you can make some hay early in the schedule. You can give yourself a really good opportunity here as we go along through the season to be that team that can contend if you can do that. And they started out well here with Denver. Got to take on this Patriots team and take them down next week. I know they handled the Bengals today, but that's still a winnable game on the road. You're still getting Jacoby Brissett at the quarterback position. The same Jacoby Brissett who today threw for 121 yards on 24 attempts. Mike says, oh God, no team should want to get in the business with the Sanders. Yeah, Deion's done his son no favor in some of the attitude and the way he's talked about him, and just the ego in the head. No, thank you. I'm just about an official point of pass myself. Rockman Drums, Perna was so hopium hurt. I watched his reaction to the loss. He's looking for the light, man. I know he's been in the darkness here for quite a bit of time here with this Broncos team, so he's trying to find something. The hope is, like I said, the hopium is real. You go years in the darkness and maybe that's the beauty of the NFL, as every NFL fan, you know, first game of the season. Everybody's got a chance. Everybody feels in it. Maybe the magic can click just in the right fashion for us. If this thing can break this way and that way can break that way. Mike says, I'd wear a Anazzoli jersey. Love his grittiness. Hey, Anazzoli's very gritty. Plus, he's got the cool hair. Herbicide says, dude, Broncos fans were hard on Nix, calling him blows dicks. And Bo no. Blows dicks. Oh, fans are so unrelenting. They're so mean. So mean. And Bo played fine today. That's a rookie quarterback. I thought he played fine. For first start, Orchie says, all I know is at this moment the Seattle Seahawks are number 1 in the NFC West. Let's go. Let's go. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation. Can you talk about how you'd use Sharp versus K9, types of runs, run schemes, etc.? Sharp wasn't finding success like K9. Maybe it was just a rhythm deal. Sharp doesn't seem to have kind of the same kind of speed to get to the edge on some of those runs, and some of the ones that I think got snuffed out a little bit were just even the off-tackle runs. I think with Charbonnet, you've got to have a little bit more of the runs being more inside, A, B gap, power kind of runs coming downhill a little bit. You know, get him pressing that line of scrimmage as fast as humanly possible. Don't allow him, Randall, to get lateral as much like you have to on some of those edge runs. So that's a little bit of a way. I also think a little bit of it right now with Sharps, with the fact that there's a little bit of lack of pass protection or lack of run blocking necessarily at times here, where there may be some manufacturing necessities here. I think Charbonnet does a good job, as evidenced in this game, where he caught the ball in the wheel route, where he can catch the ball well out of the backfield, and you can kind of just throw it to him out in the flat, get him out into space, and he can go and make something work with it after the catch. So, I think that I would use those two combinations, but I would probably stay away a little bit, Randall, from those outside runs with Charbonnet, just because he just doesn't seem to have quite the juice like Walker does to get to that edges, and you're just not blocking it up as good to overcome maybe the lack of juice to get to those edge runs. So inside gap runs, a lot of duo stuff up at the point of attack, and then flip it out to him in the flat on those little just quick throws by Gino out there, and let him work like that, where they're basically a run play, but you're throwing. Seemed like they just, anytime they got him going out wide, it wasn't happening. I mean, the play he got snuffed out at the goal line. He's on an outside zone run. Later in the game, another outside zone run, outside tackle, and you just couldn't get it there. If it was blocked up better, he can make those runs work, but you're just not blocking them up well enough. Thank you, though, Randall. I appreciate you, man, for all your donations and support today. Could be too, like you say, to your point on the rhythm thing, Randall, where he was getting in a rhythm with Walker, and especially on maybe some of those more outside-ish runs where you're using him in space, get him in space, let him cook out there, and then he was trying to kind of stay in that mode once Charbonnet got in the game, but Charbonnet just couldn't run those runs in the same way that K9 can. War Chief says, personally, I think the difference between K9 and Sharps is the fact that K9 can make it happen on his own without a good line, which he did. Sharp needs blocks. He's not as quick. Nope. Agreed. Yep. Agreed, I mean. I think K9 can make something out of nothing, and Charbonnet's not going to make something out of nothing. He needs you to do something for him on the front, which that's the way it works for a lot of backs. It's part of what makes K9 so special. War Chief, so you just hand the ball to Kenneth and let him go, whereas Charbonnet, you have to create a hole, so more screen passes or traps. Yeah, exactly. Try to get the ball ways open. Yeah. I'd take a little bit more of that route with it, I think. King Bomber, I remember seeing so many Bronco fans talking about how they're going to beat us. Glad to make them all shut up. Me too, man. Very nice. Because they would not have let us hear the end of it. They're still bitter with us about a couple of things. Trade, Super Bowl loss. Chris says everyone's the next Elway until their reality hits. Laughing out loud. Yeah. Well, as somebody said, they're trying to deal with the hopium up there in Denver. A lot of recent poor choices. Not even sure if you got necessarily right coach. Got a lot of dead money to eat off the books. You're looking for any hope wherever you can find it. Rockman says the Rams are the booger that just won't flick off your finger. As they do get a touchdown in that game, 17-10. Yeah, they're resilient. Very resilient, this Rams team. Very, very resilient. It's the NFL. Mm-hmm. Orchard says, we give the Broncos the Harold and Kumar. Thank you. Come again. We did indeed. Virus thoughts on the matchup with the Patriots. Hightower is going to be the defensive or the new head coach there for the Patriots, coming from the Belichick model of it. They're going to look at the creative things that the Broncos did against our offense and the troubles it gave our offense, the troubles it gave our offensive line, and they're going to replicate that. So Grubb's got to be looking at all week of, how do I answer the pressure packages that we're going to deal with? What is my counter to that this week? And I think that they're going to have to kind of play it pretty legitimately. They're going to have to find some real specific things, I think, to find an answer to this, because it's going to continue to be a bit of an issue, especially if we're having to go with backups on that offensive line like we kind of are right now. So it would first, to me, start with, how are you going to deal with the pressure fronts of the Broncos? What is going to be your answer for that as you go through this week? How do you get this offense into more of an early rhythm? What can you do to manufacture that as an offensive coordinator from Grubb's standpoint? And some of that maybe is leaning on a little bit more of the run game early on, if that's what's being successful. But really dealing a little bit of a better plan of dealing with those blitzes, a little bit less of trying to necessarily hit things down the field. I don't mind taking shots down the field, but I almost feel like we've got to kind of earn the right to take these shots down the field by being able to verify that our protection can hold up for those long developing plays. You're on the road. You've got to try to avoid mistakes and turnovers. We had the one interception today, but you'd like to play a clean game on that side of it. I think it's dealing with the blitzes. I think it's remaining committed to the running game throughout the course of the game, not kind of forgetting about it until the second half. Defensively speaking, with Jacoby Brissett, much like with Nix today, I want to put Jacoby under pressure. I want to make him prove that he can make the right decision on the back of pressure. I want to work to confuse him to the utmost. I'm not scared of the Patriot receivers any more than I wasn't scared of the Bronco receivers in this game. I don't think that they've got anybody on the outside that's going to put the fear of God, so we can have a little bit of reason at that point to then stack things up a little bit tighter to the front side of it, squeeze down on those short zones, a little bit like we did today. We knew that they weren't going to really try to push the ball up the field, so we'd squeeze down on those tight zones. That's part of the reason that you saw Seahawks defenders so close to wide receivers for the Broncos after the catch on those short passes. So much of that same thing. Bring things up, and tighten it down there. Don't be as worried about what you're going to be having hit over the top. It's really a lot of the same kind of game plan you brought this week to bear defensively. I think you bring to bear next week. Stop the run first and foremost. They're going to want to lean on their Stevenson attack, Ramondre Stevenson, and as they did today. And don't allow them to make that easy. Force Jacoby Brissett to beat you. Force Jacoby Brissett to beat you with his arm and with his decision making. So I would think that those would be the two things kind of fundamentally at the forefront of what they're thinking as we come up to this week. And we'll see. Tougher defensive matchup for us this next week. The Broncos gave us hell this week at home. Patriots are going to give you a lot of hell on the road. With Christian Gonzalez back, then I'm sure he probably a pretty solid game. They've got some players on that defense. even after the Matt Judon trade. Lions with a 3rd and 5 here, third quarter, 2:20 to go, up by 7 points. Goff dropping back, looking, and checks it down. AI says Elway was terrible as a rookie. He got pulled in his first game. He was. If we go back, I mean, tough stats from Bo Nix today, but he looked like a superstar compared to Elway in his first game. Mike, I think Nix is better than our defense made him look today. Yeah, I still think he's going to be a good quarterback in that offense, Mike. Tough battle, tough test for him. For an opening game, on the road at home, as we see with a lot of these rookie quarterbacks who got to play at home at times, it's not easy. Not easy starting as a rookie. Really isn't. Even a guy like him that's played so much college ball. But I think long term he'll be a good fit there for that offense. He needs to develop. They need to give it time there in Denver. He needs more playmakers. They've got a long process. They got a long road to hoe to get themselves to a contending state. But he very well might be the right guy for them there. Ricardo says Brock Heward said the first half performance by Tomlinson and Bradford was the worst he'd seen in a long time. It's pretty brutal. Hard for me exactly on that just because I don't lock in on those guys as much with what I saw from them. I thought Bradford maybe played a little bit better, but there were some brutal moments from both. Chris says, you'll know they'll be coming at us with the blitz, so audible needs to be a thing for Gino. Yeah, they got to go the audible's got to be clean. I think you got to have Gino with some option bubble screens in there where I'm seeing the blitz, go to the bubble. Have some screens called in. Do what you can to try to not allow them to pin their ears back. But look, this is the thing with this offense that goes back to, ironically, Mike Macdonald creating this problem. The problem came about in that Ravens game about almost a year ago. He started running stack boxes in that game, and teams took that and realized we had struggled against that, and they've applied it over and over and over again, even those teams that don't like to run stack boxes. It's going to continue to be something that teams go after us with until we prove that we can stop it. War Chief says Jared Verse is really good at that. Jump over, rip, cross move. It's super difficult technique, but if a delay man or linebacker can do it, it's highly effective. He can do it on both sides. He's a refined pass rusher, which you don't atypically get with guys coming out of college. You have to tend to wait on these guys to kind of develop those pass rush moves. I do feel that Jared Verse is a little bit more of a finished product because of that. I don't know if you can look at him as much and say, well, there's this tremendous upside to his game that he's on his way in that way. I think he's going to be a good player in this league, don't get me wrong, but I do think that he also, in certain respects, will have kind of topped to the player that he's going to be. You know, like he's going to reach his top side very quickly, and that will be where it hits. So a good player. I think that's going to be a good pick for the Rams long term. I don't know if there's the high upside ceiling to him necessarily, but a solid, complete player, well-rounded. Virus says, Bradford's still young and inexperienced. I recalled seeing zero linemen take a few years to develop. I recall seeing O linemen take a few years to develop. Yes. And again, too, it's case-by-case basis there, Virus. So with Bradford, I think it's either 13 or 17 starts. He had I think it's 13. I think he had 13 college starts at LSU. So he had one season of starting time at LSU. He tested like a 98th percentile athlete. So he's got all the physical ability in the world, got all the length that you could ask for from the position, all the power and strength that you could want from the position, just hasn't played a lot of football. So if he's a guy that gives you some up and down play there, if there's some rough edges to his game as he's trying to get through it, I think it's understandable. I think it's kind of to be expected a bit by the nature of where he was coming from with LSU. Snap out of it. Elway looks like he's had a bad reaction to Botox. A lot of liquor gone down those lips. Alcohol is brutal, man. That thing will age you and not like wine. Rams taking over here from the 14-yard line with Stafford and a chance to tie this game up. Sarah Jessica Parker. If Sarah Jessica Parker, oh my God, he's still on his feet all the way to the 21. Well, the Lions defense will give up some big plays. Will they ever give up some big plays, man? You'll have a little 5-yard route. You're like, oh, that thing's going to be done. And then they're 60 yards down the field. But you imagine if Sarah Jessica Parker and John Elway had a baby. I mean, what's the over-under on a foot of length on the face at that point? From chin to back of cranium. I'm guessing that's a foot. That's a full 12 inches right there. And I'm not female or male, by the way. Either or. I don't even know if that big cranium's getting, I mean, you might see the chin get held up when it's breaching, you know. The chin actually would get caught up. It's probably an impossibility, really. I don't think that Sarah Jessica Parker and John Elway could actually breed. I would pay to see the results, though. Got to watch that big chin as you're breaching. You get hung up. It's kind of like a hook. Haley in the house. What's up, Haley? Hey, B, what's good? Not Laken Tomlinson, that's for sure. Nope, not him. I will say that. Little rough watching Laken in this game, and he's going to come out of it, I think, on the pretty downward side of the of his grade off of PFF. So, yeah, kind of tough. Chris, sure you talked about this earlier, but assuming Fant is out, who's the backup for Stone, Jarrell, or Sa'atoa? I believe that Jarrell would be. I think Sa'atoa long-term is more going to be a guard in this league than he's going to be a tackle. I don't have 100% confidence in this. Team might look at it a little bit of a different view, Chris. But with Lemea, you just didn't feel like he was going to have the prerequisite athleticism to hold up as a right tackle. Even a swing-type tackle at the pro level. That's a guess. Warchie says, here go the Rams. That damn booger just gets stuck. Just can't. Rams, why won't you die? Warchie says, Brandon, I agree. First is not going to be great, but I'm just saying that jump over rip technique is hard to teach and even harder to learn. It helps. No, and don't let me undersell it too, War Chief, because it does sound a little bit like shade when you're like, well, he's a finished product on it, but he's a finished product in a good way, because that refinement, and like you say, that use of hands and the advancement of his pass rushing moves, his feel as a pass rusher of when to apply the right move at the right time, all of that is way more advanced than you would atypically see for an edge rusher coming out in the draft, even a guy taken in the top 20. Dallas Turner, who was taken in front of him, did not have the same level of technique in his abilities as a pass rusher. He was taken higher just because of that theoretical upside that exists with Dallas Turner. But it also gives him, too, on that side of it, War Chief, that high floor side of it with Verse, where it's not just about maybe a slightly limited ceiling, but then you're also getting the very high floor. And he's a good player kind of right from the jump for you, too. Frank D says, I want Jarrell so bad. Is he a right tackle or a left tackle? He played right tackle in the preseason, Frank. He was a left tackle in college, but I think right tackle is where they would ideally like to. I think they're just trying to create a swing tackle situation with him. I don't think that Mike Jarrell is going to be overtaken Forsythe. I know Forsythe's not the greatest out there, but he's a guy going into his 4th season as a pro who's played a lot of ball. Mike Jarrell's a small school guy who just came out as a rookie. Jarrell long term, the upside for Mike Jarrell indeed might be better than Abraham Lucas or Stone Forsythe, sorry. But not this year, I don't think. Haley says Jarrell could literally not be worse than Forsythe. He plays like he's on roller skates. Lincoln needs to retire. Well, Lincoln definitely at the end of the road. And he does look like if it ain't this season, it's right about there. And we'll see where it goes. Maybe Jarrell is an option from the coaching staff's perspective. I think they'll be a bit hesitant with it just for those parameters I kind of outlined, being that, he's a guy that has a little bit of a ways to go. And Stone has these bad moments. He does. but he ends up coming out of these games relatively okay rated. And he's not a complete turnstile back there. I'll give you a Haley. We're going to have to be holding on a little bit for dear life with him until we can get Lucas back or something else better. But he's not completely god awful. I'll say that. And yeah, Chris Lumea might be the guy there too. It's hard to exactly know who sits higher on the pecking order from the Hawks' perspective. There wasn't an easy way to read into it from preseason. Mike, Seahawks fans is 83 out in Wilmington, North Carolina. Let's go, Mike. Let's go. Those linebackers for Detroit are legit, says War Chief. Number 34 is an animal. Campbell is an animal. He's a big boy. Outside run here. Nice play by the Rams. Touchdown. Wow. Virus says, dang, Terry and Arnold getting beat up. Two DPI calls. Wasn't a big fan of Arnold coming out. A lot of people love that kid, but I wasn't as big on that. William Hawksnest, are you doing the Bleacher Report? Not today, man. Not today. So they've got something of, I don't know. Some weeks they're with it, some weeks they're not. So this week's a not with it, but I'm good with that. More time to chop it up with you guys. Colby Parkinson had a hold. Oh, there we go. Second and goal. Let's go. Joe, didn't see Bobo on offense at all today? He was out there, Joe. He had a couple of real key blocks in the run game. We don't play the Cowboys this year, no. All right, third and goal for the Rams. Cooper Kupp getting up a little gingerly too there. They can't afford to lose both Kupp and Puka. That's definitely too much. Yeah, Bo was out there a little bit. We got some run in the second half for sure. Third and goal. 12:45 to go in this game. Stafford dropping back to pass. Oof, good defense. And we got another flag. Kupp down there. Holding on the Rams. Okay. They had to put Bobo on the sidelines because we win by 50 on them, says Hand Grenade. Could be. Could be. Josie says, good, thanks. Thought he was demoted. Yeah, they had him out there for a few sequences. A lot of 3 wide receivers, but definitely you're, with as good as Tyler was playing today, Joe, and then you're trying to feature in JSN a little bit. It's hard for Bobo being that fourth guy on that pecking order. Rookie kicker here for the Rams. Come on, Lions. We had to make Knicks have a chance. We gave him that. Ryan, I'm looking forward to seeing Macdonald versus McVay now. That should be fun. A true chess match, man. True chess match, and it will be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to it too. Been chess versus checkers here the past couple of years when we've gone up against McVay, and hopefully no more of that. Orgy, Brandon, but with that being said, that jump over rip technique, you don't try that on an elite offensive lineman. You try that on Walter Jones, he would grab you out of the air and sumo slam you. You got to time it right, War Chief. You got to be very careful of it, because if they do anticipate with it, you're right. Like, they can kind of load up and really catch you at that point. But that's part of that great feel he has for it, where he sets it up, where he's doing some other moves, and he knows I'm coming back to this on that third move, and then he can really let it roll. Very impressive. Very impressive. War Chief Bobo was utilized for his blocking today. I'm sure if the line held more, he would have gotten some passes, but helped spring K9 for his 2 touchdowns. There we go. He was good. Should we draft a kicker? That'd be my next approach that I would take to the position. Herbicide. You can finally, after this year, get out from under Meyer's deal if you want to at that point. You have the potential of being able to pull that off. And you can save some money at that point. We had a lot of success, of course, going this route with Michael Dixon before and taking him in the 4th round. It cheapens down the kicker position tremendously on what you're paying. We are seeing with these kickers when they get paid that the fluctuation in performance is so wild that it's not really worthwhile paying it. I mean, look at Justin Tucker, your highest paid kicker, right? Your guy that, no doubt about it, he's good. Every year he's great. Well, as we saw even a couple nights ago, what is he? 1 of 6 on 50-yard kicks over the last 2 years. Not exactly elite performances for what you're paying if you're the Ravens. Chris says, just saw another Knicks name. No Dicks. Broncos bailing fast. Broncos bailing so fast. Oh no. $13.17 here. This one might go a little bit longer here today, folks, but we'll probably start to put a button on this pretty soon. I'm getting a little bit hungry, and we're about to push about 7 hours in on the stream here today, so I think we've just about put in the time. I think we about covered it all, end to end, as they say. We'll go ahead and get some of the last couple of questions on in there. I want to thank Underdog Fantasy today. Underdog Fantasy sponsoring the show throughout the course of the year. They'll match you up 2-1 right now. So not 100% of your first deposit, but 2-1, meaning that if you put $100 in, they'll match you up to $50. Go out there, win yourself some money. I had myself a nice little win here this last week on a deep little parlay. I really like putting together these kind of 7 picks, and then you sort of insure it a little bit so that, you a little bit less on the ultimate winning you get, but you help yourself out where you get a couple wrong, you can still be right. But Underdog right now, use my code NEST, and they will match you 2-1 on your deposit. Get in on it as they've got some really great specials as well running in addition to this. Thank you, Underdog Fantasy. Sponsoring the show. Virus, the Rams-Seahawks game is going to be very interesting. It will indeed. As I said, it'll be a bit of a chess match going on there at times. Rams are going to try to come back here with the Lions going to come back here with the drive here and try to put this thing to bed if they can. We were talking earlier on this overall offense a little bit dipped down this week. I think that's telling a bit. Where for the most part, defenses across the league seem to be a little bit ahead of offenses. General terms. Jeff Logan, good day for former Hawks. Yes, sir. Holding up their end of the bargain. AI, Bobo did play. Yeah. He was very key on a couple of the run blocks out there. Boom shakalaka. What's up, man? Laughing out loud. Blow dicks. They had to have some of these chambered. There's no way they're thinking about these on the fly right now. I absolutely have to have some of these chambered. Blow dicks. Bronco fans are in a dark place, man. I feel for them. Thought the Rams D was supposed to be soft. Well, not looking soft today. Goff is so slow. My God, he moves. His legs are paddling away there, but he's just barely going. First down. There's that. Good day. Let's enjoy it. We're about the O-line tomorrow. Let's have him go. Hawks look good. Hey, they look good. It's a worrisome thing. We'll discuss it. We'll try to figure out what we can do as far as there being some options out there. But you came away with the win in the first game of the year. That's ultimately what matters most here. Just get the dub. End of the year, it's going to cost. It's going to look like a big fat W in the win column, and that's what matters most. Williams in the open field here. Herbicide says Denver's a mean girl. They are. They've been driven to it, though, you know? They didn't want to be a mean girl. They're just trying to be that good old Midwestern girl. They're trying to be the girl next door. They got those starry eyes. They wanted somebody else's franchise. They wanted to go big time. Well, now they're paying the price. Scooby Snacks, I liked Bo picks. Holy God. I thought we had run out of them. I thought certainly we've got 6 deep on the offshoots of his name, but we're still going strong, Scooby. Bo picks. Oh, Lordy. Chris says Bronco fans are in the same dark space as us Mariner fans. Yes. And when you get to that stage, you start getting bitter. You start acting out. You start going after the children like they are with Bo Nix right now. Laying the blame at the children's feet. It's not the child's fault. It's not the child's fault. Lions are driving here, 2nd and 3. King, I felt for Bronco fans until they started talking crap about how they're better than us. Stay in your lane with your quarterback who can't throw past the line of scrimmage. I don't feel bad. Hey, I'm with that. I got a little sympathy. It only goes so far. Bo Picks is pretty good. Blow Dicks is good. All of those have been pretty much winners. Throw picks. Mike says, how about the way our offense imposed its will in the fourth quarter? Well, you've seen sometimes these offensive coordinators, certainly the pass-happy type, Mike, where they want to throw the ball. And they'll sort of run the ball as a necessary evil, but they want to throw the ball. And when you have the playmakers that you have here, that ball is going to be intercepted. Jeez Louise. When you have the playmakers that, damn it, goof, there's going to be a pull by your offensive coordinator to do that, to go heavily into the throwing of the ball. But I did think that you've got to give a big tip of the nod here to Grubb. In a game where I think you can be hard on him in a variety of places, one place you got to give that tip is the realization of adjusting to the run game, leaning into that run game when you sensed it was working, varying it up, but leaning into it, not going away from it, understanding this is working, stay with it, it's working, stay with it. And as you say, they just were able to kind of impose their will. We're better up front on our offensive line at driving you off the ball and be able to create those holes, especially with Walker in the backfield. And you were able to get it done there. But very nice adjustment. Great to see them lean on that, find a different approach and path than the one that they were utilizing there in that first half. Oh, man, he did. He made the catch. It's not a pick, War Chief? I don't know. It looked like he got it. It fumbled around a little bit, but it did look like he was able to reel it in. Looked like he has his hand under it, to me. Not enough to reverse it, that's right. Jason Iverson says, pick 6, Bo Nix. There we go. Jeff, I'd hate to have to make that call. I mean, it's hard to overturn it. It's got to be super clear. And definitely that was the opposite of looking super clear on that play. Yeah. Definitely the opposite of looking super clear. All right, folks, well, we'll go ahead and get the last couple of questions if we can. I got to go get some food here. I'm 7 hours in the stream and I am hungry. I need to get myself some food, so we'll go ahead and get the last couple questions in if you guys can. I really want to thank all the people that donated today to the channel. We had so many, and I really do appreciate it. Sanchez, thank you for celebrating 22 long months as a member of the Hawks Nest and all of your support through that time, from donations to being a member of the channel. What's the word on the offensive struggles? Well, I think offensively, if I was to kind of compound it down, I think you got a little aggressive to start this game out. You tried to do a little bit more of those deeper drops, and we're going to push the ball down the field, and that left you susceptible to some of the pass rush of Denver. They were able to take advantage. Got a little pass happy at times, I think, early on in this game. Your offensive line is certainly a big struggle here as far as, look, you've got Connor starting his first game, no training camp. He's got to be a bit rusty. He held up okay. Laken Tomlinson did not look good in this game. Bradford had some up and down day. Forsythe, up and down day. So you've got some backups in there at times. You've got some guys starting fresh. It definitely looks like this is going to be a bit of a work in progress, this offensive line, and please God, Abraham Lucas come back. So, it was really some odd play calling kind of at the forefront of this a little bit from my standpoint. You were getting pinned back a little bit as well. I mean, you had twice this game, you were at the 2-yard line. You had another time you were about the 11-yard line. Your average starting field position was not great in this game, and the Bronco punter did a good job of putting us on some very, very long fields. They finally kind of figured out the run game was working, and I thought Grubb did a better job at that point of adjusting in the run game and leaning on it, finding some success in the passing game. They hit some back shoulder throws there to Tyler there. I don't know if that was Grubb's specialty, but good adjustments from them going to that. Offensive line was the big problem. I think for me, issue-wise on the struggles today, Sanchez, I'd go through it kind of check by check. I'd go first, Grubb had a kind of a rough opening go as a new offensive coordinator in this league. The offensive line right behind it, some for good reason, some for not so good reason. But you found enough footing. You made enough plays to get yourself through with it. And it does kind of fit a little bit, Sanchez, I think, to what we're seeing league-wide here in this opening week of the season, where offense has been more uphill than downhill to start things off. A lot of teams are trying to kind of find their way. Warchie says, Brandon, Bronco fans are bailing fast. My Denver homie called me about an hour ago and told me between the Denver Broncos and the Colorado Buffs, he was about to start watching the WNBA. Fully invested, laughing out loud. Yeah, I don't know if you're a Bronco fan, you come out of this feeling angry at your team or down on your team, or you came into this where you were hyped up for the team and now you're coming out of it, oh, we're nowhere near where I thought we were going to be. I think you should feel very encouraged as a Bronco fan coming out of this game. You knew that this is a team that was resetting things this year. You knew you've had to move on for some players. You knew this is a work in progress. And that means this year is not going to be a year of winning. This is a year of kind of getting through and growing Bo Nix and building this team up as Sean Payton is building it in his image and the way he wants it to be. So I can understand not having faith in Payton necessarily, but I can't understand being out after that performance from a Broncos perspective where it's a tough environment to play. It's a rookie quarterback, first start. There's nothing easy about that. But they're also, they're battered and bruised and beaten a bit, are those Bronco fans. They've been through the ringer there recently, and so you can understand them if they're a little emotional. You can understand them if they're a little touchy. Rams are driving the ball up the field here on the Lions. Come on. Come on. Lord of Bravos on to New England. That's right. On to New England. Kobe Brissett, tough defense, 10 a.m. game. Environment you like that it's in September that you're going into there rather than going in like November. Our defense looked good for the day for New England, though. They shut down that Bengals team. Bengal team at home. At home. No Puka Nuka. Cooper Kupp's going to end up with about 1,800 catches this year. Stafford. How did he get away there? Golly. Defender just ran right past him. And not in the way like he was getting upfield. He just kind of faked him out. Chris, they shouldn't be down on Nix. Well, the Bears won. Williams looked meh. I thought Nix looked better than Williams looked. To your point on that, Chris. I don't think you should be down on Nix either. I mean, he did what he could in this game. You know. Gotta go through the growing pains of this kid. First start, all that. Like, gotta let him grow and let him develop. And Go through the road with that. All that entails a little bit. Boy, Kupp wide open. Rams do such a good job of, it's going to Kupp. He's going to be featured. He's going to be at the focal point, but still just always finds a way to be just bare naked open there like he was on that play. Touchdown. You're running in pre-snap motion, which makes it hard. Oh, the guy just slipped and fell. Boy, he couldn't keep his feet twice there. Pre-snap motion, man, it's a bitch. Harper says Daniels had the best day. Mm-hmm. Mike says Stafford and Gino are my fantasy quarterbacks. I got Gino on my fantasy too. I haven't checked out my fantasy yet and how I did today. I should probably see how we did in my league. Oh, dude, I've been holding off looking. I was hanging in there earlier, but let's see where we're at. Probably not in the best of shape here on this. Damn, dude. I went over 100 points today on my fantasy, and I'm still down by 20. I went up against the Bears defense. Tennessee gave the Bears defense 22 points. That's why I'm losing in my fantasy today. Holy mackerel. That's a brutal way to lose. Man, Marvin Harrison with 1 catch for 4 yards. Maybe got bought in the hype on that one. A little too much. Mike says, thanks for doing this. Love joining in. Go Hawks. Thank you for watching, Mike. Folks, do me this favor today if you haven't. Just slam, bang, dang, wang, wang, dang. That like button if you could for me. Helps this channel grow. Helps me out tremendously on that side of it. I really do appreciate it as well. If you want to, maybe get subbed on up as it does help this channel grow. So both sides of it. Please do that if you could for me. I would really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm going to go get some food, Mike. It's a great call on that part of it. I really want to thank all of you guys today for all of the donation support. Randall McDaniel with multiple donations. Cameron, so many people. Garth Knight, Y2K, multiple donos. Feed Me More Seahawks, Real Cheese, multiple, plus a $50 donation. Too many to count, too many to note. You guys were amazing as always on your support and your donations, and you guys are what allows me to do this full time. Thank you for that. I have great days being able to do this play-by-play with you guys and just go full end-to-end tilt with you guys and chopping this up and discussing this stuff and getting into the depths of it. And it's really, really my favorite thing to do. So thank you for allowing me to do this with the support. So I don't have to go do that 9 to 5, click it in kind of thing. I'm able to do this and this solely. Really appreciate it from the bottom of my heart. And thank you for all the people who are watching today. We had well over 1,000 people at one point in this chat at one period of time. That's as high as we've ever been in here. So it's a good harbinger here for this upcoming season and where we're going to go here on the Hawks Nest. I'm really excited for this season, for where this channel's going. Really excited for where this football team is going to go. That's your first game of the season. There's going to be bumps in the road with a new coach, new systems being on board on both sides of the ball. You got through it pretty good. Overall, you got through it pretty good. You were in victory formation at the end of this football game, and that's a big win. A win that gets you a little step closer, a minor little step at that, but a step closer towards getting towards a potential contention, towards a potential playoff berth. We will be back here this week on Tuesday. We might be doing a bit of a surprise stream before that if we got something else that comes up, but we will be back here on Tuesday with the Behind Enemy Lines with a Patriot content creator. So we'll be chopping up with him. We'll learn a little bit more about where this Patriot team is and what we're going to be encountering here as we come up in this upcoming game this upcoming week. I really thank you again for watching. It's been a great stream today. More to come this season, no doubt about that. Your Seahawks, looks like they made a pretty good hire in this Mike Macdonald. Not just from this game, but from what we've seen throughout training camp, throughout every point of the process here that he's been on, it's been encouraging, and you've loved what you've seen from him. I don't know if this is going to ultimately dictate or determine success with him. We'll just have to see on that in the long term. But the initial signs here, the initial looks here, the initial feel here is really nothing but good. Nothing but good. He got that defense turned around in a major way today. Night and difference way in so many places. Tight on the short routes and coverage. Pressure, consistent pressure, getting turnovers, tackling, intensity, ferocity, hitting. These things that have been missing recently in our defense were back today in full force throughout the course of this football game. Should get you very encouraged for this upcoming season. Should get you very encouraged for the upcoming years here with this new coach, with this youngest coach in the NFL. We'd wondered, do we maybe have the Sean McVay equivalency here on the defensive side of the ball? Well, this today doesn't determine that. But it also doesn't deny it either, does it? I thank you guys for watching. Get hyped up. Dream large, dream big this season. Let's see if it can come together. We've got some offensive line stuff to fix, but we can fix it. And maybe Lucas will be back yet. I know many of you have written him off. I know many of you think he's going to be done for the year, but we don't know. Let's just have to see how it goes. Thank you guys for watching. I really appreciate you guys for doing that. And we will be back soon. But until that time, I shouldn't have to remind you after a big win like this, after an opening season win like this, I shouldn't have to remind you. But I'm going to do so anyway. Do not you ever forget. Go Hawks.